In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and Creation Center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand. The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road. They can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the Temporal Sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. and it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced reversal blade will break and disappear. The reversal blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a reversal blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your reversal blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the reversal blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced reversal blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden armor racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a golden armor order, you can summon a golden armor rack anywhere you want. Summoned golden armor racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now!
พวกเราเคยโชว์ฝีมือให้ทุกคนเห็นมาแล้วในอดีตและตอนนี้พวกเราจะแสดงให้เห็นเองว่าทำไมทุกคนถึงหวาดกลัวชื่อของ VPE
PMGC tahun lalu telah membuktikan kekuatan kami, dan PMSL SEA tahun ini akan kami ubah mimpi kami menjadi kenyataan.
Kami tidak ditentukan oleh masa lalu kami, tetapi oleh masa depan kami. Bersiaplah untuk pendatang baru yang akan bangkit di PMSL SEA.
Thử thách thật sự là gì? Đó là không ngừng vươn lên, không ngừng chiến đấu và không ngừng chiến thắng.
Ada yang bilang cerita AE sudah sampai di pengunjung. Tapi selagi kita bisa berjuang, kita pasti akan naik ke puncak sekali lagi.
ถึงพวกเรายังไม่มีผลงานที่น่าจดจำแต่เราจะเขียนหน้าประวัติศาสตร์ใหม่ขึ้นมานับตั้งแต่วินาทีนี้
Kita siap untuk menjadi juara 3 kali pertama dalam sejarah PMSL SEA.
Kita tidakมารอบไฟนอลเพื่อดูคนอื่นเล่นเรามาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์
Setiap pasukan yang menghalang kami akan tahu bahawa Sam9 bukan sekadar lagi nama. Ini adalah kekuatan yang bersedia mengegarkan final.
แม้การเดินทางที่ผ่านมามันจะยาวนานและยากลำบากแต่พวกเรามายืนอยู่จุดนี้เพื่อพิสูจน์ว่าฝีมือสำคัญกว่าชื่อเสียง
Legenda masa lalu sudah berakhir dan penguasa baru telah lahir. BIGETRON ditakdirkan untuk memerintah.
ทุกเกมที่เราเล่นเราเก็บเกี่ยวความรู้จากมันมาเสมอและตอนนี้เราก็พร้อมแล้วที่จะคว้าแชร์มาอยู่ในกำมือ
Chúng tôi đã ẩn trong bóng tối đủ lâu rồi. Giờ đây, ánh đèn đấu trường đang hướng về chúng tôi và chúng tôi sẽ hoàn toàn làm chủ sân đấu.
Kami telah melewati banyak ujian dan sekarang masanya kami meninggalkan jejak di 2025.
Pertempuran untuk kejuaraan bukan hanya tentang kekuatan, tetapi juga keyakinan. Keyakinan kami adalah membawa mahkota pulang ke Malaysia.
Không ai có sự ổn định như chúng tôi. Khi chúng tôi chơi nghiêm túc, không ai khác có cơ hội đăng quang.
Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the IOI City Mall Putrajaya for our PMSL SEA SPRING Finals 2025. And here today we are on our second day, hari kedua pada hari ini. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start off our first game, we're going to interview two of our Malaysian teams. We've got Sam9 and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Now we've got Jimmy and Mika with us standing next to me together with our translator Mr. Jangs, di mana saya agak jealous Jangs ni selalu tinggi sangat. Okay, so now we're going to ask a question from our lovely Mr. Mika. Mika, apa khabar Mika? Are you doing good today?
Baik.
Okay, Mika is a bit shy. It's okay, you know, he's prepared for the game. He doesn't want his mental to be disturbed. But Mika, we've actually got a very interesting question for you. Now, a lot of players here have called you and Yuhai, your partner, as the deadly duo. What do you think about this?
Okay, Mika, boleh dikatakan semua orang kat luar sana mengatakan yang awak dan Yuhai adalah satu kombinasi yang bagus lah, duo yang bagus. Menurut tanggapan Mika sendiri apa?
Maybe betul. Sebab kita orang dari dulu dah ada chemistry. Itu.
Yeah, I think it is right. I think if people like call us a deadly duo, I think that's true. Because one of the reason is because we played so long ago, and I think the chemistry it's already bond that hard. So I think that's how we can be good at a game.
Alright, fantastic. You're right, Mika. I think the chemistry between players, especially in the same team, is very important to perform. Alright, next question. Yesterday, Sam9 had a sudden surge of forward of performance and it was outstanding with so many good fights. What was the sudden surge? Kenapa? Why did you have a sudden surge of performance yesterday?
Okay Mika, kalau kita tengok semalam secara tiba-tiba performance Sam9 naik dengan sangat-sangat drastik dan sangat-sangat begitu bagus. Apa yang membuatkan performance Sam9 boleh sebagus ini?
Kita orang punya chemistry makin bagus lah. Kita orang bonding sama-sama. Tentu.
Yeah, I think the reason why we can search that much, I mean we can perform that well is because of one of the reason I believe that is about chemistry. One of the reason why I said chemistry is because we always do every single things together. Like we try to bond the chemistry, we try to gel the chemistry, and I think that's one of the reason why we can perform like yesterday.
I agree. So it's not just the chemistry with Yuhai, it's the whole team together, and especially after you guys buka puasa yesterday. So you guys had fun together, got back your energy. Fantastic, Mika. Alright, our third question. What are the minor flaws that need fixing that you personally feel will impact Sam9's gameplay?
Okay, apakah mistik kecil yang Mika rasa akan impact, yang bagi impact besar pada tim?
Communication lah.
Yeah, I think the most important part, the minor mistake that we need to fix is basically communication, because I think that's gonna be impact in the whole game.
I see. Just like a lot of other professional sports, I think chemistry between players is very important. Alright, final question for Mika. What stands between you and the championship trophy?
Okay, apa yang menghalang pasukan Sam9 dengan piala PMSL season ni?
Yes.
The things that stand between us and the trophy is basically Xavier.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was straight to the point and a very interesting answer. Xavier. So, players of Xavier, Sam9 is gunning for you. Alright, thank you so much, Mika. Thank you so much for those interesting answers. Alright, next up, we've got CELCOMDIGI Alliance. We've got Jimmy in the house. What's Jimmy? How are you doing today? Good. Okay, good. Alright, alright, Jimmy. Yesterday, you almost got the winner chicken dinner. Twice at Erangel and Miramar. But it's always DX that shuts you down. Now, what is the biggest difficulty you have with DX?
Okay, kalau kita tengok semalam korang pasukan CELCOMDIGI Alliance hampir-hampir mendapatkan 2 winner chicken dinner di Erangel dan Miramar, tetapi macam biasa dihalang oleh pasukan DX. Apakah faktor terbesar ataupun apakah benda yang korang susah nak lawan dengan DX ni?
Faktor untuk map yang pertama mungkin DX pandai untuk mencari peluang untuk masuk tepati, and pada map kedua mungkin ground dia yang lebih sesuai untuk dimainkan lah.
I think on the Erangel part, DX is actually smart because they know when the timing to third partiers and everything. But then in Miramar, I think the reason why we lose the match is because of compared to DX, they have a better ground, but we don't have that good advantage. That's all.
That's right. That's why it's called PUBG Battleground. So that means positioning is a very, very important skill to have in your team. All right, good to know. Good to know. All right, so CELCOMDIGI Lion always performs during the regular season, but in every grand finals previously, you don't seem to be as sharp. Why is that?
Okay, seperti yang semua orang tahu, CELCOMDIGI Lions ni dia selalu perform pada regular season, tetapi di grand final dia tidaklah begitu tajam, tidaklah begitu bagus. Apa punca utama pasukan, apa punca utama masalah ni sebenarnya?
Mungkin pada hari pertama kebiasaannya mungkin slow sebab kita orang tak tahu lagi strat tim-tim lain ada yang tukar drop spot and else. So mungkin pada hari ini dan juga pada hari esok kita orang akan lebih bersedia lah.
I think one of the reason why we are not performing in day one, especially in grand final, is because we still adjusting with the lobby. We try to adapt with the teams because, yeah, obviously there's a team that changing their drop spot, their rotation here and there. So I believe for today and tomorrow we will do better.
I agree. I think during the group stages, CELCOMDIGI Lions got 5 chicken dinners, right? 5 chicken dinners. Do you think you fixed it already, and do you think you can get those 5 chicken dinners today?
Okay, apakah Jimmy rasa Jimmy dah fix masalah, perbaiki masalah-masalah yang Jimmy sebutkan tadi?
Mungkin lebih disiplinkan pada hari ini, and mungkin kita orang akan dapat lebih chicken pada hari ini.
Yeah, I think yes, we fixed that thing, and then of course with those 5 chicken dinner we got in the regular season, I'm pretty confident if we be much more disciplined, I think we can get more than that.
I love that answer. I think discipline is very important, especially in professional esports. Actually, not just esports, in any sports, discipline is very important. Okay, so the final question for Jimmy. Is the pressure in your home country make it challenging, more challenging to get the champion? Or do you think it's too chill because you feel this is home ground, this is Malaysia, you don't really have to try? Or is it demotivate you to focus on the championship whenever Malaysia is the host country for PMSL?
Okay, Jimmy, soalan ni agak tricky sedikit, tetapi pertanyaannya adalah apakah perasaan Jimmy? Apakah Jimmy rasa ketika bermain di Malaysia memberikan sedikit tekanan kepada pasukan Jimmy untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan, ataupun Jimmy rasa pasukan CELCOMDIGI Lions ni terlalu relax disebabkan bermain di Malaysia, ataupun CELCOMDIGI Lions ni rasa macam susah nak dapatkan kejuaraan di bila mana Malaysia menjadi tuan rumah?
Bagi saya, tim saya nothing to pressure, and kita orang pun tak terlalu santai, and kita orang keep push ourselves untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan ini untuk Malaysia.
I don't think the home country is pressure for us. I believe that my team don't feel any pressure. We don't play that chill as well. I keep pushing my players. We all also pushing ourselves to be better, and in order to get a champion, yeah, I think home countries was never the issue.
Alright, fantastic. Thank you so much. Jimmy, final words to the crowd that we have here today at RICT Mall. Do you have anything to say to your fans out there?
Okay, ada sedikit apa-apa nak katakan kepada fans-fans yang datang di IOI Putrajaya ni, ataupun fans-fans yang berada di rumah?
Kepada family saya, terima kasih untuk datang, dan terima kasih semua yang mana datang pada hari ini, and keep support Team Malaysia.
To those at venue, thank you, especially my family. Thank you for coming, and thank you for everyone else that coming into the venue. Keep supporting Malaysia team.
Thank you so much, Jangs. Mika, any final words you want to say to your fans?
Okay, Mika, untuk fans-fans.
Terima kasih semua yang datang pada hari ini. Jangan lupa support Team Malaysia.
Alright.
Again, thank you everyone for coming, and keep support us Malaysia team.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to our players Jimmy and Mika from SEM9 and Sida. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste any more of your time. My name is Faizal, and we're going to start our very first match of the day. Thank you so much, Jungs, for the translation. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, once again, welcome back to the PMSL SEA SPRING Final 2025 second day. Take it away, casters.
They came close, but DAY2 stands between them and the #1 spot. Welcome back to Day 2 of the Grand Finals, PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring 2025. And we're still here with you, your storytellers. My name is CELCOMDIGI, together with the amazing, beautiful, gorgeous Tash Bunny.
Wow, what a glaze to start the day. Okay, super exciting. It was a really cool interview, especially hearing from Mika. I loved hearing that. He was very direct, very straight to the point about what is standing between them as well as the trophy for the for PMSL SEA. Now, yeah, I think technically not really a direct straight to the point kind of reasoning why it stands between them. But like it or not, right now DX is the highest rated team in the league currently, with quite a huge lead compared to the rest. They got 3 chicken dinners yesterday, and they've made such a big impact just on day 1.
Yeah, no doubt, right? They started the day yesterday with a chicken dinner. They had one chicken dinner in between, and they had another chicken dinner towards the end before we wrap up day #1. And all those chicken dinners were in different maps. So they're showing their versatility, that they're able to adapt in multiple different maps. There was some drop of about 2 games, but they recovered very quickly. It just shows the mental resiliency of DAY2. But before we get on to the game, of course, we got to recap on whatever that we're going to do today, and the format that is, starting with the point system.
Yeah, just typical stock stuff. 10 points for the chicken dinner, and it goes down with every single placement all the way up till 8th place with 1 point, and the rest is going off with 0. But don't forget, here was on the line $200,000 US on the line, alongside a slot to PMGO. So all of these players, they are vying for that one single slot all the way there.
Yeah, only one slot that is, and only the champion will go there. And for the format, well, you probably have been following the entire format for the entire season. That is, we started with group stages, we're done with that. We even had the global, smash rule that was implemented, and this is a illustration of how the smash rule was done. And it was RRQ who actually scored the first smash rule. If you want to know how it works, you can check out last weekend on Sunday. And we have filtered all those teams, and here are our top 16 teams in the grand finals.
So DX started hitting the ground running, given the fact that they had 1 point ahead of CD Lions, #1. #2, it felt like as though they were kind of riding on that high, on that first place spot, and they said, okay, we already have that momentum, we already have a lead, let's just completely sprint all the way to the grand finals until the end there. Yes, exactly what we saw from yesterday. But granted, 98 points, only 2 points shy of 100 points is what we're looking at here, and the gap between DX and Vampire Esports is huge. But for Vampire Esports, for VTR, consistency is the name of the game here. They don't necessarily get the chicken dinners like we see from DAY2, but they never really end the game with 0 points. Compared to DX yesterday, they did get 3 chicken dinners. 2 of the games, they were a little bit too soon, but that's, I think, the value of having the 21 points early. There's the value of making your lead really huge early as well. But right now, at the very bottom of the barrel is where I'm getting a bit more curious here. I'm talking about VOIN Donkey, about Boom Esports, Alter Ego. These are teams that tend to be at the top side of the ladder. What is going on?
Oh yeah, what is going on, right? Especially former champions like Alter Ego, like Boom Esports. There will be a lot of expectations on the fans for them to perform. Well, they still have 12 more games, including today's 6 games, to see whether they can bounce back or not. And if we were to look at the numbers here, Boom Esports is the only team who have not collected any rank points at all. So that's probably something they can zoom in and to put focus on to survive longer in the game.
Yeah. Now, I think from yesterday, it's also a very interesting moment as well. I think we had a lot of conversations about what consistency is for some of these teams and what the problems are that has been for these teams. Like CD Lions, it felt like playing aggressive wasn't working, playing defensive wasn't working. They still haven't found their groove quite yet. But a team that really surprised me yesterday was actually SEM9. This was a team that tends to have a good day, off day, great games, and then silent games. Yesterday looked quite consistent for them. They looked really good. I mean, in the interview when Mika talked to us, he said that they finally found that chemistry that they really, really wanted to have. And I'm not too sure how long they've been playing together with this new roster, but it's starting all to just come together.
Yeah, they just started with this new roster this season, that is.
That's really, really
for the other highlight teams, of course, we're going to highlight onto BTR, Vampire Esports, and also DAY2. Obviously, these teams, they did well yesterday. Out of these 3 teams, BTR and DAY2, they scored their respective chicken dinners. Vampire Esports, no chicken dinner, no problem. And we did see them put in a very good performance. They were really aggressive. They were hunting young teams across the circle line. eliminating team after team after team, and their strategy is just to collect elimination points.
Yeah, when you think about teams like that, I think it's just so interesting the way they approach, hunting. It's not necessarily the kind of hunting where you're going around, knocking at each player's door and kind of being the Grim Reaper, not so much, but more of like when you're rotating, if someone is there, you take this fight head on. For VPE especially, as well as BTR, I believe toward the second half of the day, their way of hunting is very, very different. Their way of hunting is just listening for the sounds of gunfire, waiting to third party, not allowing teams to really, to go for that reset. So they just completely overwhelm teams in the midst of their team fights as well. So I think that a lot of teams such as DZavier start to identify this, and then we start to see a change in pace for a lot of teams on how they approach these team fights. But anyways, we're going to get a head-to-head here. We're going to look at VPE and DZavier. At this point, I think, what you said just now, Sir Cloud, VPE, no chicken, no problem. But in terms of numbers across the board here, I mean, it's almost very similar between these two teams.
Yeah, that's why they're like the number 1 and number 2 team, right? The biggest glaring difference is probably the chicken dinner, because DZavier, they scored like 3 of them. Vampire Esports, none, but they still keep themselves abreast, chasing that number 1 spot. Most of the stats obviously will favor DZavier, and that's why they are the number 1 team. Average eliminations, average damage, even average placement. Well, average placement is more towards Vampire Esports, so they're showing that they are a master of survival in their respective games. Now, when we talk about the games, we're going to go through the standard 6 games as per yesterday, starting off with Sandhawk, followed by 3 Irangers, and we will end the day with 2 Miramas.
Okay, it's very interesting as well when you look about how some teams approach these games, and I think Erangel yesterday was definitely a lot faster tempo compared to the last 2 weeks, and I'm really enjoying this because it shows that a lot of teams have started to really readapt and kind of reimagine how they want to approach this battle royale compared to being super aggressive. They decided to take their time, wait for the right time to strike. But enough about that, because for now, let's talk a little bit more about what we're currently seeing in the game right now, which is the 7th anniversary version of the Golden Dynasty.
Oh yeah, this is the latest update. Most of you might have downloaded the update, but if you have not, I highly recommend for you to do it, because inside this new theme mode, there are a lot of new features, including the reversal blade. Yeah, if you want to know how the reversal blade works, you can check out my social media. And don't forget to follow my social media and Tash Bunny's social media as well. We're very easy to find, by the way. And inside of this event, there are also a lot of other new features and also some new areas that you can explore as well. So do check it out and let us know your feedback in the comment section. And coming back into the game, now this will be the biggest question. Yes, DZavier, they had an amazing day yesterday, but can they remain consistent?
This is a very interesting moment, but before we talk about it, let's talk about our sponsor here for today, and it is none other than the phone between us, and we are talking about the TECNO Stop at Nothing, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers. Now, the phone that most of these players are using today is the POVA 6 Pro 5G, which comes with not only really fast specs and processors, as well as a 120Hz refresh rate screen. So for shooters, you definitely need that.
Oh yeah, and most of them are actually using the green colored model, and I really love the green color model. It's unique, it stands out not only in the battleground but also outside the battleground, so you can kind of flex it with your friends. So thank you so much to TECNO for being together with us this season, and hopefully for more seasons to come. And in case you happen to be around the arena, do check out IOI City Mall, because there will be a TECNO exhibition. You can get a merch there as well, and of course you can watch the game live and enjoy the show in front of your favorite players. And that is where we're going to keep focus on our broadcast as well. Thank you so much to all the viewers watching from all across the world. We truly appreciate your presence.
Yeah, we love seeing you guys come over here. But anyways, let's have a look at our predictions here. It's honestly going to start off with Sanhok. It's an interesting one right now. I think we're both matching on DZavier. I think they're both riding off that hype, riding off the momentum, the heat they had from yesterday. But for Boom Esports, I like this pick from you, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, I want to see a Boom comeback, right? I want to see them like... I do miss like the best moments from like Yummy and his other teammates like pulling it off. So they're kind of missing. Yes, we do see them in game, but because I guess the numbers don't lie, right? 0 rank points, we don't get to see them long enough. That's the thing. Yeah. So I do hope that they do fix on that today.
honestly, it's quite shocking to see them do this. I mean, I understand their sentiment. I understand what they want to prioritize here. I think this is something that classic Boom Esports has done for many, many years. Go big or go home. Go aggressive and become the Grim Reaper that just takes the lives away from the maps. But the problem right now is every single team have anticipated this. Every single team have counterplays to to protect against this kind of aggressive gameplay. It feels like how they approach these fights, how they take up space, how they want to go aggressive. There's not a lot of thought put into it, and they get shut down relatively quick. Yeah, you can get away taking 1 or 2 teams down, but it's not enough to really propel yourselves forward. And like it or not, you need to find that sweet spot. You need to get those placement points in addition to those elimination points if you really want to go the further distance.
Yeah, and they don't win enough early fights as well. Yes, applaud them for the courage that they bring to the battleground. They try to take fights, gain elimination points, but if you don't win it, then it's still going to be a big problem. So hopefully we get to see the best of Boom Esports. We'd like to see a tight competition towards the end, not like one team like having like a 60-70 point gap and the last few games doesn't matter. We want to see a tight one till the last map.
I mean, I think we might be getting this. Yesterday was quite tight as well, despite the fact that there's 3 chicken dinners from Xavier. We did see some pushback here from BTR, from VPE as well. Sem9 starting to really wake up. And my question is toward the bottom of the barrels here. I'm talking about CD Alliance, Alter Ego. I think we talked about what the day one, that day one heat is like. So some teams, when you don't really expect them to stay on top, are just completely dominating on top. But day 2 is where things get serious. Day 2 is when adjustment happens, is when mindsets shift. And the idea that you're running out of games is finally really setting in. So my question to these teams right now, are you guys ready for the first Sanhok of the day? Because we are going in.
And this is going to be the first game of day number 2 in our grand finals, the game that could potentially set the tone for the entire day. Sanhok, we're going to get a generous spy path cutting in the middle of Sanhok, and since it's a smaller map, so everywhere across the map, you can drop directly anyway.
Yeah. Yesterday's circle was somewhat toward, I think, between the three islands. So teams were having some kind of trouble trying to figure out where to go and where to play. VPE was interesting because they had the southern side of the bootcamp area in their control, and they had one player just sort of like play on the lower side of the islands as well. So, but the thing is, while it is a great idea to kind of separate each other to hold down more ground, but I felt like they were really punished for not being able to play as a 4. This map is incredibly aggressive. You see how aggressive it's starting now. We know Jimmy, if you see someone in the distance moving already, a lot of pressure put in, but it's not enough to really drop on that player. So yeah, anytime, anywhere, these aggressive fights should happen early, and KAGENDRA will get away with that first pick off.
Yeah, that's going to be the first blood this round. KAGENDRA scores it, and they're looking for more. Okay, they have another target, and it's out of Team Secret. Okay, they're rushing in, and it's a 2v1. The numbers will overwhelm, but okay, they're probably playing a little bit safer, just in case somebody's waiting on top of the hill.
I think for Team Secret yesterday, they had an interesting run, if you ask me. They were kind of the team that you expect to break to go aggressive, and then they just take up so much space, and then they just completely collapse. That didn't really happen. They were more turtle shelling yesterday, a bit more different than I used to see them toward the league stage. And right now, I think we're seeing SOAS play in their stead as GK Gray. Oh no, that's not great opening. He fell and he knocked himself out, and immediately Kage steals away that point. That is such an unfortunate situation for Team Secret here, as SOAS will be the one to fall down next, was not aware at all of the positionings of all the other KAGENDRA players.
And that's the positioning set up by KAGENDRA as well. They have somebody on an off angle. That's going to be Lele Boy. Now leaving only Frankie alone for Team Secret. Not the start they would have wanted, considering that they are number 16. And this might root them down there after this round.
Yeah. Left all alone here. I think for them, it's hunting season. I suppose they want to look for the final member of Team Secret if they can, but at the same time, they're also at the position where they don't have any loot quite yet. They're quite low, and especially in a map this small, I think it's best to just vacate and just quickly just go and find cover, find positionings, and most importantly, get that early loot.
Yeah. So you need to focus on to getting those loots, right? But because it's such a small map, like these early encounters are very, very common. And it just so happened it is Team Secret. Too bad for them. KAGENDRA, however, they gained 3 points, so they move up to number 8 now, which is in page number 1. And we get to see a replay of whatever happened. Okay, this was the early encounter. Pretty straightforward, I must say.
I mean, it's just so unlucky for Jiki. I think he got a little bit overzealous there to jump out of the car. But anyways, another fight happening here on the other end as well. I think it's starting to see a lot more aggression in the early game, which I love, by the way, because I think that for Sanhok throughout the entirety of this week, we saw a little bit more passiveness, and understandably so. But right now, liking the fact that players are understanding that, okay, we have a 3-day event here, all stakes on the table. Either we go big or go home. Every single point matters. And, you know, I feel like a while ago, it didn't feel like a lot of teams really put that much pressure when it comes to, or emphasis rather, when it comes to playing this map well. It's just more of like, let's just play it as fast as we can, get as many eliminations as we can, and then focus on more bigger maps like Erangel or Miramar. But that's changed now.
Yeah, so I guess like what it was said during the interview, right? It's like, okay, the first few games, we don't really know how everyone's going to play. We didn't get a good feel of it. And now with day number 1 done, everybody has had a good feel of it. But because everybody has had a good feel of it, they will try to start to counter each other. And that's probably how KAGENDRA dropped in an era where they kind of predicted where Team Secret would drop to get those vehicles. And they kind of anticipated that. So that's how they took advantage over Team Secret.
I think that, you know, it's really important that we look at strangers as well. They've positioned themselves so far away, but holding that thought right now, we're seeing an Indonesian derby once again. And I feel like it's been such a recurring theme this last few days as well. I mean, yesterday we saw Indonesian teams constantly just passing by each other. We saw BTR versus AE, we saw KAGENDRA versus RRQ, so on and so forth. And it feels like, I think, understandably, I think when you think about these players, you know, on the off-season, probably scrimming each other, playing each other, of course, their rotations as well as their checkpoints might be quite similar as well, but I can't help but think that it's kind of sad when you see 2 of the same countries just try to eliminate each other.
Well, my biggest theory is that because we have 6 Indonesian teams out of 16, so that's majority. Well, not the majority of the lobby. Okay, but we can say it's the majority of the lobby that you're Indonesian teams. So the probability of them bumping into each other is kind of high. And this happens every season because naturally Indonesian teams do well and a lot of them do qualify. So that's why we always see this happening. And not too much of a surprise if you ask me if we see them bumping into each other again and again.
Speaking of bumping, no one bumping quite yet, but the amount of teams already toward the middle side of the Big Island is very interesting. It's all toward that western side of Big Island. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams just hanging around Painan area, and as well as the southern side of Paradise Resort. Everyone is in the circle except for a few members of Boom Esports as well as strangers. And I'm curious to know what exactly is the call here for strangers, especially when you rotate really, really late. Is it there that worry that another team will kind of gatekeep you out of that circle? But I feel like for them, rotating into the circle shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's getting into the inner side of the circle that's going to be a problem here, because a lot of teams are not getting active. Everyone is very much alive and is super passive despite the fact that every single team is right by each other.
Well, not everyone can go into the middle of the circle, right? Well, technically you can, but then it will be a bloodbath in the middle of the circle. Some teams just like to play by the side, and there's an advantage of playing by the side as well. Just like what Vampire Esports likes to do. They play by the side because their aim is to go for elimination points. Because if you play directly in the middle, you sit there, circle goes all the way for you. Yes, you survive, but the opportunity to collect elimination points is not really there. So it really depends on the comfort level of each team and what kind of strategy they want to play. There's no real right or wrong to it.
This is what I meant just now about this passiveness. Like, every team has the high ground, has the hole, has the area, but no one is really fully willing to commit as well. I mean, compared to yesterday where we saw long-range pickoffs, aggressive sprays throughout the entirety of the map. Hell, we even saw an aggressive off-angle shot from the micro, a tiny off-angle from Jimmy as well. So, you know, I was kind of hoping to see that, but I feel like as more games pass by, a lot of teams start to have this pressure, I suppose. They don't want to lose everything too early. They want to make sure they can survive intact as sport toward the end. Perhaps it's also that moment where you kind of think, okay, maybe we should really try and preserve as much util as we can toward the last part of the circle. And I think yesterday, one of the most interesting things is looking at teams such as VPE, such as D Xavier. When you look at the amount of util they have at the final circle, you'll be like, why the heck do they have 23 nades still?
well. If they have 23 needs, then that is good for them, right? Or perhaps the one person plays the backpack, and that works as well. So one person carries all the utilities, and other players, like, they carry more of other utilities, maybe bullets or so on and so forth, and then they kind of distribute among them when the right time comes. So that could be another strategy that can be deployed inside of the game. And I also want to point out the fact that the consistency of a trashy circle continues on in this game. We still have 3 islands in stage 2 circle.
Yeah, we're never getting away from this, man. It feels like it's been like this throughout the entirety of this entire few weeks, except for one Sunrock map, I believe. Regardless, strangers finally making their way into the inner side of the circle, and this is where things get quite fishy here. They do have access to a care package, but they are at the mercy of being sandwiched by 2, 3, 4 different teams right now. Now, the great opening there is on the other side of the map, is on toward OSJA, toward RRQ as well, and the Peko is already out. So I'm curious to know how exactly that fight is going, because that fight is currently happening toward, I believe it's toward the middle side of the area there, and RRQ as usual always toward the outer side of the area. Big open terrains, they love the side of the hills, but at the same time it leaves them in such a vulnerable situation.
Oh yeah, probably the other spots are already taken, or they're unsure if any other players are close by, so they're taking that slow and steady approach. Just like some of the teams who are already in the middle of the circle, like RRQ, pretty decent spot. They're looking for the next move, planning for the next move, and no surprises here that they're planning for the next move as well, because you gotta prepare yourself for when the circle goes to a particular island. It could be a stage 3, it could be a stage 4, or maybe even stage 5 if the circle just goes insane.
You know, looking at Frankie here alone reminds me of the last few weeks. Every time it's always our Team Secret, you know, whenever they lose a fight or anything, it's always Frankie the last man standing, and somehow he manages to bring them quite far. Honestly, today I'm curious to see how far he can survive. He's staying fairly quiet right now. His positioning is quite safe, right at the outer edge of the eastern side of the circle. He has to worry about 3, 4 teams right in front of him, but I think if anything, he can just wait for every single team to take a fight. Then he can go in for those backstabs. He can steal a few kills perhaps, and just get a kill long range, and then just run away and hide somewhere else. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls something off like that.
Yeah, maybe he can be the... You know, we've seen multiple rounds yesterday, right? Like that one player becomes the kingmaker, or that one last player is like, okay, can potentially backstab the final 2 teams, something like that. Potentially Frankie can do that, though it's quite a tall order at this stage, because we're talking about 16 teams still available. So for him to reach that top 3, it's going to take quite a bit for Frankie, especially with this kind of circle as well. And speaking about the circle, we're going to see stage number 3. So looks like majority of the circle is going to be on the Ruins Island.
Yeah, and VPE has full control of Ruins already. Sem9 is close. Sem9 likes to play a little bit more closer together, but eArena, I like the fact that they've took control of Painan, both the Western Island, Eastern Island, as well as the Western Island as well. So the other 2 can just swim over, the other 2 can provide that cover if they want to as well, and they can even go as far as to even gatekeep anyone trying to cross that island as well. Regardless, Secret's in trouble now, and I mean the player's Secret, not Team Secret. So KAGENDRA, they're looking to get really active here. They're a team that just now took off another team, ran away with their lives, got here, and despite everything, still wants to take these fights. And despite coming in from tier 2, I'm quite surprised at the amount of aggression and pressure they're putting into so many teams they come across.
But speaking about coming across, KAGENDRA came across Alter Ego. Casper will need to save Acho. Acho is currently down, but Casper will need to win this fight with the South K. Jump shot did not work out for him. He got punished by Rosemary.
Rosemary doing quite a great job here playing the door, but Lilyboy will easily just break that. It's a long range hit there. Oh my god! What is that shot from KAGENDRA? He was, sorry, from Rosemary. He was not expecting that long range hit to actually kill him in one shot. How on earth did he do that?
Oh man, could this be the rise of Rosemary again? The fact that he's able to pull off that kind of shot, he's much needed now. They are in the grand finals, and Alter Ego, mind you, they have a record of making an insane comeback in one of the PMSL's last years. So do keep an eye on that. While we keep an eye as well on to OSJA Thailand against Team Flash.
This very prolonged fight, but Zeus, they were not aware of his positioning, and he just tags 2 players just like that from out here behind this rock. Nade kill, as well as a bunch of sprays as well. Keeps Secret on his toes here. Secret's very much online already, very much awake. The nade comes through, it hits him perfectly squarely in the face, and now it's all down to Red Bull. Can't save one teammate, but can go for more. I think he's thinking 3 times here. How am I supposed to approach this? Chopra has made his way to him. A nice spray to find Secret, so Zeus gonna be very aggressive, taking all these points, putting it into the backpack of his team's pockets. A lot to catch up at the same time. They still have to worry about Red Bull. The blue zone pushing as well, so a lot of pressure they're facing here.
Red Bull is really thinking about survivability, but the fact that the blue's on top of him and Team Flash wants to collect another point, it's going to be difficult for Red Bull. He has to pull off an insane clutch here. Let's see if he can actually do it. 2 more active players from Team Flash. Red Bull in the blue, being pressured. He gets one more to go for Red Bull. Coming in from the other side is going to be Tops, and Tops, he's taking his time to revive his teammate while Red Bull assesses the situation.
Actually at the heels, just some blind shots over toward him as well. Bose also needs to be picked up. So Young is very much online. So he cooks that nade. It's great. But that molly will keep them away from that door. Buys Red Bull a lot of time. He can reposition. He can run away if he wants to. But I think he wants to take this fight here. Cooking up the nade is a 1v3. It's not going to be the easiest feat, but we've seen him do that. Nice bounce as well to that nade. As he rushes up forward, gets a pick off to himself. He's doing the maximum amount of damage he can do here to a team. Despite the fact that his whole team had lost so many players, OSJA does not want to go down without fight, and they do that as CD Alliance, their fight still goes on over on this side of the map.
Hello, third party by CELCOMDIGI Alliance to be the cleanup crew, and they will secure a couple more eliminations for themselves. CELCOMDIGI Alliance now 4 eliminations. But you gotta give it to Red Bull, right? It was a valiant attempt. If only he has 1 more first aid, things might be a little bit different.
Yeah, could be different. So we play into the circle here, pulling toward Ruins. The only big team that's winning right now is VPE. The amount of control they have toward the mid side here is impressive, but at the same time, my concern is because they're so far away from each other. The probability of getting picked off here is what I'm worried about.
And you mentioned about picked off. Lapa got picked off by Tem Entertainment from afar. Anyway, Tem Entertainment, they need to move forward. They're going to pick up the point out of Lapa, but Hazel's waiting by the bridge. The bridge is going to be a spot that they must cross to get into the circle. Hazel is waiting for it. Hazel almost got his target very, very low. And Hazel will ensure Exozip will go back to the lobby.
It's a great punish, by the way. I mean, seeing your teammate getting run over is rough, but understanding that you don't have to go aggressive in order to win fights is number 2. Playing with that tiny little window, knowing it's a choke as well. Making sure to just punish Exozip for being a little bit too brazen with his movements on that buggy. But now, Hazel's in trouble. A lot of damage put in by Bright as well. And it's a 2-player push here from TM. And TM was one of those teams we had to talk about yesterday, right? In terms of their positioning, in terms of their play. They weren't able to find that success, but right now they've managed to eliminate the entirety of that team. It's looking good right now as the rest of Boom Esports and Alter Ego Indonesian Derby still rages on.
And they managed to collect their first elimination point. Octa is now on the high ground. He's trying to rotate away. He's the final player for Alter Ego. And look at the damage onto him by the blue. He does not have any first aids. He spot Frenzy. Wow, sharp shooting. But then again, punished by Zero. From the other side, he was not able to secure the elimination point out of Frenzy. Alter Ego out.
Not able to survive as well, but regardless, those early fights that Alter Ego took just now, especially from Rosemary, is something to be proud of, honestly. We didn't really see much of that yesterday, so this could be a start of their, I would say, momentum. Who knows? But as we go into this last few rounds of this circle here, CD Alliance in trouble already. Vampire Esports with so much control of the circle, and on top of that, this individual brilliance that we talk about that the team has is also really scary because CD Alliance, they're struggling now. Their player barely has any HP left. I'm not sure if they even have any util to even heal at this point. Okay, they did, so they do have something at the very least here. But at the same time here, Boom Esports face to face against the top seed right now. Levi's nearly gets taken down.
And look at the nade sent across by Boom Esports. They want to punish the Xavier in this building, but the smoke is covering them. Boom Esports finding it rather difficult. And if they don't take out the Xavier, they're going to have a hard time crossing this river anyway. Look at the nade by Lamborghini. Lands nicely out of bomb it. The second nade from the other side landed onto Frenzy. Boom Esports. No way they're going to get past the Xavier.
Nades come through here. That's huge. flash out already. Don't think that Boom Esports not gonna be the easiest to just really pick up Frenzy here. The blue zone just chunking down HP, and Zero gets caught out in the open there, immediately chunked down as well. As D Xavier, they're happy with this outcome. Yeah, they need to take a fight in the blue zone, but they aren't the one that's stuck between the rock and a hard place here. They're free to just rotate into the circle. So Yummy here just gonna be healing just a bit more, waiting out his time before finally rotating into the circle. And it's the reason why he's doing this is so that he's not caught out in the open and just sprayed to death by D Xavier, as D Xavier takes this fight against Vampire Esports.
Nami knows that he has no chance now. So he'll do whatever he can, collect those few elimination points,
Yes,
and that's going to be about it. Yep, that's going to be his last few first aids. But anyway, if there's any silver lining to Boom Esports, they finally collect their first placement point.
They do. That's massive and it's huge. A big change from yesterday where they had 0 placement points, and honestly, shocking that they're able to pull that off if you think about it, because they were still actively getting points from elimination. So it's not the worst case scenario in the world. But D Xavier out too soon. You heard the crowd just completely lose it just now. And I think for a lot of these home country crowds, they're happy, especially after the interview of what Mika said here. The only thing staying between them and the trophy of PMSL is D Xavier. Anyway, Yummy finally goes down there to the zone as eArena struggling to stay afloat here at the corner of the circle.
And here comes eArena, like what you said. It's very difficult for them to get into the circle. Not much space for them to play, and there's so many teams in front of them. Snape from BTR gets Tiger eArena, 1 gun down. Not eliminated yet, not out just yet, so they still have the time to recover.
Bit more quiet game for BTR this round. And for them, I think it's all about just trying to be able to secure those final few circles and then get active, and I wouldn't be surprised if now's the time. They are coming in from ruins, and VPE only has control of the northern side of the circle here. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if the first 2 teams to fight is going to be Sem9 and VPE toward the end. But the southern side here, wow, it's hectic. We have VOIN Donkey just gate kept out. BTR has to fight them to get inside, and even then, eArena, we've seen how aggressive they were yesterday. Very straight to the point. They want gunfights. They want to win this. NC2 especially loves these CQCs, and they completely overwhelmed VOIN Donkey.
Oh, and with that win, they actually won their entry ticket into the circle, while other teams are pretty busy with each other on the other side. Sem9 comes in, he spots Ade Luke, Yuhai will eliminate him, and there goes Ade Luke and also CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Sem9 continues to play.
Not in the best positions in terms of terrain, but we've seen miracle plays here from this team, and we talked about how Sem9 was able to pull here. They weren't necessarily the best team in Malaysia in terms of favorites. It was CD Alliance, but they are really fighting back today. They're showing us what they've got. Yesterday was a great day for them. Their momentum, their aggression, and how they're playing together. And right now, as the netizens and the criticism comes through, they are beating every single one of these allegations. But for now, they still have to take this fight against VPE, taking a chunk of damage from that nade. But Sem9, they're just saying that's fine. Let's just back off for a little while and play together.
And VPE, they don't have the vision. If only they do, it'll probably help them to take out Sem9. But we shift over to eArena now, going against BTR. Trying to get into the circle, but BTR still a full squad. The nade will be across. A bit of a premature explosion there by the nade. But Snape managed to get one out of eArena. NC2 gunned down by Schwabs. eArena facing the round for 2 teams, and they got eliminated at number 4.
Bit too late to the circle, and they were severely punished for it right now. Tony K getting hit left, right, and center. A lot of pressure coming in from both BTR as well as Sem9. But BTR, this is where you want to see that aggression come through. We see what Finalist can do. We see what Razy can do. And 3 people in 1 car is a very risky move there. 1 nade is all it takes to take it down. Foreshadowing. And now every single member of BTR are almost down and out. They still have 1 more player here, but he's so low right now. How are you supposed to reset from such a devastating situation as Sem9? Yuhai will be the next one to fall.
Oh, from the high ground, it's going to be Onzes putting pressure back onto Sem9, but the nade sent across. Lots of splash damage by Vampire Esports. They still have Onzes putting a lot of pressure onto Sem9. Sem9 now falling apart thanks to Onzes. Mika is still alive, but he's pretty low and finally taken out. BTR, as much gunfire onto them, they still remain at least a 2nd place, while Vampire Esports finally scores their chicken dinner.
You could have seen the surprise
surprised faces that BTR had. They were not expecting to get that second place spot. But Rising was so smart. He was so sneaky. He stayed out of sight and just really banked on Sem9 to keep Vampire Esports busy. And I have to say, the true MVP, the true winner of that game was that terrain that VPE held on to. It was just that great situation where they had high ground. They were able to just spray down. And number two, that nade coming in from VPE to BTR just completely demolished them. What the heck was that?
Oh yeah, I know, right? That nade was just insane. And that nade was the catalyst to the result of this round. And for Vampire Esports, now it's no longer no chicken dinner, no problem. They
Yeah, for now, but coming in forward here is huge. Look at that nade from Schweppes. It is massive, and I've really been loving Schweppes' performance in the last few days here. We talked a lot about how Nuzi was able to play independently, separated from the team, but I'm seeing that kind of style play coming in from Schweppes himself. He's okay to separate himself from the team, gives his team a lot of space, allow them to put in the damage to make the ruckus, and all he has to do is just kind of like backstab from the side there. That nade was perfect, the sprays were good as well, and Tony K's nade towards Sem9 really put them in such a critical situation. So every single player in Vampire Esports today really stepped up, except for Onzen's. He's just chilling on the side.
But by chilling, he's still able to contribute one elimination. And also, Onzen's position at the high ground, he was the one that pinned down Sem9. So his contribution, if he was not at that high ground, pinning down Sem9, Sem9 could push forward and the results could be different. But because he did that, Sem9 could not move at all. They clumped up together. Vampire Esports, they know where to aim. They know where to focus on taking out Sem9. While we check out the highlights of what will happen in Side Hall.
There you have it. Huge damage coming in from VPE, and honestly not surprising. They had so much control of the middle side of the circle for quite a long time, and they were uncontested at all. Full squad time, a good 12 minutes, that's a long time because they did lose their player fairly early. Now coming into the rest of the team here, it's a very interesting moment here for BTR as well as EA because of how they approach the match today. It's less about these early fights and more about survivability. That's why we're seeing less damage, but regardless, surviving till the end, that's a W.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Big W for them. And also Vampire Esports finally scoring the chicken dinner. Now with the amount of points that they've collected and Xavier, they didn't really collect that much. There is a small potential that they might overtake Xavier or at least make that gap a single digit or maybe just a couple of points, but we'll tabulate the scores later on. Before that, we will want to award our MVP this round, which is Schweppes coming in with 7 eliminations and 904 damage.
A lot of damage coming in from Schweppes as well as eliminations as well as understandably when you think about how he plays with his team here. Great flanks coming through, great lurks as well. And I think it's really important to talk about like how he's so opportunistic, understanding that when another team is so busy and tunneled by another team or by his teammates, he just immediately springs into action. A quick reposition is what allowed him to just go for these high damages. And even if he doesn't really secure all of his pickups as well, he's really managed to cripple so many players who passes by him. He is the guy to look out for when it comes to kind of taking away that burden from his teammates' shoulders.
And when it comes to converting all that into points, 21 points collected by Vampire Esports, Sem9 with a double digit as well, 10 points collected, BTR 9 points. So that's our podium spot contenders. And in this round, Boom Esports managed to collect 5 points and finally their first rank point. Team Flash up here on page 1 together with Alter Ego, no rank points, but they managed to score 5 elimination points, which is pretty okay. But of course, if you got to go for the championship, you got to go for more than this.
Yeah, I think it's great that he did start off with some placement points in my opinion for Boom Esports. I think there was a lot of criticism from us as well about like what they wanted to do and how they wanted to play, how aggressive they wanted to go. I think today is a nice mix between aggressive as well as survivability. We saw it happen as coming in, especially from Yummy as well. You can tell he's trying to preserve his life for just a little bit longer. Unfortunately for him, positioning was just not quite there, but I think this could be the start of it. Regardless, coming into this one for DAY2, you did mention it already, this isn't one of the best games from DAY2 in terms of consistency, but it did kind of like push them all the way up here to the triple digits. But Vampire Esports this time, they're not trailing too far. They're so close. I think it's just shy of like 5 points away. And Vampire Esports, you can tell that they really want to start this day hot and they really want to be able to overcome this Vietnamese team.
Oh yeah, only 5 points difference now. But we've seen a close one yesterday, and when it was close, DAY2, they know how to come back, they know how to create the gap for themselves. But it might or might not happen, so we gotta stay tuned for the following round. On page number 2, we got a few movers here. Tem Entertainment unfortunately went down to number 10, and Strangers Esports, too bad for them, number 14. Team Secret, because of their early exit, they still remain at number 16. Only 4 points away from VOIN Donkey to at least swap places.
Yeah, I think for VOIN Donkey, I think for them it's just been so unlucky when it comes to how they're positioning their rotations as well. They got picked off so very early, so survivability wise it's just not that great. For Team Secret, I wouldn't say that it's such a different moment, right? We talked about how they're very aggressive with Break taking in the tip of the spear and going aggressive and taking wins from last week. We didn't really see that. They're starting to turtle shell this from today and yesterday. It didn't really give them success as well. This is something that they really need to take a step back and figure out what they want to do. Regardless, as we go into the second half of the day, or at least the second game later, don't forget that right now we have the Metro Royale Chapter 25 going on in-game.
Yes, and this is of course a part of the new update version 3.7, and in Metro Royale, this is a game mode that, well, if you have tried it, it's very different than your usual Battle Royale. The objective is to collect loot and escape within a set amount of time. And with this new update, it also has like the Gilded Palace, and it also has the Reversal Blade, basically part of the Golden Dynasty update. And by having the Reversal Blade, can you imagine? Because one of the features of the Reversal Blade is that you're able to double loot at a loot spot that has already been taken by someone else or even by yourself, so you can get a 2 times loot. It's part of the objective of the Metro Royale.
Anyways, Rondo is out as well, so that's something to look very, very excited about. If you guys didn't know, we might be seeing a little bit of a sneak peek preview of this map tomorrow. Now, it's a very, very interesting map. It's the largest map, if I believe, on this game, an 8x8 map. And on top of that, I think Sir Cloud mentioned that there's 2 planes coming into this game.
Yeah, there are 2 flight paths here. So you want to have a preview of Rondo? Well, I'll be putting out a content onto it in the next few days. So stay tuned to that. Don't forget to follow us as well. Show us some love on our social media. SirCloud and also Tash Bunny. We are very easy people to find on social media. But what's sometimes not that easy is our prediction. And since Vampire Esports scored their chicken dinner, well, I don't think we had them on our list yet.
I mean, for me personally, I think that, KAGENDRA definitely has the capability of getting that chicken dinner. We saw it happen toward the first 2 weeks as well. I really want to see them come back on top. I want them to really challenge these tier 1 teams, but at the same time, Boom Esports is starting to look really good. They're starting to find that footing between survivability and aggression. So I want to see more, especially on a map like eArena, where everyone is very, very well versed on.
Yeah, since you mentioned about eArena, we are going to jump into eArena after this. 3 eArena maps and two before a extended break. So that's a note for all of you out there on when you want to take this break. So yesterday's Erangel match, again, the Xavier, they did well. One chicken dinner, one second place. So they are still a scary team in this map.
Oh, yeah, 100%. When you think about this team as well, I think, I mean, it's such an interesting situation, right? When you look at these teams, especially teams when you think that would be on top right now, especially CD Alliance, just really trailing behind, not really being able to figure out what they want. I mean, they had some moments of slight success, and it's a moment where you want to see them really come up on top, and they immediately get shut down. My question is whether or not Erangel would change this trajectory for them.
Well, let's see here, because we're going to get into Erangel for day number 2. And yesterday's Erangel circle, we got 2 of them at May 30 base and one just on the outskirts of
Your
Milta.
dream!
So we have, excuse me, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, so one on the outside of Milta, and then yeah, basically it's on trashy circles for yesterday's Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't be surprised if SMB is still happening today. Sir Cloud is casting, Sir Cloud asks, Sir Cloud gets. But regardless of that, I think what's most important here is that this flight path is a very generous one. It goes toward everyone will be able to benefit off this flight path. That's number 1. But number 2 is more of like, where will the circle go? I think, you know, we saw a bit of an interesting circle. Sir Cloud said it was like trashy circles. I think I want to see some central circles just to really gauge the power rankings of where these players are when it comes to just normal, standard, stock stuff that we see every day.
Yeah, so... But I wouldn't mind though. I wouldn't mind getting another mate to the base circle. Or if we want to switch it up, we can go to a Starburst circle or a Zaki circle. That would be pretty nice. Because if it's like in the middle of the map somewhere, it's going to be a pretty standard circle. Like a guard car, like even like a shelter. That's pretty normal. We've seen that multiple times, even throughout the course of the group stages as well.
Oh
but
my god.
We are going to get something similar like yesterday. The streak continues.
Oh my god, it's you, Sir Cloud. I'm sorry, it's you. It has to be you, man.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
No complaints here. But if the players are asking why SMB circles, Sir Cloud, he manifested it.
Yes, because because they never send me any jerseys. So.
Oh yo!
Yeah, if they send me jerseys, then I'll probably like, okay, give the circle to that team because they were nice to me.
Because they drop spot there, they don't have to move now.
Yeah.
Bolela. Anyways, this circle, I mean, there is still a possibility of it going to mainland if it were to ping pong. But if I'm being honest, I'm gonna guess it's toward that bridge area, the western bridge. I believe it might be there. It will be fun to get a bridge circle. I think we haven't seen a bridge circle in quite some time. It's always very interesting to see how teams approach bridge circles, because you have teams that go on top of the bridge, you have teams that play on the middle of the bridge, you have teams that play right at the side of the bridge, you have teams that are camping inside of the water and just staying hidden. So everyone has a way on how to approach these things.
Yeah, but now with this kind of circle, it's not an absolute confirmed circle that will go to mid to the base. So you still need to kind of roll that dice to say that, hey, do we want to go mid to the base or do we want to stay on the main peninsula? But normally for this kind of circle, we will see most teams staying at their own part of wherever they drop, and for the most part playing by the river side, so that if the circle hard shift to one part of the island, they can immediately go there. Now looking at some of the early substitutions here, this is a very, very early substitution. We're going to see the introduction of Alva 7 into Alter Ego.
Who got subbed out? Don't remember. Need to go see again after this. But anyways, coming back to your point about, you know, trying to figure out where exactly you want to park yourself, Sem 9 is a very interesting one. They have like, I think a 2-2 formation here. 2 players hanging out at Ferry Pier, 2 players hanging out toward SMB. Mostly 2-on-1, honestly, if I'm being honest right now. Firen and Trexie are very, very far apart as well. And but you are right though. A lot of teams are not really looking forward to rotating this early as well. I think eArena is still hanging on to that hill by Hospital. And I think if anything, a lot of teams just really want to see where if they really want to commit to these rotations, because you have no clue. If you put your eggs into one basket too early and move toward SMB, hell, rotating back to that mainland is going to be a pain right now. And I think TEM, they're looking to take control of that bridge instead of hanging out on mainland, just to allow themselves those quick rotations and repositions.
Well, if that happens, I'll be having a lot of fun here, you know. The players probably won't like it, but hey, you know, that's the challenge. And in case any of you for the first time ever seeing this was done before, even during PMGC, that you can park a car onto the boat and then you can drive it onto the other side of the island. So the moment you land, you have ready vehicles to use.
Honestly, these players are just too creative sometimes when you think about how they approach these things. CD Alliance here right now. Currently, they are not in the worst place possible, 5th place. Regardless of whether or not they go out early, they still are quite consistently collecting points. But between them at 5th place, and 1st place at 102, they have 50 points to keep up. And I am quite surprised at the amount of lead DX has gotten. Okay, granted, if they don't have the 21 points, they would be toward like say maybe 80 points, but it's still a significant amount.
Well, yeah. But now it's all about chasing the championship, right? You kind of think about it. It is significant, but is it significant enough to chase the number one? Of course, we can say that, well, yeah, there are like 11 more games to go, including these games. But like what you illustrated yesterday, right? You cannot have like a nuclear round and then a few rounds of like chill, and then a nuclear round and a few rounds of chill. It's like there's not enough consistency to it. And with the fact that teams like Vampire Esports and Xavier, they're a lot more consistent, that is the biggest challenge.
Yeah. Still looking at the map right now, a lot of teams finally making their way toward the southern side. I think Strangers just making sure that they can take their time coming in from Georgia Paul, making sure that everyone has rotated first, just to allow themselves a little bit of a clearer path toward the southern side. But for the most part, eArena has vacated Hospital, KAGENDRA just vacated Ruins as well. BTR just really parked themselves out there. They don't really want to commit down to the islands quite yet. But majority of teams, I'm talking about Boom Esports here, TEM, SEM9, even VOIN Donkey have already vacated themselves toward the western side of that island, and mostly around that bridge side. And I think it's going to be really hectic once the circle finally really makes up its mind where to go, because then when people are crossing, we have people just gatekeeping, we have people, I'm not remember if you were casting that particular match, Sir Cloud, where we had Team Secret hold on to one corner of the bridge. As soon as Team Secret tried to hold on to that area, another team came forward, completely overwhelmed them. And as soon as another team held on to that little corner, another team came and overwhelmed them. It was kind of funny seeing them all just fight for that tiny little crater beside the bridge.
Yeah, the bridge area, right? So that's always the choke point that a lot of these teams try to exploit. But of course, if everyone tries to exploit it, then you will have like team after team stacked up with each other, and it can be very, very difficult for the team. And plus, there's a lot of open space around that area. It makes it very difficult to even defend that area as well. But it's the challenge that the teams will need to face off. But I'm also assessing the overall rotations for the team, right? Yes, a lot of them are playing by the edge in case the circle like jumps into a totally different island. But we also see that there are some teams actually committing to go into the military base. Maybe it's from what they learned yesterday that there's so many military bases type of circle, and everybody just prefers to go there rather than staying on the main peninsula and then having to go in later.
I mean, it's a gamble, right, at this point, because it's not necessarily like a situation where you can sort of guess, but, you know, when a majority of the island is straight right smack dab inside of the circle, I think it's safe to kind of assume that. But at the same time, I do understand that how most of these teams, well, they did park themselves to the main peninsula. I think it's more of like a non-committal kind of situation where they just play around the shore area, they can play around the ferry pier, they can play, I mean, even then, like where BTR is parked is a lot better because they understand that while most teams might be toward the western side, the eastern side might be fairly free. The only teams right now they have to really worry about is Team Secret that's really way deep inside of Novarep Noye. There we go, Circle Heart Shift southern side. There we go, your wish came through, Sir Cloud. So now here comes that hard shift coming forward. How many teams are going to be rotating through on that bridge here toward the western side?
3 military base circles out of 4 Erangles that we have played so far. That is insane. I'm loving it. But anyway, SEM9 is loving the fact that they managed to collect 2 elimination points out of 10 entertainment. So a good start for them. Now, we saw those teams who rolled the dice and decided to stay on the main peninsula. This is going to be the biggest challenge, just crossing the bridge.
Yeah. Look at how many teams already there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams trying to cross the Western Circle. BTR should be able to cross for free, if I'm being honest right now. The rest of the teams inside of the circle, I don't think we're going to see a lot more active movement as well. But this is where OSJA was kind of like proactive in kind of moving around just now. They had already taken their boats, they had already taken the vehicles for water, and they're looking to take these long rotations inside the circle instead of like kind of risking it, trying to cross these bridges. But if they were to rotate inside here, my worry as well is that, I mean, not really so much of a worry if you think about it, because the only thing that they have to worry about is Team Secret. And Frankie is so separated from the rest of his team as well.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna leave Frankie behind for now. Wonder what's on top of their mind. Maybe survivability again, maybe just as a backup in case they need to use another location and they plant him as like, okay, you're our marker, and we know that if you're there, you're still alive, you're still safe. We're going to see a replay of how SEM9, they scored the first few elimination points out of Temp Entertainment, and it was a pretty quick move by them. But now, speaking about quick move, Xavier will need to quickly move into the circle.
Xavier's positioning right now, I mean, well, it's not going to be easy. They have to take this fight against eArena as number 1. And as soon as they cross that bridge, it's also VOIN Donkey they have to worry about as well. They did manage to put a bit of damage to VOIN Donkey. Just now, we saw them take a bit of damage, but it's not really enough to really take them out quite yet. If anything, Vampire Esports, they're also going to rotate through Vywater, and understandably so as well. You don't really want to be put in a position where the bridge, for me personally, is such a high-risk area. It's not a lot of space to work with, not a lot of cover as well. You cross one side, you think you're clear, in the middle of the bridge, there might be someone on top or underneath, and at the end of the bridge, there's going to be someone gatekeeping as well. There's too many tolls waiting for you, and they want the price to be your life here.
And also, if you don't want to go through the bridge, yeah, the other options are like taking a boat. But by now, most boats might have been taken by other teams who have went across into Mated Base Island, like what we saw earlier on, like CELCOMDIGI Alliance, KAGENDRA took a boat as well. So the boats might not be there anymore. So Xavier have no choice but to cross the bridge on a car.
Look at the amount of teams already just hanging out in SMB. They're just going to be neighbors. They're not going to be too aggressive against each other right now. Speaking of aggressive here, it's going to be OSJA taking this fight against Team Secret. We already knew it was going to happen as well because Team Secret has been so separated. And OSJA, they have to take this fight as well because of that blue zone. GK has done a great job of utilizing that blue zone, getting a pickoff for himself, but the rest of OSJA still managing to get inside the circle fairly safe. So at the very least, Shoppers, sacrifice will not be in vain.
Oh, this is the craziest circle so far that we have gotten. But even crazier for Xavier and eArena. Both of them needs to get across. And now they're meeting at the bridge. Xavier, they cut. Bargain. We saw that, boo-boo. We saw that. Oh, no. That could be costly for Xavier.
Need to come through here, but Tiger managing to find a huge one. It's a Lamborghini that goes down next here. Xavier, whatever lead they have here is just slowly dwindling away unless they're able to survive this fight. But their numbers are going down here. They're still in the blue zone. 1 player knocked out already, 3 very much alive. But at the very least, they don't have that advantage to survive here. With the blue zone chunking through, they haven't even crossed that bridge yet. I think they have 1 player that's managed to cross, that's managed to go across, which is Levi's as well as Nate T, I believe. But Parajin here, he has to be left alone. And as many teams just hard shift here to the southern side, this is where things get so interesting as well, because RRQ was basically the only team that's managed to find that area in southern side and didn't have to move. Oh, here we go. The sharks in the water come through. Joker is just trying to be the person to take away the crosshair away, and the crossfires are good.
Parajin went down. That's Xavier losing another player. 2 more players left for Xavier, and they have not crossed the bridge. Actually 2 of them managed to get across. Okay, good for Xavier. So at least they have 2 players that will be able to survive, will be able to continue on, and at least hold on for more placement points. As for eArena, still in the blue.
Been fighting so long, they're taking up so much damage as well, but they still want to take this fight. They separated into a 2-2. They know that Strangers is still very much around. Strangers with the cross, they might be in trouble next. I don't know if Strangers is aware of their positioning here. I cannot tell quite yet, but if anything right now, Xavier, they are from a rock to a hard place, from the Lion's Den to the Tiger's Hut, I suppose, just crossing so many big teams, but somehow they've managed to juke every single bullet that came at them. So the only thing they have to play right now is this broken wall.
Yeah, slick move there, but 2 players of Xavier, they continue to survive. But can't say the same for Strangers Esports. Mela eliminated, and that is Not the end yet for Strangers Esports. They still have one player left. I wonder where is he, but he is still tanking the blue, so potentially he could still be somewhere in the main peninsula. Anyway, for eArena, they're done. They're out of here.
Yeah. Took way too long just now, but they did manage to get into the circle itself. Strangers as well managing to survive. I'm quite surprised because they were very, very late to the rotations. But I suppose what they did was just kind of like rush through and just really hope that one of them can manage to survive. Xavier now, the position they're in, I'm not a fan. It's really scary. It's wide out there in the open. But given the fact that they had to just rush to find this cover, is the only thing they have to work with. And CD Alliance, they're putting in a lot of pressure onto them. And in fact, Jimmy is looking to reposition. I wouldn't be surprised if these two decide to go aggressive, get the kill, and just reconvene once again.
And BTR, they're also looking for their spot within this circle. And it's not going to be easy, right? You got so many teams around here, including CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And they're just circling around each other at this moment. Leon's got punished by Satar.
They were not aware at all that BTR has placed themselves right out here in the open. A tiny little space to work with, but it's enough. They have a lot of cover to work with. It's a zigzag situation, and it's in the midst of anyone who's looking to rotate into the circle itself. CD Alliance here, they have lost Leons very early, but I wouldn't be surprised in terms of survivability, they would be able to make it to the top 4. Regardless, they don't look really in a rush to reposition right now. If anything, one of the CD Alliance players have made themselves all the way up to the top side here. They want to try and challenge TEM, I believe.
But for Boom Esports, they might want to challenge eArena as well now that they're passing by. Strangers Esports, the first team to be eliminated, no points collected this round. And now we have VOIN Donkey looking at eArena. eArena, they have not had a chill time at all.
They really haven't. From the blue zone all the way to here. A lot of pressure coming in from Vexy as well. VOIN Donkey, this round looks really good if I'm being honest right now. I was a bit scared for them because it was a late rotation to the southern side, but they still managed to make it through and survive intact as a 4. They were very, very quiet yesterday. Today might be the day where they're able to come up online. And speaking of being online right now, Ultra Ego seems to be doing that as well.
And Alter Ego, they have Alpha 7 pretty low, but he's healing up. Team Secret on the high ground, looking over at Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they seem to want to take that fight against Team Secret. Hans for you, positioning himself as close as possible to Team Secret, but Team Secret clearly not interested with the fact that the blue is here and Break gets gunned down by Young T.
What a shot, and that's very, very painful and nasty. VPE as well, playing very, very carefully in these smokes, showing a lot of aggression to Sem9. And it feels like Sem9 and VPE, they're always side by side, especially toward the mid side of each games here. They're not too aggressive, but when VPE wants to fight, they really want to bring the fight here. And Mika already knocked down as well, as Onsen's put in more damage, more pain here. Boom Esports, it's 2 teams. VPE is fighting at the same time, and they are so unbothered right now. Doesn't matter what team, they put in the pain and the hurt. Frenzy here all alone, and Nuzi and Tony K just waiting side by side here. All they have to do is just secure this one final kill, hoping to really just bait out Yummy from his hiding spot, but that's not happening. Yummy steadfast, waiting carefully, hoping to win this 1-on-2 here, but he's all alone. The only thing he has right now to play are these smokes. Nades come through, but Yummy in the end will finally be blown to smithereens, but the rest could be said about the other teams as well.
And here comes Onzens from the side as well. He got gunned down, but there was a big distraction to VOIN Donkey. Tony K, he wants to punish them back, but he doesn't have that angle. Now we have Nuzi running towards Yummy. Yummy within the smoke, covering himself. He's cooking up that nade. It's probably going to be a short-range nade onto Nuzi! Oh! Yummy is back!
Sneaky as ever, you know he's the big impact maker for the team as well. Steals away Nuzi from Vampire Esports. 2 gone already. They had all the advantage in the world, and they were just a little bit too overzealous, a little bit too aggressive here, fighting 2 teams at the same time, fighting out more than they can chew. But now finally, Yummy will finally be found in the end by Tony K, but they've done the damage, 5 eliminations, 11th spot, so it's enough for them.
And now with the circle shift, looks like RRQ. They have the circle, they have the compound, the best possible position so far. For the other players, well, most of them are on the open area just outside of military base. And we even have KAGENDRA all the way down south, just being chilling there, avoiding all the fights. They will come in a little bit later. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, their turn to go into the circle, but they will face a challenge from TEM Entertainment.
Entertainment just now, they were the team that was hanging out outside the circle, and CD Alliance was the team to kind of really go and hunt them out. Feels like their positions have swapped here, as VOIN Donkey, again,
They are the team that was very quiet yesterday. They were struggling. But right now, it looks so good. And speaking of good right now, KAGENDRA and RRQ, this is not their first rodeo fighting off each other. KAGENDRA stuck inside of the building here. That nature come through. Somehow did not manage to clip onto Casper.
But Nate set across onto KAGENDRA. Anyway, KAGENDRA playing with 3 players here. One player is probably on an off angle somewhere. And on the elimination feed, CELCOMDIGI Alliance taking out a player out of Temp Entertainment. And that is a necessary fight they had to take. But in this compound, both teams can still kind of chill and play for time, hoping for stage 6 circle to be on top of them.
Now, it's a stalemate. Gentleman's agreement to not go aggressive, to not go super aggressive. Oh no, for VOIN Donkey, we were just talking about how they looked good just now. Completely overwhelmed by another team. It's OSJA here. And OSJA, they've been making a big impact in the first 2 weeks as well. Despite the fact that they've already just came up into Tier 1, they're giving a lot of teams a run for their money. And that includes teams such as Vampire Esports being able to overwhelm BTR toward the week as well. And now for RRQ here, despite the fact that they have another team behind them, which is KAGENDRA, you can see that they're eager to see if anyone were to come in third party there. So they're being very cautious right now.
Team Secret being cautious enough to BTR. But only 2 players. Looks like they would take that risk to try to take this fight against BTR. At this stage, it's probably a necessary fight for them to do. A nade onto GK. Splash damage onto him. Down to 60% of health. He sends his own nade onto BTR, but it does not connect.
GK still staying fairly safe here, but BTR, they're not taking the bait. They don't want to take this fight here. They don't want to play at all. Happy with their positioning as well, because the lack of information about where the positioning of Team Secret is gives them a lot of question marks. Now that SOAS has revealed his hand, perhaps we might see a reposition from the team as well. But at the same time, because there's so much noise here toward the edge of the circle, you can see all the members on the other edge of the circle here start to pay attention, start to look directly at them. And I'm talking about the 2 Indonesian teams who have become neighbors just now.
But Team Secret and BTR, they are still the unwanted neighbors. This circle might force them to take this fight. Let's see. As we will see the next phase of the circle, nobody is truly in the middle of it so far. There's an airdrop there, but the circle, it still does go to the compound where KAGENDRA and RRQ are at.
KAGENDRA and RRQ, I don't think they're moving at all. I mean, they have the compound, they have the circle. They don't have to get aggressive and take these fights if they want to as well. But one thing's for sure, the BTR is making it rain hell from above. GK takes a lot of damage. SOAS is proning for his life right now. The nade does finally land onto GK itself, so for SOAS, you want to get the pickup, it's almost going to be nigh impossible. Because as soon as they move toward each other here, I wouldn't be surprised if BTR decides to get active, take out space, go a little bit more aggressive as well. There we go, Razy already on the vehicle, rushing forward. SOAS tries himself, he jukes away, but Federalis was there, an attack to 1-2 punch. But at the same time, RRQ finally getting completely overwhelmed.
Oh, RRQ, 2 active players left, going to be Gempos and the Beko. KAGENDRA on the second floor. We have Achu as well as Casper. Well, his other teammate is bleeding out on the outside. RRQ, they're trying to recover, but KAGENDRA won't give them that space. They will take the preemptive approach, going down to the ground floor. But RRQ and the Beko is ready for it.
He's aggressive and he's active here, so aware his positionings might be found. Gonna just smoke off the area, stay away from Hazel, he says. And it does deter the player on the top side there from coming toward them. But if anything, Kage, Achul, rushing down here, tries to make this at least a little bit more costly. He can revive his teammate here. It's not going to be the easiest. A double swing from RRQ could spell death. He finds one, but cannot go more than that here. RRQ so aware and disallowing isolated fights.
Yeah, I love the movement for RRQ. They sandwich the final player. But then again, BTR, they want to take advantage of the fight. Now they are coming in as a third party. RRQ could not lick their wounds.
I mean, for BTR right now, it's all been just the weight. BTR is just in kind of like circling around them like hawks, and they love this idea of disallowing them from being able to reset. I think RQ did manage to reset though. They have the full life as well. They have nades in hand. They're cooking it. And right now, RQ left in a question mark because the smokes are not making it easy for them to path toward them. They have no clue where exactly all the members of RQ are. And this CQC situations, RQ thrive in those. So it's enough to keep BTR at bay for the time being. So they're going to refill that space that Kage has left behind.
And BTR, they're looking to take over this compound still, but they cannot clear out RQ yet. Satar sees Tony K. Okay, probably saw the vehicle, but he don't know that Tony K is there. So he's keeping an eye on if the vehicle moves, then surely there's somebody there. But for Tony K, He will not move for now. He still has the circle, and this car is his only shield.
I'm so shocked that we're only at our top, that we're already at our top 5, because it feels like there were like fights upon fights happening from everywhere. And the top 2 teams, VPE and Xavier, left with only 1 player left standing. Again, like Sir Cloud said, this is one of a rough circle right now, where everyone was just forced in such a ping pong circle that pulled all the way to the southern side. Everyone forced to really take these fights early on that bridge as well to cross. And if you're not crossing the bridge, you're crossing on water. If you cross on water, you don't necessarily have the safest route inside of the circle either, because you have no clue if there's any team hanging around the compounds as well as the open side areas here.
And we will see stage 7 really soon. I wonder if this compound will still be within the circle. We'll find that out. And yes, it will still have the circle. This compound, share market just went off the roof.
Yeah, they did. At the same time as well, I think for CD Alliance, for VPE, is all about that weight. They have a terrain to work with, but the open side area will not really allow them to kind of push forward to the middle side here. Levi's even peeked out immediately. You saw that reaction from CD Alliance. They were so aware and marked his position already. CD Alliance here, they don't necessarily have to take up this fight, but it's much more easier if you eliminate all of these random situations that could happen from them, namely Levi's, namely Tony K as well. But they still also understand that in that compound toward the south of them has 2 different teams just hanging out there.
Alright, the CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they probably know that Tony K is hanging out there. Let's see if Tony K actually makes a move. He's in his vehicle. Okay,
no.
Spotted out. It's going to be hard for him to survive. Ade Luke will collect that elimination point. That is the end of Vampire Esports.
The fact that they're able to survive this long is insane, but RQ puts in a lot of pressure to CD Alliance here. They're not even inside of the circle, but so aware right now. They've heard the commotion. All they had to do was just turn their heads and just put in that pressure. But at the same time as well, with one team shoots, another one should also follow. Olio to fall as well, needs to be picked up. You can see Levi's rendered so low right now, not able to run away, and Satar less as well. That one car, if it explodes, it'll be the end. That'll be rough for CD Alliance, because that's the final 2 players alive.
And now in our top 4 teams, it's going to be Xavier still, by the way. BTR, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and RRQ. It is still BTR and RRQ, both hanging on to this compound, while CELCOMDIGI Alliance on the outside of the circle. In front of them, a lot of open space. I'm pretty sure they're scouting this compound right now, looking for the best entry point into it.
CD Alliance has no clue where to go, no clue where to go either. I mean, the only thing they have for cover right now is just that one singular vehicle. Right in front of them is just open area. It's not even a terrain right now. Ade Luke at least does answer back, get a pick off of himself onto Levi, so that's huge for them. But they're barely hanging here. His teammate needs to be picked up. He needs to reset as well. And BTR RQ, I think they must be so stressed right now, because BTR RQ, they're not willing to take this fight early. They're like, no, let's eliminate everyone else and keep the final 2 fight against us, the 2 Indonesian teams, in an Indonesian derby for this final 2 spots.
No entry point at all for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They gave themselves to the blue, so point denied away. And like what you said, it's going to be the Indonesian derby, whether it's going to be BTR or RRQ. And fun fact, both of these teams have players transferred between each other. So it's going to be fun to see who stands up on top.
Good positioning from Nepeko as well, but the circle pulling away toward BTR. So this is huge. This means RRQ, like it or not, they need to take this fight. They do have a compound toward their left side if they decide they want to go and push forward, take up a little bit more space, even flank. But Satar has placed himself in a situation where if someone were to try to go for these big lurks, big flanks, he's able to just backstab them if he wants to. But RRQ decided to play it very direct to the point here, instead looking to breach BTR's compound.
And BTR, they're playing the patience game because they have majority of the circle on their side. It's RRQ that needs to push forward. Navigating around the smoke, they're getting closer and closer to BTR. We'll see the end of this round really soon, ladies and gentlemen. And RRQ, they managed to infiltrate onto the building. BTR, the same as well. It's going to be a head-on fight with the Pico starting against Razy.
He's in trouble here, but Nepeko wants to rush forward here. 1 point in the bag already for Nepeko. Satarles all alone here on the outside. It's a 3-on-1. He has nowhere to go, nowhere to move. RRQ was the one without the advantage, but it's this team that happens to come up on top here. Satar, we've seen miracles happen. He can make magic. A jump shot forward here. Both teams trading blows. Satar is the one to take that damage, taking that pain. The volley will buy a bit of space and time, but he cannot hold on for any longer. And RRQ, they will be the ones to get the first chicken dinner in Erangel today.
You said it well. RRQ, they did not have the advantage. The circle was not on top of them towards the end, but still they're able to push forward, taking out one by one. The players of BTR, just look at them. They knew that chicken dinner should have been theirs, but somewhere, somehow, they bottled it, giving it to RRQ, scoring the chicken dinner for themselves.
Honestly, that was so well played by RRQ. When push comes to shove, when matters are not in your hands, what do? You make that opportunity. You go aggressive, you go quick, and you corner BTR inside of their own compound. There was not a lot of space to work with, and somehow they managed to crunch the players of BTR one by one, not allowing them to play together, and disallowing the CQC fights to come up on top. Satar was too far away from his teammates, so he definitely cannot trade out with them, but RRQ took full advantage knowing that information.
Yeah, and RRQ, they moved very, very well with that information, right? Just look at the final blow here. It was just like one after another for RRQ. And if we were to look at some of the stats here, the total eliminations is a 10. So they scored 20 points this round in total. And one of the catalysts in this round is going to be GenForce, coming up with 5 eliminations. But not to forget as well, players like Napeko, players like Lapa, Hazel, they all did their work in this match to bring them the chicken dinner.
Man, every single player of RRQ here was phenomenal in how exactly they played here. Especially Napeko. I love the fact that as soon as he realized that Satar was outside the compound, he took the pick off onto Ryzie. He knew Ryzie was low, so the only place that Ryzie can go is to where his teammate to revive. But anyway, more about that later after this highlights.
And that is RRQ with the chicken dinner, placing them at the top of this round. But we also have CELCOMDIGI Alliance, although they were not at the top 2, but somehow they still able to score a good amount of elimination points to put them up there, followed by BTR and Vampire Esports, who had a very active round.
You know, when you talk about, situations where I'm looking at CD Alliance here, do you believe that CD Alliance might be like a slow cooker situation? Day 1 a bit more slow, and then Day 2 just like go bombastic. What's your thoughts on that?
Historically,
yeah,
they have always been the opposite.
Oh. Ooh, okay. That my prediction might not come true then.
I mean, I'm just putting out the facts, right? But we'll talk a bit more about the facts because we got to give a highlight here to our IGL, who's our MVP for this round. GenForce from RRQ with 5 eliminations, 712 damage, 103 damage received with the amount of eliminations while being the IGL at the same time. This guy is showing that he is such a good all-rounder.
Yeah, fragging IGLs, love to see that right now. I think GenFoss is great when it comes to the team as well. And I think it's great looking at this team when you see how carefully they navigate these fights. I always talk about how RRQ moves around like chess pieces. It's not necessarily the most aggressive, most bombastic style takes, but somehow it just quietly manages to just sneak up at you, and then suddenly you're just completely overwhelmed and you have no clue what happened. And it's a huge amount of points as well they've managed to get here, 20 points total with 10 eliminations, excuse me. And most of the time of their fights here, it's just been very, very controlled situations. They didn't really have to push around. They understand the fact that they do have the positioning, and what did they have to do here? Long range fights, or only taking fights if anyone were to push into their compound, until toward the end where they decide, okay, now's the time for us to get active and aggressive.
And Temp Entertainment, Strangers Esports, Team Flash, they wish they could have been a little bit more aggressive, but situation was difficult.
Oh my
anyway,
god.
Overall rankings. Okay, right now, it is still Xavier on top. Vampire Esports, they closed that gap by 1 point, but you gotta give it to Xavier. They had a very, very, very difficult time, but still able to survive long enough to collect placement points to keep them still at number 1.
Yeah, but it's only a 1 point difference. It's so tiny, that margin. VPE here showing us that consistency is key, but chicken dinner can be a very, very nice bonus. There's still a gap though between number 2 and number 3, so I expect to see other teams really step up moving forward. But one thing's for sure though about VPE is that throughout the entirety of the games, it's rare that they ever go out too soon. And even if they were too soon, they have a handful of points already in their bag. So it's not necessarily aggression, I have to say, but more positioning and understanding which fights they can completely overwhelm, and they do just that because of the individual brilliance this team has. Regardless as well, we also are looking at our top 4 strategies here. I mean, the amount of throw balls, I always talk about RRQ and BTR as well, about how they're able to really manage their resources. I mean, I say it just now, right? Like how some teams have 23 nades in their pocket toward the end of the game, and I'm like, how the heck are you able to do that? And that's really just great resource management.
And naturally, if you survive long enough, you would deploy those utilities, and that's how they got the numbers on the board as well. Now that's done and dusted. Vampire Esports, they scored the first chicken dinner, followed by RRQ, who just got the first chicken dinner in Erangel, and now we're heading on to the next Erangel. So here comes the bigger question again. Will the number 1 spot change?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. But cliffhanger, because right now we have something else going on in the game itself. If you guys are hanging around the venue, you guys want to play some PUBG Mobile, you can go and check it out. The 7th anniversary version of the Golden Dynasty is now available, where we have the glory of the Gilded Palace happening as well as Golden Moon Layla's Power. Find out for yourself what's going on in there, because it's definitely very, very fun.
Oh yeah, a lot of new features inside the game. There's like a lot of new drop spots, and also there's this aerial palace as well that you can try, and there's the reversal blade, which is my favorite feature of them all. Another favorite feature of mine inside the Golden Dynasty is the Camel. So the Camel, it's an animal, so it's pretty smart. It can even jump over walls, so you gotta try that out, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Do update your game right now, and yeah, I guess the time that you can try is probably not now because we're going to get into our next match. We'll have an extended break after this. That's when you can try it.
Anyways, prediction time. Sir Cloud has been very on time with his predictions. It's looking really good right now. Okay, I'm playing it very safe and being honest, except for the OSJA and VOIN Donkey. OSJA, I know what they're capable of, but VOIN Donkey, I mean, they had a great week 1. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, OSJA, especially with Red Bull, he's still having a very good individual performance, but it cannot be just Red Bull and friends. Everyone else has to work as a team in order to gain the points that they would have wanted. But the problem with not only them, it's also the same problem with all the other teams, is that the top teams are still dominating. Even if we saw like the towards the second half of the game earlier on, the only remaining teams are like the page 1 teams.
Yeah, I think it's more of like the consistency. I think everyone's just so comfortable, the understanding of how to approach these circles and these games as well. And I think it also comes because they are tier 1 teams, because they're just so more experienced playing on the bigger stage here. I think if you guys didn't know, the venue for the grand finals and the weeks before this was definitely different. You didn't have a crowd or a live audience in the first 2 weeks. This one, you do have a live crowd. I'm not sure whether or not it does affect some mental, because it can. It's definitely a bit more tilting. The loud crowd can really just kind of shake you up.
But right now, my question is, if it means day 2 already, they should have been accustomed by now. But at the same time, you know, when you have a team like VPE, right? They're just so comfortable playing in front of the crowd. They're just so consistent, and now the only way for anyone to keep up with them is to just slow down the pace.
Slowing down the pace for VPE. Or maybe they should turn up the pace, right? Since they scored a chicken dinner. And in the second round, yes, it was a tough circle, undeniably, but they still managed to do fairly well. I mean, maybe VPE should just keep on the momentum. And with a point gap of just 1 between them and the Xavier, it's time to put the mental pressure onto their closest rival.
Yeah. When you look at these teams right now as well, okay, Sir Cloud, if you could choose anything that could happen right now, say like a team just to pop off, what team do you want it to be? Not prediction, but just your wish list.
An ice cream to fall from the sky.
I mean a team to pop off, but we can do the ice cream.
Okay. All right. A team to pop off that. Okay. So
Yeah.
it's going to be cliche if I say one of the top teams. So I'm going to pick somebody from the other end, right?
Yeah.
Alter Ego, let's go.
You know what, Alter Ego? I also want to see Alter Ego really pop off. Let's see whether or not our manifestations can come true here on the 3rd map of the day.
Manifestation is going to be the word of the round, ladies and gentlemen. So far, the Circle have been on a streak of trashiness. Whether we'll get another trashy Circle or not, I have absolutely no idea, but I'm totally not complaining. So thank you, Circles. Let's get more of that.
Okay. I wanna... Can we have a Zarky Circle?
Let's go.
Can we have a Zarky Circle? You know what? Can we have a Oh my god, Sauber Circle will be so wild, no? Terrain, all the way north.
Yeah, Stauber is going to be pretty nice. A lot of levels to the Stauber-ish circle, right? So I wouldn't mind it going up there. And for the most part, it's who being the king of the hill in Stauber. So if it goes there, it would be pretty nice. The flight path does end at Stauber too. So if any team would want to change their draw slot to play around Kameshki or somewhere up north, then it would be pretty nice for them if the circle goes there. But of course, those are the big ifs. We'll get to see the circle really, really soon. Whether it's going to be a northern circle this time, because we have been getting a lot of southern side circle. Not that I'm complaining, it is just what it is. And the circle, I can't wait for it. Come on, show us. We're going to get
central.
a center circle, but because of that river, it can be tricky.
Yeah, Rosak would be really hard to navigate if you think about it. That river, you have no clue where to go, whether the northern side or southern side is number 1. Also, I mean, at the same time, this is a very, very central circle. I'm sure everyone has kind of like went through it once or twice. I think what Sir Cloud said, we see it all the time. So it really shouldn't really be an issue. If anything, right now, it's more about survivability. I think for me personally, I want to see Boom Esports survive a little bit longer. I think most of the time when it comes to survivability, when it comes to the last man standing, it's always been yummy. But at the same time, I think you mentioned it just now, right, Sir Cloud? When it comes to certain teams, you don't want to see it to be a yummy and friends type of situation. I want to see that teamwork come through, but whoa, what the heck happened there? That is unfortunate.
Yeah, Potato, the IGL of VOIN Donkey scored the first blood against Temp Entertainment. Okay, really good start. But overall for VOIN Donkey, they're not doing that great. They're like number 14 right now, when they were the only team from Southeast Asia to reach PMGC Grand Finals. This is a total turnaround for VOIN Donkey.
Really? That's really exciting to hear, honestly. Now, okay, now coming into this as well, I think it's just one of those situations where it's because it's such a centralized circle. Of course, there's a body of water as well. KAGENDRA placed themselves over at Severny. Granted, the body of water isn't a big body of water to deal with, but at the same time, we start to see a lot of teams already kind of like looking and finding their way into the circle itself. Boom Esports over Rozok, BTR southern side of them very close by, DX only there at their tails as well. So toward the middle side of the circle is already filling up real quick. So the big main real estate has already been taken for now.
Yeah, so that's a regular draw spot for most of these teams, right? And I think that's also because of the flight path is pretty okay. Yes, it's towards the northern side, but it still cuts a lot of the middle part, so teams are able to drop at their regular draw spot. it's just unfortunate for Tem Entertainment. One of the players wanted to get the vehicle just to pop into potato, and those sort of things do happen now and then. So that's okay, but not okay for Tem Entertainment. But it just happens.
Yeah. I think as well, they weren't expecting Voin Donkey to just be posted there to go aggressive as well. So it's just one of the situations, but at the same time, we have seen 3-man chicken dinners, so it's definitely not impossible. But in their situation, for Tem Entertainment, we talked a little bit about how yesterday it was all about just trying to survive and less about fights. And I think toward the end of the day yesterday, we start to see them get a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive would be the right word, I feel, when it comes to taking these fights and aggression as well. Because in the beginning of the day, it felt very quiet. They were just surviving at the edge of the circle. They do not want to take any fights. And because of the lack of proactivity, the lack of, I would say, action taken from them to actively collect points, they were knocked out with barely any points at all. So today might be the day they can play catch up, because so far we did see them getting some fights, some elimination points now and then, but I feel like they really need to pick up the pace.
Yeah, because games are running by, right? Like, yes, yesterday we were saying that, there are like, 15 games more to go. Right now, including this round, there's 10 more games to go. Games are just passing by, flying by, and you have to consider that the top teams are still collecting points. So it's going to get even harder and harder with the remaining amount of games. So especially teams on page number 2, they really have to buckle up.
No active fights happening quite yet, mostly just pickoffs at the same time. And I think it comes down to that idea, right? It's still very, very early. No team really wants to fully commit to these things, especially Boom Esports. I think they got their first placement point earlier today, but after that, they managed to get that placement point. It was still quiet in terms of placement points again for them. And the thing is, even that last game where Yummy was still alive, it wasn't really the same style of play they did yesterday, where they were aggressive, taking up space and taking up fights. It was just these rough circles that have been coming through that's just been really forcing their hand, and they weren't able to survive it. Yeah, okay, they get out with some points here in terms of eliminations, but it's not really enough to really launch them up all the way to, for me personally, seeing them back in the top 10 would be a little bit more safer. It's somewhere where I'm used to seeing them play, but they haven't really found that yet.
Yeah, at this point, if we were to be really realistic with the consistency of teams at the top, page 2 teams, if they want to aim for the championship, it's going to be quite hard. And I'm just being realistic here, right? Of course, we've seen big comebacks like from the likes of Alter Ego before to score the championship. So it's not impossible. But yeah, it gets even harder, especially mentally, it gets even harder. We don't know what's going through their minds. Like, are they still telling themselves that, hey, we can catch the number 1 spot? Or are they just going to get the highest placement possible to get as much prize pool as possible? So we don't really know that. But if we do get a storyline, a Cinderella storyline of a team from like page number 2 shooting back up to number 1, that would be insane. I wouldn't mind seeing that, to be honest.
Like the whole comeback storyline that Boom Esports and Alter Ego used to play, right? That was also very, very fun to watch as well. Especially when fans go completely aggressive. They go completely bonkers, if you think about it, whenever they just randomly come up on top. I mean, we talked about during the last PMSL as well, how, Boom Esports so quiet, and suddenly DAY3 out of nowhere, they just come out swinging, and suddenly from the bottom side, they just completely careen over to the top side of the ladder. And you're just like, what the heck just happened there? How?
Yeah, I know, right? Those were the moments where it just blows your mind. But then again, it makes a good storyline. So it's pretty nice, right? Rather than having like, towards the end, maybe it's only that one team have a 50-point gap, and with only 2 more games to go, then it becomes like, right? Then we start to talk about like, who's going to be at 2nd place? Who's going to be at 3rd place? We want to talk about who's going to be the champion until not only the final game, but maybe even the final circle.
Yeah. Anyways, a lot of teams already making their way inside of the circle already. No one really hanging out in the blue zone. There's a lot of space as well toward the outer side of the circle. So I can already tell that a lot of teams are anticipating the circle to pull central-wise compared to the rest. Now, we did see some quiet shots here now and then, mostly towards CD Alliance as they are going in for those rotations. Again, not everyone wants to commit to these fights early. And understandably so, given the fact that if you want to take these early fights, you want to breach compounds,
it's easy to breach, but can you hold on to it is also another question itself. With the CQCs happening, the DBSs, the jump shots from left, right, and center, it's just too much of a risk, too high of a risk, and too low of the reward to do it very, very early. And yes, the teams have managed to really predict the circle well, because most of them are already toward the central side.
Yeah, they took the lesser risk route, quote unquote, to play in the middle of the map, and that's absolutely fine. Even if circle shifts up north, like you still have a good amount of options to rotate up north. But the fact of the matter is that the circle is going towards the center of the map. Majority of the teams are already there. We still have some rotating teams, and that's absolutely natural. And that's where they will start to want to find where's the best spot for them to hang out on. Stage 2 with the circle, you still get a lot of space. So I don't expect to see big fights or major fights happening yet. Maybe we might need to wait until stage 4 even.
So Pochinki side, at least the northern side, is full in control of VPE. RRQ just hanging out in the southern side of the circle. As Sem9, they have a nice terrain in their hands here. Not too sure. I don't think there's any compounds where they are either. So if anything, it's just them trying to take advantage of the high grounds. And I think it's great that they're doing that, because anyone rotating around the area to the southern side there could be just immediately become, I don't know, just shot to death. Especially as you know, Jimmy, in terms of how he handles gun control recoil, he does a lot of damage with that.
Oh, but damage onto the IGL of VOIN Donkey Potato, taking it out. He was the one that brought the first blood towards VOIN Donkey, but now he's eliminated. He'll be playing the rest of the round without the IGL. Another team, Strangers Esports, passing by eArena. eArena, they took that shot, lots of damage, but couldn't get the knock.
I'm looking at the area of Rozok here, where Strangers just hang out. There we go. Slobby will immediately... They just kind of like just trade off each other here. Both of them got knocked down here. But his Joker, I guess, taken away there. Mela was so quick to pick him up. So I don't think Strangers should have too much of a problem to pick up their teammates here. But at the same time, there's a question mark moment. Where the heck are the other members of eArena here? Their crossfires are massive, and one thing about eArena is that once they swarm, it's really scary to deal with. So KNS will be rushing up forward here alone. And there we go, Sakura putting in the damage. That's a lot of damage onto him. He gets knocked down. And VOIN Donkey, that's a member of VOIN Donkey, I believe, that got knocked down just now.
Yeah, it was a potato earlier on.
Oh, it was a replay.
Yeah, there was a replay. But anyway, another player got knocked. That is Strangers Esports. So now eArena, they're charging in, and they want to finish up this fight. Only 2 plays for Strangers Esports here. KNS down, and it's going to be a straightforward wipeout. Oh, but wait a second.
What?
KNS fights back. Okay, managed to kill 1 elimination point before the rest of eArena arrives.
Oh my goodness. So he's managed to steal at least 1 more kill away, but somehow bought enough time, enough to put the damage into the members of eArena. You really gotta give it to him. And here's Mela hanging on the outside, and somehow the tides turned and Strangers make it out on top? Wow, what a way! But now Mela is in trouble here. Finds trucks in the water, puts in the damage onto the members of Kagendra here through the smokes, moving left, right, and center. But one thing's for sure, they don't have the man advantage, and the tag team is just too much to deal with as Kagendra makes and runs away with murder.
And LZ survives to tell the tale another day. But he's running past by Time Entertainment. Okay, Time Entertainment, they probably saw the moving vehicle. Okay, he's okay for now. But he will pass by VOIN Donkey, rotating on the same direction. Now they are meeting. And LZ, where's he going to go? Okay, he's not going to follow them, obviously, because he's alone. So he will rest at this house.
That was the biggest nope I've seen in my life. He was like, he stopped there and he's like reversing. He's like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna go the other way. Y'all just go ahead without me. Anyways, VOIN Donkey, they're doing pretty good despite losing their member very, very early as well. I think they've managed to get a pick off of their own somewhere. Not too sure. Yeah, they did. Now, coming here, I think they're also very aware that there's another team hanging out on Crosshair in the high ground of the terrain. So instead of trying to challenge them, they decide, okay, let's just move together. Let's move to the other side of the terrain, take advantage of whatever high ground we have, and hope that we don't get overwhelmed. And I think they might be able to very soon. You can hear the roar of the cars here coming, and it's CD Alliance. You know how aggressive they can get if they want to just completely overwhelm you. They're very quick on it as well. But at the same time, I think that for them, it's all about just punishing anyone to take that first contact and like just turning the tides.
Let's see if a Team Flash can turn tides for themselves, because right now in front of them, they do have RRQ. Zeus saw his target. He went down with his vehicle, tries to take that shot. But then again, Hazel, he disengaged. He will not stay to fight further. But Bounce actually got Hazel. Hey, RRQ, likely to lose 1 player.
No movement yet from Flash as well. Trying to see if he can bait out the rest of the teammates for coming outside, but I think for RQ, with Hazel this low out there in the open, I don't think it's going to be an easy task getting him back into the game. Yep. Barely surviving by the skin of his teeth, but I think time eventually will run out there. So Bo's happy to take that one more point into the bag as well. Flash this time around. Very aggressive, not aggressive, very active, proactive in getting those pickoffs as DAY2 tries to go aggressive here. Passing by Sem9, but I don't think they want to take this fight. Maybe they might.
They're assessing the situation now. Whether they want to be the king of Potato Hill. But Sem9, oh, they're busy with Tem Entertainment. Mika just got taken up by Exozip. Alright. DAY2, but they don't know. They don't know whether that's Sem9 or not. So even if they saw the elimination feed, it's not enough of a clue for them to decide on whether they want to take over the hill.
I mean, TM has some compounds to play with, but you can see the immediate reaction of Sem9 here to turn toward them. So you can see immediate reaction for them is to put in the pressure toward them. Now for Sem9 right now, they're kind of segregated, it's kind of separated right now. And DX does have vehicles, so they can go for quick pushes up towards Sem9. My worry is that because Yuhai is so further up compared to his teammates, they're not able to just fully save them. They can't save him, but they can kind of like make it aggressive, can make it competitive, at least go for a trade back. But end of the day, I think DX doesn't want to risk that, especially since the last game was a bit too soon for them. So it's sprays right now from Bose onto a Rosemary as he rushes away from his life. Still surviving, not for long though.
Yep, got taken out in the open, but the rest of Alter Ego coming in as a backup. Bose, you will get another one, and it's going to be Octan now. Surviving it for him.
KAGENDRA a bit too strong right now. Completely runs them over as Sem9 and DX finally as well rush up to each other here. Parajin very low, but the shots from Parajin are just so good right now. And Sem9, despite their almost success, cannot tie up the loose end.
From the lower ground, DAY2 still won that fight and they will recover as a trio. What a fight by DAY2. But now, Boom Esports, Tem Entertainment, and KAGENDRA, three of these teams on the outer side of the circle. They have to cancel each other before coming in. Yummy is going to be the final play for Boom Esports. He sees the rotation by KAGENDRA. They want to try to take him out, and Yummy is being annoying how he navigated around his tree. Trying to take down Azami, and Azami is able to get away. Yummy, somehow he's still alive.
The way is good though. TEM this time around managing to survive this long and with the entire team almost intact, so that's pretty much a W for them for now. A smoke hole has been made so they can just kind of rotate into the circle as well, but KAGENDRA, they have other things in mind here. They have this lower terrain to work with. They don't want to push up on top because they understand that there's going to be so many teams up there, but this terrain could be their their saving grace here, because if someone were to just poke up toward them, they can spray their hits. At the same time, they can find cover underneath it as well. But the one thing I'm not too keen about is the fact that nades just roll down straight into them, and that's exactly what TM is trying to attempt here. But Bright is quite low, so I don't think he's going to attempt to fight this very much longer, as the rest of DX put in a lot of pressure to the other members of TM. A lot of damage onto Exozip already.
I wonder if he will have a bright future. But for DAY2, to ensure that the lights will be off for Tem Entertainment. We can see Lamborghini coming in from the side, going for the flank. He spots a target, but he's trying to find the right angle. At the same time, Schwupps! Schwupps is someone still alive, but Lamborghini saw him!
Tries to pull off the impossible and it's getting harder and harder by the minute here, but it is rendered to 1v1 at the very least. So Parajin is here going left and center, but will be met with the rest of DAY2. So the very least for DAY2, not allowing Parajin to be in this 1v1s and allowing them to tag team each other keeps the team alive a lot longer. And OSJA 9th place, 1 elim only is what they have, as CD Alliance completely just overcomes them.
And boom, Yummy is still in the game. He's able to collect that one elimination point, still alive. Circle-wise, hard shift towards the right. Oh man, the Potato Hill fight. This has to end right now. KAGENDRA coming in. They want to clean up this Potato Hill. Tem Entertainment will be their first target.
This is the most aggressive I've seen KAGENDRA going out today, and the most, I would say, decisive on how exactly they take up space as well as fights. So Lileboy needs to be picked up here, but for Achul, it's just more about making sure that the terrain is clear before he does just that. DAY2 here, a nice three-way, 3 sides of the terrain held as well, which means so many different layers in their control. At the very least as well, if KAGENDRA were to push up toward them, some nice crossfires could be set as well, and it allows for a tag team situation. But KAGENDRA not looking to fight as well. They're looking to pick up their teammate and just rush straight to the circle, because this ping pong is so annoying to deal with.
I know, right? Whenever it's a ping pong circle, it's never fun to the teams. Always fun to us. So
yeah,
I'm enjoying this. KAGENDRA is definitely not enjoying the position. Look at this. The moment they climb up this hill, DAY2 will be waiting for them.
no one really has full control of the circle as well. The only team that's really inside the circle is CD Alliance, and it's just 2 players. They have a 2-2 formation going on here. They've sent the rest of 2 members, I think it was Jimmy is one of them, and Leon's, to play outside of the circle to just kind of like scout out and find some pickoffs there. And that's exactly what they did, finding the last member of Boom Esports. This time around, it's a longer hold as well, longer survivability for Boom Esports, so it's looking so much better. And for now, we're down to our top 5 as we are seeing CD Alliance in full control of the situation.
Oh yeah, CELCOMDIGI Alliance with the circle advantage. All they need to do is wait and defend. They're defending against KAGENDRA. Azami almost got the rooftop guy, but Adelu got Leleboy instead. And now Azami's in trouble with the nade set across by Leos. Azami will fall.
KAGENDRA now in a horrible situation. Their teammates is bleeding to death, not able to be picked up here. He has to carry this all on his own, but Achul is just so low right now. And then they will fall, but not before they take out 6 bodies with them to the end game here. As CD Alliance, they have the northern side of the circle as well. They can get a little bit more active. They can go to the middle side here. They're just trying to move around. They have a 3-1 formation, leaving Jimmy to just kind of explore all on his own. But the rest of the Xavier here, they're getting active. They're just rotating into the circle as well. They have no clue where the other teams are. They can just meet up with Flash. I think that's exactly what's going to be happening here. These 2 teams are going to fight here on the southern side.
And here comes Xavier rushing in. Pyrogen wins the 1v1, but he needs to heal up quickly. Zeus will be knocked out as well by Adelu. Moses is now the final player for Team Flash. Xavier, they want to clean up. They want to get those points in the pocket. 10 eliminations now. Unstoppable for Xavier.
That nade just put in a lot of damage to the members of Xavier, making it so hard for them to reset. Bows, despite the fact that he's the last man standing, he's still putting in pain, he's still putting in damage into Xavier. He wants the team to just stop rampaging, and he does just that. And Flash gets eliminated. 8 elims here. Xavier, despite being so low, they can still reset. They still have 3 members very much alive here. But CD Alliance, look at them, just roaming around the circle, vehicles in hand. If Xavier were to push out here, they can just immediately spray them out. But Xavier, they've done miracles in terms of plays. They can just overcome here. They're playing so close with each other. But look, getting active here, cross-firing with his teammates. Parajin to go down first. That's Olio's first big pick. And Leon to find Lamborghini in the end. Numbers dwindling. Only 1 person still alive here. And Levi's wants to reset. But it's not going to be easy to get run over by the members of CD Alliance in their home grounds in KL itself. The crowd should go wild right now. And they get this chicken dinner.
And when they say the only thing standing between them and a chicken dinner is Xavier, this time CELCOMDIGI Alliance will prove that statement wrong by scoring the chicken dinner, taking it away from Xavier.
A good round from them as well. Very aggressive, very proactive in taking up space on that circle itself. Throughout the entirety of the last 3 circles, no other team dared to step foot inside of there because of that one terrain, that northern side terrain that CD Alliance had in hand as well. If any team were to cross down in the southern side and they cross the peripherals of CD Alliance, they get sprayed to death. So it's not the easiest of rotations for many of these teams. So CD Alliance understanding very much what it means and how important it is to find terrains and positionings in the circle very, very early.
Yeah, but let's not forget about Xavier as well. They scored 10 elimination points, so that's pretty hefty as well. But still got to give it to CELCOMDIGI Alliance towards the end. It was circle control. It was timing to come in as a third party, not allowing Xavier to reset. And that's how they scored their chicken dinner, bringing them a total amount of 12 eliminations, 22 points for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
That's a lot of points, and honestly, we were just talking about how it's been a bit more quiet for this team. They're usually a lot more bombastic, especially toward the league stage. But today they're saying, hey, we've been here the whole time. You just gotta wait a little bit more if you think about it. And the thing is, usually we're so used to seeing Jimmy put into the highest amount of damage, right? Maybe 700 plus, 800 plus. This time around, Adi Luke is the one to really step up onto things. And I think it's interesting as well because the way they've really played off each other is that Jimmy will be just around, just scouting around, going around the area, roaming around, and immediately the answer back whenever they see someone is maybe Adit Luke, Olio, or Leon just answering back in terms of firepower. So Jimmy, his job today was reconnaissance, and he has really, really done that well. But for now, let's go have a look at the highlights before we talk more about this chicken dinner.
And here is CELCOMDIGI Alliance finally scoring the chicken dinner after multiple attempts in day number 1 of our grand finals, and it happened to be up against the anime boss D Xavier.
Anyway, was that what a very apt way to describe D Xavier. Now, given the fact that all teams are looking right at them, I think CD Alliance, they're really good at just understanding how exactly to play this terrain game. Is looking good as well, and they managed to stay as a 4 even toward the end. So that's huge to talk about. But at the same time, we're starting to see the rise of the teams who are currently at the bottom. I'm talking about Flash. I'm talking about KAGENDRA here, because these two teams, they did have multiple attempts at surviving toward the very end, but they haven't been able to come up on top. So this is huge to see this step up and a big change here from many teams here on day 2. But Adit Look making it here to the MVP at this point after seeing mostly I think Jimmy. It's nice to see a big change here as well, especially in terms of damage, especially in terms of performance. I'm loving the fact that they decided to really tweak a little bit in terms of macro as well, on how exactly they approach these fights. If anything, throughout the entirety of the time they had to control the circle, it's less about staying static and being reactive, and it's more about being proactive, moving around the circle, and just showing their presence around the entirety of the compound so that other teams cannot push inside as well. So 22 points, that's massive, that's huge. It's definitely enough to really just launch them up to the top if they want to. But at the same time, you really got to give it to Xavier, because this is what we say, consistency for them in terms of rank points, in terms of eliminations as well.
Yeah, but if you notice, Vampire Esports is not on page 1.
Oh,
that
yeah,
means
you're right.
They will have created that gap again. And Vampire Esports, oh man, no points at all for Vampire Esports. So it's a easy gap for D Xavier. Again, they are still back on top. Okay, we'll look at the overall numbers right now, and it is a doing the math here, 18-point gap between D Xavier and Vampire.
I mean, not the hugest of gaps, but it's still enough there. It feels like every time Vampire Esports comes close, the Xavier just speeds forward. And even then, I think we talked a lot and emphasized a lot about what chicken dinners mean to D Xavier, but they're also showing us that they have a playbook, that they don't need chicken dinners to also be consistent. Because just now, they almost had the same amount of eliminations as CD Alliance. The only thing really putting a gap between that number 1 and number 2 spot in that last game was just simply the placement points. And now they're at 1-2-4. Not only have they pulled away from VPE, but CD Lions, look at the big jump they had just now. They were at the bottom side of that first place page. Now they're at 3rd place. We talked a lot about CD Lions being quiet, and suddenly they just really burst to the top here. I love seeing this.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. They are now putting themselves in contention for the top spot with the amount of games that's still left here. But on page number 2, we have a few movers here. Boom Esports, they're starting to slowly climb up. They're starting to show a little bit more on the bright side of their performance, but it is still quite far off from that number 1 spot. So we'll need to see what happens to Boom Esports, but we might want to keep an eye on them. Who knows, they might be the one that come up with a booming performance.
I mean, that's their name, right? But at the same time, I am very thoroughly amused as looking at the rank points, because they are the lowest in terms of rank points compared to the other teams, compared to the bottom side of the barrel as well. But yeah, they are not at the bottom, so definitely in terms of fights, in terms of eliminations, it's definitely there. So for me personally, surviving maybe is something that Boom Esports might want to, maybe explore. But if they think that they want to go aggressive and they can steamroll of that, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something that they can, kind of explore as well. Like it or not, every team is just as aggressive, every team is just as strong in terms of firepower.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're the pros. That's why they are playing. That's why we are here talking
We're
about
just
them
yappers.
playing. They decide on how they want to play the best, right? But they will have more time to decide, because we'll have an extended break now. Happy break fasting to everyone. We'll see you back here for more PUBG Mobile Esports action.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand. The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor. or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, they can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the Temporal Sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced reversal blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced reversal blade will break and disappear. The reversal blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a reversal blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your reversal blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the reversal blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced reversal blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden armor racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a golden armor order, you can summon a golden armor rack anywhere you want. Summoned golden armor racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now!
World of Wonder version 3.7. We've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the Golden Age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
พวกเราเคยโชว์ฝีมือให้ทุกคนเห็นมาแล้วในอดีต และตอนนี้พวกเราจะแสดงให้เห็นเองว่าทำไมทุกคนถึงหวาดกลัวชื่อของ VPE.
PMGC tahun lalu telah membuktikan kekuatan kami, dan PMSL SEA tahun ini akan kami ubah mimpi kami menjadi kenyataan.
Kami tidak ditentukan oleh masa lalu kami, tetapi oleh masa depan kami. Bersiaplah untuk pendatang baru yang akan bangkit di PMSL SEA.
Thử thách thật sự là gì? Đó là không ngừng vươn lên, không ngừng chiến đấu và không ngừng chiến thắng. Ada yang bilang cerita AE sudah sampai di penghujung. Tapi selagi kita bisa berjuang, kita pasti akan naik ke puncak sekali lagi.
ถึงพวกเรายังไม่มีผลงานที่น่าจดจำแต่เราจะเขียนหน้าประวัติศาสตร์ใหม่ขึ้นมานับตั้งแต่วินาทีนี้
Kita siap untuk menjadi juara 3 kali pertama dalam sejarah PMSL SEA.
เราไม่ได้มารอบไฟนอลเพื่อดูคนอื่นเล่น เรามาเพื่อเป็นแชมป์
Setiap pasukan yang menghalang kami akan tahu bahawa SEM9 bukan sekadar lagi nama. Ini adalah kekuatan yang bersedia mengegalkan final.
แม้การเดินทางที่ผ่านมามันจะยาวนานและยากลำบาก แต่พวกเรามายืนอยู่จุดนี้เพื่อพิสูจน์ว่าฝีมือสำคัญกว่าชื่อเสียง
Legenda masa lalu sudah berakhir dan penguasa baru telah lahir. BIGETRON ditakdirkan untuk memerintah.
ทุกเกมที่เราเล่นเราเก็บเกี่ยวความรู้จากมันมาเสมอ และตอนนี้เราก็พร้อมแล้วที่จะคว้าแชร์มาอยู่ในกำมือ
Chúng tôi đã ẩn trong bóng tối đủ lâu rồi. Giờ đây, ánh đèn đấu trường đang hướng về chúng tôi và chúng tôi sẽ hoàn toàn làm chủ sân đấu.
Kami telah melewati banyak ujian dan sekarang masanya kami meninggalkan jejak di 2025.
Pertempuran untuk kejuaraan bukan hanya tentang kekuatan, tetapi juga keyakinan. Keyakinan kami adalah membawa mahkota pulang ke Malaysia.
Không ai có sự ổn định như chúng tôi. Khi chúng tôi chơi nghiêm túc, không ai khác có cơ hội đăng quang.
everyone, welcome back to PMSL Spring 2025 Final. And hi, saya Fira Fendi. Anda masih lagi bersama saya untuk menyaksikan perlawanan yang seterusnya. Baiklah guys, sebentar saja tadi kita baru saja habis menyaksikan perlawanan yang ketiga untuk hari yang kedua. Tetapi sebelum kita masuk untuk the next match, kita ada short interview with Vampire Esports VP Schwab. Hello Schwab, you good?
Yes.
Okay, so I love the translator.
Thank you.
Okay, so I know Vampire Esports, you guys performed very well since yesterday and had a couple of big clash. But the thing is, how did you guys manage all the timing so well?
ก็จากที่เราดูภาพรวมในการเล่นเกมของทีมเรานะครับผมโดยเฉพาะเมื่อวานเนี่ยในแมปซานฮอกเนี่ยครับตรงนี้เราสามารถที่จะเข้ายึดพื้นที่ได้ค่อนข้างเร็วเลยอยากจะทราบว่าตรงนี้เนี่ยเราทำยังไงถึงสามารถที่จะจัดการเวลาได้ค่อนข้างดีเลยครับ
ก็เล่นตามฟีดที่เราเห็นในเกมแล้วก็ข้อมูลที่เรามีอยู่แล้วครับก็ทำให้เราเล่นง่ายแล้วก็เล่นตามแบบแผนของเราได้ครับ
Okay, so they've been doing some homework and been doing some research a lot because right now is a globalization era, right? So they kind of can get to the information about the game flow, something like that. So yeah, they went back and did some homework so they can adjust their playing style to those information that they get. So yeah, so it happens to be that way.
I see. That means you guys are very focused, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, I think for this one, a lot of people still confused. Before this, Stone is the one who become in-game leader, IGL. But after he left, who the one replaced him?
ก็อันนี้ก็เป็นคำถามจากทางบ้านนะครับว่าก่อนหน้านี้เนี่ยในทีมแวมไพร์เราก็จะเห็นว่าคุณสโตนเนี่ยเขาเป็นคนคอยออกคำสั่งหรือว่าลีดเดอร์ของทีมครับตรงนี้ไม่แน่ใจว่าหลังจากที่คุณสโตนเขาไม่อยู่ในทีมแล้วใครเป็นคนทำหน้าที่ตรงนี้ครับ
ก็เป็นผมเองครับที่ทำหน้าที่ไอเจียว
So it is him who is in charge of the IGL position right now.
Okay, so from your personal opinion, what's the differentiate between your leadership and Stone?
แล้วถ้าให้ถามความเห็นส่วนตัวของคุณเนี่ยคุณชเวฟคิดว่าสไตล์ในการลีดทีมของเราเนี่ยต่างจากคุณสโตนอย่างไรบ้าง
ก็เหมือนกันครับแต่ว่าอาจจะไม่น่ามีอะไรต่างมากครับ
So he thinks that it's kind of same, nothing different at all. But maybe it's about his own playing style sometimes.
So different leadership, different style.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, last question from me. I know you guys like very excited for the next match, right? Okay, we know Vampire Esports, you guys perform very well, but every match you still behind the act. What's the thing that stop you guys from catch them?
ก็จากที่เราเห็นเลยเนี่ยทีมแวมไพร์ก็ทำมาได้ค่อนข้างดีตลอดเลยแต่มันมีอยู่นิดนึงก็คือเราอาจจะมีการตามหลังทีม DX อยู่นิดหน่อยตรงนี้ไม่แน่ใจว่าเราคิดว่ามีตรงไหนที่เราจะยังพัฒนาเพื่อที่จะทำให้เราเนี่ยสามารถแซงทีม DX ได้ครับ
ก็โฟกัสไปเกมต่อเกมครับไม่ต้องกดดันตัวเองแล้วก็เล่นตามแบบแผนของเราไปพยายามพลาดให้น้อยที่สุดครับแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเขาก็พลาดแล้วเราก็มีโอกาสแซงขึ้นนำเองครับ
Okay, so they're gonna just focus on themselves, focus on each game they're playing, and do their best in each game, and don't pressure themselves, and just wait for the moment when DX they stumble, so they can just take over the game.
I love the answer. Okay, before we start the match, any last word for your fans?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราด้วยครับแวมไพร์แล้วก็ทีมไทยที่เข้ามาในรอบไฟนอลด้วยครับพวกเราก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
So he said keep rooting for them because they're gonna do their best for and to all fans out there he promised that you're not gonna be regretting rooting for them.
Okay guys, berikan tepukan untuk Vampire Esports. Okay, thank you so much to you guys. Okay guys, so get ready sebab selepas ini kita akan mulakan perlawanan seterusnya. Korang dah ready ke belum? Dah ready. Are you ready? Okay. So guys, rasanya caster kita pun dah ready, dah tak sabar untuk mulakan perlawanan seterusnya untuk pastikan siapa yang bakal mendapatkan winner chicken dinner selepas ini. Jadi jom, tanpa buang masa, ayo kita mulakan untuk perlawanan yang seterusnya.
There you have it. Right now, and right now, face DX, and they're just hoping and waiting for the time every single time DX would stumble.
Oh, but our translator didn't stumble. He's my favorite translator.
He
knows how to
really
stop
is.
himself. Yeah. But yeah, I guess like what you said, right? The bigger question is that whether DX will stumble or not, because we still have a total of really counting down the games right now. 9 games. We have 9 games left. Vampire Esports, they stumbled a bit in their last game before the break. They had the chance to catch up to Xavier, but because Xavier, they still scored a second place finish, which is pretty decent. So they maintained their gap between them and Vampire Esports.
You know, I always think back about what you said before the break, right? As soon as, VPE is about to come close and then suddenly DX just, pull the reins, just kind of speed up ahead. I love that analogy because it shows that in terms of DX, in terms of their mindset, they're always keeping an eye on the score. They always have an idea on how to pull forward. This is tenacity, this is stamina, and this is just a whole new level of DX that I've seen. We all knew DX is one of the strongest teams here in PMSL SEA, but I have never seen them this dominant.
Yeah, who knows? In the PMSL era, this could be their breakthrough moment, but there's 9 more games to go, so anything can happen. I know we're hyping them up. I'm pretty sure every region, all the casters are hyping them up as well because they're just that good. But they are not invincible. There were rounds that they didn't do well as well.
Yeah, there were a lot of rounds where they're a bit too soon. But I think that this comes back to that idea where, okay, what do you do when you've fallen down here? You pick yourself back up and then you launch yourself forward. Because that is the idea of DX. You have one bad game, but how many bad games in comparison to how many good games they have is also something that we have to talk about as well. Because a majority of their games have been great. Whether it's a chicken dinner, whether in terms of points, whether it's in placements, Xavier will always make it to that top 4 at the very least, unless they have one of those games where they go a little bit too soon. And there are even games where they had only 3 players left, they still made it to the top 4.
But these are our top 4 fighters, right? So it's based on knock. So it's a bit of a sad stat, or maybe a positive stat, depending on how you look at it, because you can knock someone, but you might not be able to finish it, so it's like the secondary thing. Anyway, 7-9, they have the most knocks, so that's 46, followed by Xavier 44, and they tie up with BTR 44 as well. Vampire Esports 40, so we're in the 40s mark here. So basically, if you want to be in one of the top team bracket, you have to have this kind of numbers on the board.
Yeah. Okay, when you think about knocks as well, I think there are a lot of times when I think about eliminations. I think Boom Esports, one of their biggest objectives in this game is to go for eliminations. And, everything else is secondary for them, and understandably so. 1 elimination equals to 1 point. In certain games, we can get more than 15 eliminations. It gives you far more points than, than getting that chicken dinner. But at the same time, when you can complement those eliminations with those placement points, that is where things insane. And also, the crowd over at IOI Mall Grand Exhibition Center, is wild as well, because they are very, very loud, especially when the Malaysian teams are coming up on top, especially when the Malaysian teams are getting the chicken dinners.
Oh yeah, we can hear it from the broadcast as well, right? So you happen to be around the area, or you have time to travel, because there's still tomorrow to head on to IOI City Mall. That's not only about the game, but there's also other exhibitions happening there as well, including our official phone sponsor, that is TECNO. But what's happening within the game itself is the update for Metro Royale Chapter 25.
Yeah, this is a very fun game mode that you guys can explore now as well. It's a Misty Port and Arctic base update. Now, I think one great thing about having these, I would say, these events is that it gives you a different perspective, a different style of play for playing PUBG Mobile. You go into ranked, you go serious, you go into Metro Royale Chapter 25. You expect to have a good time.
Oh yeah, and you're also going to have a good time on our latest map in PUBG Mobile. That is a Rondo. It is, well, I would want to say it's the biggest map, but it's actually the same size as Miramar. but it covers more land than Miramar. So you have more playable areas within Rondo. It comes together with new vehicles inside of it, and it also comes together with a new weapon in Rondo as well. So the weapon is called a JS9, and it is a very good weapon, very low recoil. You can use it for short range and even long range as well. So you might want to try it out in the new map Rondo.
I'm very excited, but also this tournament is brought to you by TECNO. You can't have the tournament without them because they are a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers, especially mobile gamers, with the 120Hz refresh rate alongside a fast processor. This is the POVA 6 Pro 5G that you're looking at, is what all the players here at the PMSL SEA are using.
Oh yeah, and most of them like to use the green version. I noticed that it looks really good, and it stands out as well. So you want to pick one up, you might want to consider the green version. And if you want to try it out for yourself, you can head to the venue. Now coming back onto the game, our prediction for the next game. I'm staying loyal the entire day, but Tash is going for Alter Ego, Team Flash, and boom! Talk us through this.
I mean, I'm just trying to be fair to every single team. No favoritisms here, okay? No jinxes, okay? But honestly, in all seriousness, Flash started to show their fangs just now in the last game. They looked really good, top 4. This is looking great. It might be the comeback arc. Alter Ego, flashes of brilliance, not quite there yet. I want to see it happen because historically, they are the teams to come up on top. Historically, they are the teams to give teams a run for their money. You mentioned it before, Sir Cloud. We can expect comebacks from them, but honestly, in the last 2 weeks or so, even in the league stage, they've been fairly quiet. What do you think has been the biggest problem they're facing?
Oh, well, I guess because maybe some of these players, for the first time, they're actually playing at this sort of stage in front of a foreign crowd, and that might come as some form of nerves to them. So that's going to be one. The second is probably because of we're seeing like the top powerhouses really dominating it, right? And for the most part, like the second half of a particular round, it's always the top half surviving.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a pattern here, and we're starting to see teams get super consistent. Whenever you're at the top, you can tell they're feeling really good, they're feeling very aggressive, then they're just snowballing off this momentum. D Xavier is definitely that team. We predicted them to come off today hot, and this is exactly what we were being served, but second half of the day was quiet for D Xavier. Let's see whether or not if this pattern will continue.
Let's see if this pattern will continue now that we're in our second half of day number 2. Basically, it's the second half of the entire grand finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And while that, we have some stats here to show you just to get you up to speed in case you just join us for this tournament. And besides D Xavier being the powerhouses, even on the stats like surviving time, Levi's, Lamborghini up there representing D Xavier.
As well. And you know what's really interesting? The fact that we're looking at Sem9 Trexie up here as well in terms of damage dealers, in terms of KDs as well. And I think it's interesting because every time you think of Sem9, you think, okay, Firen, you think Mika, you think Yuhai. But Trexie is also there as well in terms of putting in the numbers. He's a silent, aggressive, non-flashy player, but he's very reliable to deliver stats, deliver eliminations, and give that impact.
Yeah, it's very different from, I remember back in 2021 when the conversation was still like, okay, an IGL just needs to focus on being a good IGL, not necessarily a good shooter. But IGLs nowadays, the meta has changed. They have to be good shooters as well. And that's why Shrubs is also able to put up a good performance by himself. Drexy, of course, because he is up here, as you can see. He's on par with Yummy, who is a full-on fragger.
Yeah, and I think that as time went by, I think back then wow, what a circle. Okay, coming back to my point, you know, back then when we think about IGLs, they're always the first one to go out first, and then they kind of like take a back seat. But nowadays, I think roles have really blurred when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It felt like back then, support players are just stuck on that support role, and then you have that two players in the front line that's always stuck playing the fraggers. But nowadays, it feels like everyone can just really flex their way through, and most importantly, fragging IGLs. Now, why I really want to highlight fragging IGLs is mostly because it feels like every single member of the team has to put in that firepower because everyone is stepping up. Every single player counts, and it goes beyond than just figuring out, who's the IGL and who's not.
Wow, and Alter Ego figured out that maybe they should put Rosemary on the bench for now, that is. We don't know whether he'll come back in the following round. And they're going to introduce Rocky into the lineup. And this lineup during the second Super Weekend actually did really, really well. So Alter Ego, at this point, they're number 13. They don't have much to lose. They can throw in everything.
Interesting as well, kept facing Razak come back into the lineup. I think Razak has been one of those players I consistently not only see in the kill feed as being one of the most aggressive players as well in terms of multi-frags, but also another thing that's really interesting about them, usually if there's like final person playing for VOIN, for VOIN Donkey or anything like that, other than Zeta, you'd look at Razak as well. And his survivability, even in those solo situations, is pretty impressive.
And we also have Richard reintroduced here into the grand finals. And for OSJA Thailand, well, they're doing better than the first two teams that we talked about, right? Like they're at number 7, 62 points, but I'm sure they have bigger goals that they want. They want to be at least in the top 3, so they're putting in this substitution. Noah is coming in. We don't get to see Noah play that much, so he's getting a bit of a run out here for Them Entertainment.
Yeah, we haven't seen him for quite some time. The last time we saw him was like early last week, I believe it was. And I mean, he's no slouch either when you look at Noah. He puts in the numbers, he puts in, a lot of impact for the team as well. Okay, a lot of subs here. I was expecting it to be happening in the second half, but not this many as Kenny comes through. And I think that I'm not sure whether I had this conversation with you or Contra though about Sem9 with Kenny in the lineup as well. I mean, given the fact I do have a new IGL on board in the team right now, but I feel like Kenny, when you bring him into the team, he has the firepower, yes, but his capability of being that second caller as well, especially toward the mid rounds as well as the end, gives so much value to the team in order to kind of give them that first one step ahead, two step ahead moment compared to other teams.
Interesting thought, right, about Kenny. I mean, he has proven himself to have one of the best firepowers around, being the MVP in PMPL or PMNC Malaysia back then. And then from then on, obviously, he stepped up into the PMSL and has been doing fairly well. Just the thing about Sem9 is that, so this has been the argument point, right? They have a full lineup of superstars. Like even Depp is on bench, and we hardly get to see Depp. So how are they going to balance the motivation and also the playtime for all these players? Is always a big question mark. And Sem9, they're probably trying to find a balance.
It's not just about the balance, it's also the puzzle pieces, right? Like who works well with which player, what kind of dynamic do you want whenever you swap out that role, because every player is very unique with how they play. I mean, when we put Depp and say Mika next to each other, it's two different styles. Mika is aggressive, very in your face, while Depp prefers that mid-range to frontline style play. So it's not necessarily the same kind of aggression you'll be getting from two different players as well. And I think this also brings back the argument as well, right? About like the Alva playing with Rosemary as well. His playstyle might not sync.
Yeah, so that's the thing about having like a star-studded lineup, right? That the teams will really need to balance on. There are some teams here that they stick with only 4 players. So for example, Xavier is the best example, right? They stick with 4 players. They have not done a single substitution. When they have a sub, they have Chua as their sub, and Chua did not play a single game. And it has always been a Xavier thing, right? Even like in the previous seasons when they had Frankie in the lineup, they had Frankie and Chua, both subs, but they hardly play these 2 players. And they always remain with the same 4 players, even though they have a bad game. So they have found that formula of just trusting the process and making it work.
It's not just about, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, trust the process, but at the same time, I think it keeps them warm, right? In terms of momentum, just constantly playing. Imagine you're playing 3 games and suddenly you have to stop and then someone new comes in while the rest of the teammates already warmed up and kind of riding the momentum from the previous matches. Say Kenny comes in here. Is he as prepared and as in the groove as the rest of his teammates as well?
I'm sure they would have done their warm-ups, right? Or he would have done his warm-ups while waiting for himself to be playing. But that's also a big question. Warm-up is a warm-up, but actually getting inside the game, getting with the groove of it, it's not. And PUBG Mobile is a very punishing game, and I always say this, right? Like if you make a mistake, like you get eliminated, your next wait is the next round, and that next round could probably be like up to 20 minutes or 20-ish minutes. And that's crazy. That's crazy amount of cooldown time there. So the moment you step into the game, it has to be from the get-go, you're 110% sharp. You cannot let your guard down at all. If not, then it's going to be pretty difficult. So that's going to be a test for not only Kenny, but all the other subs as well.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the most seasons that we've seen subs come through as well. I think previously, I mean back then, when we first started long ago. Wow, I feel like an old man saying this. Back in my day, but you know when we see them play as well, in terms of how they approach the games, in terms of how they play, it's always been like what we see for D Xavier: one dedicated sub only for emergencies, and the rest is for the whole time. And I think this ensures the firepower, this ensures the chemistry, it ensures consistency as well in what you can expect for your teammates. But this year, everything seems to change. Everyone loves this idea of a if this 5-man, 6-man roster, they love swapping things around as well. It's to me personally, I think it's a double-edged sword because one, you have no clue what to expect from certain teams in terms of certain plays, and just like right now for RQ, going super aggressive, already taking up space against and in the faces of Alter Ego. But this time around, their positioning is great. They have 2 players into this compound, and the rest further away right now. But Hans for You somehow managing to take out Lapar very early. Now Hazel is here to pick up the pieces. Gonna try and zone them out with that Molly, so he does keep them out for the time being. But Genfos not even close, and in fact he's being kept away by Alva. So in order to get close to his team, he has to win this fight against Alva. But Alva, he's just buying time. He's just gatekeeping the area for him to push through.
Yeah, and now they're in a 1v1 situation. Gen4 still keeping him at bay, but his other teammates are currently down. Only himself and Hazel. Hazel's on the other building, so it's pretty much a 1v1 for both sides. Gen4, he lost the fight. Alter Ego with the substitution. They made it work. They eliminate RRQ.
I really am curious to know what exactly is the vibe, the lineup, the style of play now that they bring Alva into the roster, because we have been watching them for over a week, but I don't think we see enough highlights of them to really determine what kind of style of play that they've been playing. But this match is particularly aggressive because we're seeing these early fights throughout the entirety of the map. It was like a lull earlier, very quiet. We had so much time to talk about subs and what it means to the team as well, and then suddenly all hell breaks loose. Newsy somehow got sprayed the heck from another side of the map by Zeta, and Yvette is VOIN Donkey that's trying to overcome Vampire Esports here.
I also want to point out that it's another trashy circle that the players will need to go through from a 50-50, whether it's going to go to the main peninsula or the northern side. Now it goes all the way to the north, and all these teams, or majority of these teams, will need to travel up there. So we expect more fights to happen coming up soon. Probably involving KAGENDRA now that they're rotating, and there's another team waiting for them on top of the hill.
Yeah, BTR. Nice cross as well in front of shooting range there, so anyone crossing by could be in trouble, but I don't think they're gonna get active quite yet. It's not the BTR style play, at least not for this week. But the amount of teams that are fighting to come in from the southern side, that caused a lot of ruckus just now. And look at KAGENDRA now in trouble, a lot of pressure coming in toward them, but they're not looking to fight, they're looking to evacuate. And it's a nice different style of play as well for KAGENDRA, because they're showing us so many different styles of play, aggression, and also giving us that space. And here's the replay of that earlier fight just now as well, from so many parts, so many angles. It was just chaos throughout the entirety of this compound, because it wasn't really a true 4v4. It was a 2v2, 1v1 somewhere there, and then someone else lurking on the other side.
Yeah, so that was a quick work there by Alter Ego. So a great start for them, but not so great start for RRQ. If you kind of think about it, with like 9 games including this, if RRQ did well this round, they will still put themselves in a somewhat of a chance to actually pull off a surprise to D Xavier. But now with this 1 game gone, then it's not all hope lost. I mean, they come back like multiple chicken dinners. They could still potentially catch D Xavier, but every round counts now.
This is a very interesting circle. Come up all the way northern side here. I mean, I did say I wanted a Georgia Pole circle, so somewhat almost there though, if you think about it. But the amount of teams over toward the mid side of circle, and granted, there's a reason why here, because the area between Georgia Pole as well as the river in northern side of Ruins is a choke there. So you like it or not, you have to cross that area, and it's such a tiny amount of land with terrains as well. It's not going to be easy crossing that, and this circle is getting smaller, so it is going to be a somewhat centralized area here. We're not too sure whether it'll go toward the urban side or rather the terrain, but I suspect it might be toward the terrain, since that's where all the players seem to have really parked themselves at.
Well, some of them are not really parking yet, and they're still rotating now, including Boom Esports and Team Flash. At the same time, Hans for You knocked down by Red Bull somewhere else and finished off by Red Bull. That's going to be Alter Ego losing 1 player to the hands of OSJA Thailand. While Team Flash, they need to find a way to get into the circle, but we're going to focus on the Nati right now, 1v3.
Nice nade come through as well. D Xavier getting very aggressive right now. They're looking just completely overwhelmed, but so was Panishes, and that's good. Nate T couldn't even try to survive that. So now it's just down to them to go for these resets. They can go for a surprise, they can isolate these fights, and suddenly D Xavier saying, okay, we lost one player already, cut our losses, minimize our losses, in fact, and let's move out of the way here, because right now we're seeing a lot of noise coming in from BTR as well.
Oh, and also noise coming in from Boom Esports onto Team Flash. Here we go. Pops will be at the forefront, but he will be punished by Pondbit. Knocked down, immediately eliminated. Now it's going to be Young T on the other building, all alone. He has to pull off a big clutch here. 1v3.
Can't do much right now. Young just trying to fight for his life. He goes prone. He's in trouble. Cannot play with his teammates. Cannot play off each other. And boom, show us what it's like to completely overwhelm a team without even allowing them to be prepared for that onslaught. They're aggressive. They're different. For some reason, I don't know what it is, but it feels like a different kind of boom right now. But maybe I'm overthinking this.
Well, it's still early, but gotta give them credit for the 4 eliminations that they got. So looking forward to more. But looking forward to CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Team Secret now. They'll be duking it out to be the king of the hill. So far, CELCOMDIGI Alliance holding onto this hill, and Team Secret, they still want to challenge for it. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance repositioning themselves. They're going to the other end of the hill. So they're gonna call it truce for now.
Yeah. Good call, actually. It's still very early. But despite it being this early, one team already eliminated. D Xavier lost 2 players already. VPE and Alter Ego 1 man down. I have to say, I'm liking this big change of pace. It felt as though someone said, okay, game's a bit too slow in the beginning just now. Let's kind of change it up. Let's kind of like cause everyone to really question what's going on. But honestly, I'm just coping here. At this point, it's just mostly because the circle shift is incredibly rough, if I'm being honest right now. Over on this area here, Boom Esports have a bit of cover. But like it or not, cover or not, it's still not the circle. So they have to take this fight against eArena, and eArena, they're so notorious for being a team to just gatekeep everyone out of there. And even if they do go out, they take a lot of players with them. They put a lot of damage into teams who's looking to survive intact as a 4.
Whoever said that, I'm wondering what game he has been watching, because we already had 2 teams eliminated very early. This is a fast game so far. eArena now in an engagement, and so far they're doing so well against Boom Esports, but Joker is pretty low. He needs to try to heal up, but Boom Esports is clearly not giving him that space. While Sakura from the side, beautiful spray, knocking out Yummy.
Yummy falls Soda's Frenzy right now, but the rest of Boom Esports not quite done yet. Here's Pombit, tries to hold, but eArena, they gatekeep. They do what they do best here. Somehow eliminated. They're all down and out here. eArena as well. I don't think there's anyone close by to them, so they're able to go for this resets. But big shifts coming through as finally my Georgia Paul circle is coming to life.
You asked for it yesterday. I remember that, and you're getting it right now. So I got some, you got some. We're both happy casters here. But the teams are definitely not happy with this circle. Look at the amount of teams on the minimap.
A lot of teams as well, and everyone's just trying to get into the compound quickly as possible. Given the fact that the southern side there is mostly just water as well, you don't have a lot of places to work with. And these fights on the right side that we're seeing Alter Ego face, is from multiple different teams. And I suspect it's because they're trying to just rotate inside. They're trying to just hold on to this area, and so many teams are in this compound as well. So they're all just fighting for space, and somehow Alter Ego has just been in such an unlucky position to get picked off left, right, and center.
And everyone's holding to their own compound now. You know what will be hilarious?
What?
It will be hilarious if the circle suddenly goes outside of Yogo Pool. It's like it goes into the open area, everyone has to evacuate.
Yeah, you're right. It's painful, but you know, as casters, we just like chaos. But anyway, it's fun watching that eArena here. I'm surprised because eArena took that heavy fight just now against Boom Esports. I was so sure. Was it Boom Esports? Yeah, it was Boom Esports. I was so sure that they at least lose 2 players in that process, but they somehow survived intact as a 4 here. And they're not done. They're still putting in a lot of pressure, a lot of aggression to so many different teams. They've positioned themselves in such an aggressive area on the top side here. But at the same time as well, OSJA getting active as Tem Esports in trouble. Bright's down already. And the car explodes as Bright gets blown to smithereens.
Clearly not a bright future for him. But Tem Entertainment, they're not done yet. Look at the name by SOZIP. Straight out the shopper, knocking him down by SOZIP. Shot from behind by NC2. eArena, they were monitoring the situation. They became the unlikely savior of OSJA Thailand.
Yeah, Now OSJA can just quickly go for a reset. Not quite, because these fights are still going on. It's from TS this time around. And eArena, they're like the Grim Reapers here. They're knocking down every single door, picking up every single kill. And now it's CD Alliance's turn. Adit Look will go out next year. They're down only to 2 players left. They have to pick up 1 more player. But my question is whether or not eArena will be allowing them that space to do so. Because from what I know, when you see eArena play, it's all about getting active, getting aggressive, and just completely overwhelming teams.
And OSJA Thailand, oh man, they can't get out of this. Now with the presence of Team Secret. Richard is going to be the final player. SOAS will make good work out of him. And that is it for OSJA Thailand. Number 12, 2 eliminations.
Looking at Georgia Paul right now, everyone seems to have a compound. Everyone is just very, very happy campers inside of the buildings as well. So Circle will pull down. So it is most likely going to be an urban warfare ending. Not my favorite, honestly, if you think about it, because it's more about just the wait and just hoping that players actually move out of Circle, out of their compounds. But KAGENDRA might have to think about moving right now because they're so all the way there at the edge of the Circle.
Man, and this Circle could potentially go all the way down south. Maybe by the edge of the beach for all you know, and that's where all the teams will need to move out. So far inside of Jogo Pool, we have Alter Ego, KAGENDRA, BTR in it. And we have a couple of other teams probably on the right side as well. But these 3 teams, like what you said, because it's an urban area, everyone has their own condominium, everyone will just hold on to it.
eArena is still very much outside the Circle, all the way up north there. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Secret will be taking the fight with them, but Sem9 this time around, they're getting a little bit more aggressive and active. They want to overwhelm Vampire Esports. Now, that interview just now that Shrep said about him being the IGL and how they really want to just be able to slow down DX, this time around, they're the ones in trouble as, look at the amount of pressure Sem9 is giving. They don't have compound, they don't have terrain either, but the nades they thrown in is massive. And speaking of massive here, Strangers looking to overwhelm BTR.
Oh, massive nade onto Federalis. Shredding his health down to 50%. Strangers Esports coming in, but a bit of a boo-boo here for OZ. He somehow naded himself, but the rest of Strangers Esports is still around. They can still potentially win this fight. Navigating around the smoke, looking for the final player of BTR. Federalis is somewhere at the corner.
Staying very quiet as well. I mean, Federalis, we've seen him try to pull off miracles there. It's a one-man show, just trying to survive a bit longer. But it's not the best of situations as well, given the fact that this urban... What a spray from Kenny. It's 20k to fall. And the rest of VPE cut their losses, just rush straight into the Circle, looking for a place to hold. At least if they have a compound, they can isolate fights, play off each other perhaps. But Onsense cannot move, cannot play at all. As Sem9 chip damage all around from those nades.
Oh, another nade into the building. Onsense down to 20% health, but he managed to heal up just in time back to 80%. Nade by Fearon, but it's on the outer side. Onsense is not there. Onsense continue to hold on. But the one smiling is actually the Xavier, looking down at number 2, 3, and 4. Their closest contenders all with a single player left.
Hasn't moved, hasn't made a single noise at all. I'm not sure if Sem9 is very distracted by other things. You can start to see the crosshair sort of move around the map, and I think they're saying, okay, we're spending way too much time here. I think it's time for us to reposition somewhere else. Yes, keep an eye out for Onsense, but at the same time, don't waste too much time here because we might get third-partied. I think it's because of the amount of sounds they're hearing from Strangers as well as VOIN Donkey there.
Yeah, all the audio cues, they are still playing this very cautiously, but that's fine. Because if they were to move straight into Jogo Pool, aggressively look at the teams inside of this Jogo Pool town. But I want to see stage 6, right? Stage 6 could probably change a lot of things depending on where the Circle goes. Okay, maybe down the beach. If it goes down the beach, it's great for Sem9, but bad for everyone else. But the Circle, yo, it's going down the beach.
I don't know what it is you've been eating, Sir Club, but your predictions today are kind of scary, man.
And the players hate me now.
Yes, they really do. Man, Achul putting in a lot of nades up there on the top side. That just to make sure that no one is even clear those windows. But I don't think if anyone is. And right now, I think KAGENDRA is doing a great job. All those nades will delay a bit of times in terms of rotations and give them a little bit more space to walk around these compounds. But moving around these compounds into the Circle is the problem here. You have no clue which corner has someone and which corner is clear.
But what's clear is BTR eliminated without any points at all. Now, it's going to be KAGENDRA and D Xavier. This is going to be a big highlight, right? D Xavier, can they fend them off? Because They want to hold on to the top spot. Nades lobbed across onto these areas. These areas still evading those nades. KAGENDRA not getting anything on the elimination feed yet. No clue how many people are on the other building.
Staying fairly quiet. Whoa, man. Parajin ate a whole nade to the face right now. And Achul, he's saying, okay, that's enough waiting here. I want to breach this compound. I want to get up close, active, and personal. But not too close though. Lamborghini eating a lot of damage. Parajin does show his hand at the very least. So there is an audio cue at the very least for Xavier that there is somewhat of a crazy, scary weapon in play. But KAGENDRA walking close here. Just blind sprays around here. Lamborghini staying fairly close right now. But these angles through the windows, you don't peek those. It's dangerous. One shot to the face is all you need with the DBS. Excuse me.
Well, and look at the crowd celebrating the fact that KAGENDRA eliminated the top team DZavier, and now the #1 spot is up for grab. But Vampire Esports and CELCOMDIGI Alliance only has one player. I wonder how many points can they collect. Anyway, points are still points. They're starting to collect placement points now.
Yeah. Mila lying in wait right now. I think KAGENDRA very aware that he's close as well. The rest of strangers, I mean. But at the same time, there's also another worry. It's team secret here. But KAGENDRA, they are doing such a great job of making space for themselves, putting those smokes down. So as knocked down already, and Lobby, he really, really wants that one elimination point. Not going to be the easiest to spray as well, because he actually just gave away his hand. Nades come through here just to clear out those smokes, but he doesn't really care. There's no care from KAGENDRA at all. They're just rushing out forward here. Achul should be okay to pick up as well. Casper eats a big nade to the face, but instead of resetting, he says, you know what, I don't care. I want to go inside the compound, and I want to play close. I want to have these CQC plays and fully take advantage of the situation.
Oh, and even GK tries to take advantage by lobbing nades onto KAGENDRA.
Oh,
and
man.
Mela got one. That's going to be Azami now down on his knees. KAGENDRA, they might lose Casper as well. It's go time for Achul and Lele Boy. But same goes for Strangers Esports coming down to the lower ground, looking for the next target. They're chasing the remaining members of KAGENDRA, wiping them off in Wrangle.
Love that reaction coming in from strangers, taking advantage of the full chaos coming in from Team Secret, jumping out as a 4 and catching KAGENDRA off guard before they could even brace themselves from the initial onslaught. That is what we call quick thinking and adaptability. Love seeing this from the team. They've been fairly quiet, but their fangs are definitely down and out here. But they don't have to worry right now because Sem9 is currently on the outer area. They have a terrain to work with, but they're all the way out there in the open. And they have Mika playing that guard, watching for Onzens, not allowing him to move at all.
And Sem9, they have the potentially the best position possible. But we still have stage number 8, so we gotta chill and wait how stage 8 plays out. But Sem9 also needs to be aware that the fact that there's one player behind them that could be the kingmaker for Sem9 when they get into an engagement. Anyway, GK, he got Lobby, and that's going to be a knock, but not sealing the deal yet.
GK love the position as well. I think TS, they have like what, 1, 2, they're pretty fairly separated if I'm being honest right now. With Break inside the compound, GK on top of the building. I think it's great. At the same time, it's also very, very dangerous. But you know, only good things come to high-risk, high-reward players, exactly like they wanted. Onzens finally goes down after what it feels like an eternity, and now we're out to our top 5. So at the very least, Vampire Esports play for placement points, but no eliminations.
Oh, we can hear the crowd cheering. The fact that Sem9, they spot Onzens, and now their back is all clear. They only need to focus on what's in front of them. Oin Donkey, Zeta, looking over at Sem9. He sees Spirit in front of him, but he can't make those moves yet. Everyone's just waiting for stage 8.
I mean, at the same time, 1/3 of the circle is just water. The other half is just open area. And the southern side of the area, the last remaining terrain to work with is Sem9's. I like that they're a little bit more proactive in trying to figure out a different way and style of play, knowing that they put a lot of space between them and the other teams as well. But at the same time, that's his concern. You're out there in the open. If the circle shifts away from this, I would say this crater-like area, you're gonna push to that beach over there to the left, right? And that's the most very open plain area there is right now. So I'm praying for Sem9.
Oh yeah, Sem9 fans praying for their favorite team as well. They should be okay. I don't expect them to be in trouble for now, that is. but it all depends on stage number 8. We'll find that out in about 5 more seconds. So this is agonizing, just waiting for the timer, waiting for the circle. And the circle still has a bit of beach on it, but that's such an open space. If they step forward, potentially teams from the condominium could shoot them down.
Can hear sounds of guns. No commitment yet. I mean, this is the most healthy we've seen any last few circles happening for the last 2 days. Usually you see maybe like a one team with 3, one team with 2, one team with 1. But with 3 teams fairly full and only TS with only 3, I expect this to be super competitive, especially toward the northern side here. So I feel like Sem9 really chose well in a way, because all the teams over at the northern side are going to have to fight each other, like it or not. They're going to have to cross off each other as well as the circle shifts. So this big space between them and Sem9 should keep them alive for just a little bit longer, unless of course someone's marking them.
And this is the only option for Sem9. They cannot go to the left side beach. They have to crash into the compound, and that's exactly what they're doing. Smartly creating a smoke bridge. VOIN Donkey will need to play the defense game now against Sem9, but it's going to be Lobby X knocking out Mika.
Inside the smokes right now, as Fearon will be the front liner, eating a lot of damage there from the nades. He's up close and personal with Team Secret. The nades do finally find him in the end. Sem9, one teammate down and out. Fearon needs to be picked up right now. It's only Trexie all alone here, the lone IGL. That wall cannot hold him for any longer, and Team Secret completely obliterate the home crowd favorites.
And now Team Secret will need to defend against VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey jumps down, and they will take this fight against Team Secret while Strangers Esports, they monitor the situation. Vexy needs a break.
Damage already. VOIN Donkey looking to relive their aggressive and successful week 1 play. But for now, Team Secret will be the one with 10 elims and unstoppable right now. And they started off this last few circles with only 3 people. Now dwindled down to 2. VOIN Donkey, Strangers to worry about as well. Everyone just sharing this one apartment complex. Potatoes just prone himself in the corner of a building. Meanwhile, the other members of Strangers, they have a nice crossfire with their other teammates. 2 playing close by, and the other 2 giving that support in the back line. But that nade from Earths, oh no, overcooked, brother.
We saw that, a boo-boo by Uzi. Lucky for him, his other teammate was there together with him. Mela will pick him up, but somebody's gonna clean the toilet after this.
Now Lobby's joined his teammates all the way to the bottom side here, and I think they're relishing in the fact that VOIN Donkey and TS are just side by side. They've heard the noise, they've heard this aggression right now. VOIN Donkey, they're at a predicament here. You want to take a fight in a CQC against Team Secret? Yes, it's just 2 people, but you sustain a lot of damage. Or do you want to vacate the premises, be out there in the open, and face the wrath of a full squad of Strangers?
And here we go, stage 9, zone will close entirely. Let's see who will make the first move. It's likely going to be VOIN Donkey and Team Secret, since they're closer to the blue. The blue will put pressure onto them. The blue is closing right now. While Stranger Esports, they can still hold on to the position. Looks like both teams, they're out of nades, so everyone's not truly using their utilities anymore. Anyway, the backline of Strangers Esports, it's time for them to go.
Blind shots from Zeta. Potentially just shows his hand, but no follow-up at all. It's just making noise, getting active here. They do have the entirety of the top side of the building here, but my question is if they're going to get overwhelmed from the bottom side there. Nades come through, mollies as well, just to deny a bit of space, flush them out in those corners. As Team Secret staying fairly active right now, they're cooking the nades, they throw it outside, but it's not enough to really tag the members of Strangers here. And now it's down to a free-for-all. The circle is closing, no more space to work with, everyone. Everyone's fairly healthy right now. Util is running out as well, and now here's the opening. Earth's finally knocked down, and this time it's a day from Jiki to open it out, but Team Secret not looking to follow up, but instead just throw in more and more damage with utility, as we have a one-on-one here on the outside as KNS finds Frankie, shoots him straight to the face. GK tries to answer, and he does. Nade is perfect. Vexy jumps out. Vexy gets a kill. Zeta as well on the other side of the circle. VOIN Donkey with the man advantage slowly dwindling right now. Strangers all alone. Jump shots abound right now. Vexy with 5 eliminations already. I can't believe it. We're down to 1v1.
Oh, now they can't see each other. They can't see each other. This wall is not jumpable. Who will survive the blue? Oh, wait a second. Maybe Lobby can do it. No, there's not enough space. Who will survive? Lobby does not have enough health. And at the end of the day, VOIN Donkey survived the blue to the very end.
I am shocked at this ending. This has been one of the most crazy endings we've seen here at PMSLC. Teams very, very healthy, an urban ending, everyone surviving till the end, no one moving at all. It was down to the wire. It was anyone's game.
Oh man, it could have gone either way, honestly. Honestly, it could have gone either way. It was insane. But the fact that there was that wall at the very end. And Zeta, he had a little bit more health. That's how he could survive the blue the moment the blue arrived on top of him. And he scored that chicken dinner for the team just by surviving.
Oh my god, my heart's shaking, Cloud. I was not expecting that. I was at the edge of my seat because holy heck, what a game that was. Everyone was getting active here, and it was such an interesting circle. As you called it, it was a trashy circle. It was hard to navigate, it was hard to rotate as number one. So we're seeing a lot of early fights. But these teams who are already up in the northern side, they fairly got a lot of time to take up space there toward Georgia Paul here. But it's still not the easiest kind of places either because Sem9 forced away on the outside. People sharing one apartment complex side by side, but not sure whether or not they want to commit. This is the interesting moment about this particular match.
Oh man, that wall had to hit the highlights, right? The Great Wall of Zeta, like some of our audience will call it. Rexy Zeta, Razek Potato. This match was insane. This is arguably the most entertaining round that we've got so far at the Grand Finals. And VOIN Donkey, coming with the chicken dinner, they scored themselves 9 eliminations together with it.
This is great. This is huge. It's giving that that really early aggressive run we saw in week 1 for VOIN Donkey, where they're able to get 2 chicken dinners just in the beginning of the day. This is the aggressive team that I wanted to see. This is the capabilities that they can bring to the table, and definitely I can say adaptability. VOIN Donkey has it in the bag right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to ride this wave and go crazy. And for now, let's have a look at the highlights here because VOIN Donkey 9 elims. Wow.
You said it right, Tash. Wow is the theme of this chicken dinner. It is crazy. VOIN Donkey, Strangers Esports, Team Secret, and Sem9 in our top 4 teams. And majority of the teams that actually hit like the top 5 earlier on, they were the second pager team. So could this be the rise of the second page teams?
You know what? Now that you mention it, it might, right? It could be day 2 rise of the tier of the team. Blah blah blah. I can't English of the page 2 teams. Anyway, coming from that fight, the top 4 teams: Sem9, Strangers, Team Secret, VOIN Donkey. It could have been anyone's game here. And this top 4 is what I would say the most competitive top 4 I've seen in quite some time. But Vexy5 being the MVP, I'm not shocked. He's always been the one to put in a lot of damage. He's always been up close and personal when it comes to fights. And I love to see 42% team contribution. That's crazy.
That's like almost half of the team's contribution by himself. That is crazy, right? Of course, that comes together with 6 eliminations and 552 damage together with it. And Vexy scoring the first MVP for VOIN Donkey in the grand finals. Now, when it comes to what matters, the numbers. Our top 3 double-digit teams are all page 2 teams.
Yeah. This is a very interesting moment. I think what's really most interesting as well is the survivability, because honestly, Team Secret survived that long with only a 3-man team. They lost one of their members very, very early in the game as well. Sem9, unfortunate for them, I think for them it's just been mostly a positional issue. They weren't able to find cover, they weren't able to get into the compound, and they were a bit late to that rotation, and understandably so, they got completely overwhelmed. Now, teams that are at the top here, I'm talking about DX, I'm talking about VTR, I'm talking about VPE, this has been a very tough circle for them.
Yeah, including CELCOMDIGI Alliance as well on page number 2. Not many points, but most of them still got a couple of points. But bad news for BTR though, 0 points. They got a decent compound, but still not able to gain those points. Anyway, overall rankings, no changes at all on page number 1. DAY2 is still on top.
I mean, Xavier, one thing that you can really tell from them for sure is the amount of consistency and the amount of lead they have. It gives them so much space to just really chill out a little bit when push comes to shove, when things go bad. They're like, okay, it's fine, we have a little bit more leeway. Mistakes will be mistakes, but what did we do wrong? Okay, go next now. I think Vampire Esports really wants to try and chase it. I mean, Traps even said they want to kind of like slow them down here. But the thing is, if Xavier gets slowed down, and they even get slowed down, nothing moves. It's the law of physics.
Well, the one that moves a lot is on page number 2. eArena, VOIN Donkey, Strangers Esports, all moving up. But for Team Flash, Boom Esports, Alter Ego, Tap Entertainment, they went down. Team Secret, no changes, but at least they put themselves on par, same amount of points as Temp Entertainment. So maybe the next round they could come up.
They really can. I mean, 2 more maps right now, Miramar, and I think that it's great as we move into this map. It's a little bit bigger. I mean, we saw a lot of long-range fights already. I mean, given the fact that it was just an air angle, but we saw a lot of long-range snipes as well. So I want to see more of that from Miramar. I mean, hell, yesterday I think we saw this one off-angle snipe from on top of the hill into a house. It was a tiny little window angle, but it was a headshot that dinked one player and immediately just lobbied them. I want to see more of that.
Well, hopefully we get to see more after this and more crazy circles. I wouldn't mind that. You know, circles have been absolutely insane in this season's PMSL Southeast Asia Grand Finals. And if there were any more crazy circles to be given to us, I would like to see like a Patona circle in Miramar.
Oh, you know, that'll be really fun. That'll be hella fun. I think the closest to Partona Circle we saw was that Southern Circle yesterday, and that was even a very hard rotation. Not yet Partona quite yet, but almost there. So that'll be very fun to watch. But also at the same time, you know what? I was gonna say on the Los Leones Circle is very boring. But at the same time, I don't think I want to see another Urban Warfare ending. But anyways, while you're waiting here around, waiting for the next game, do check out the Golden Dynasty event that's happening right now inside of PUBG Mobile. This is the 7th anniversary version of the game.
Yeah, and you can play this theme mode on different maps. Of course, it's also in Erangel, the classic map, and you can play it whether you want to play it in unranked or ranked. It's totally up to you. But most importantly is the new features inside of the game and this new theme mode. New weapons, new vehicles, especially the camel. You gotta check out the camel. And you can actually summon the camel if you can find the bell on the map.
There's a bell?
Some of the new features. Yes, there's a bell that you can get on the map that you can summon the camel. And the camel is a very good vehicle, but it doesn't offer you that much protection. That's how they balance it out. But it's our predictions are balanced here. We gotta check out how our team's doing today. How's yours, Tash?
Hold up, we match. Hold up, we match, sir.
Oh, except for Team Flash and CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take one matchy. Why not? We said we're gonna matchy, so we might as well. I mean, we wore blue unintentionally today as well, so that works. But anyways, coming back to these two, I think I want to hear what is your expectations here for Boom Esports or Cloud?
for Boom Esports,
Yes.
they seem like they're silently on the rise, right?
Yeah.
Although I think that it's a little bit too late for them to be the champion, but if they can pull off like 6-7 chicken dinners, I know something insane like that, then yeah, sure, right? But realistically right now, yes, it's nice to see them on the rise, but I worry that it's a bit too late.
Why do you say it's too late?
I mean, just the gap.
Just the cap. What if they do like an insane comeback?
And that's
3
exactly my
chicken
point
dinners
earlier
in a
on.
row. Yeah, right? Or like maybe, you know, I just cannot imagine another situation that could happen. But yeah, it is like it was one of those moments where you're just like, realistically, it's hard to do. But you know, some teams can pull forward, some teams can make magic. Let's see whether or not this team can.
Can or cannot? That will be our Mirama matchup for the team to decide and to show to us. Of course, we look forward to seeing another trashy circle. I truly wouldn't mind that. The players would hate me by now. But hey, who cares about them? They're here to entertain us.
Really, I agree with you. Okay, given the fact that it's a very, very centralized flight path, you said you wanted a Partona circle. When's the last time we've seen a Partona circle?
Wow. I can't remember by now. I probably have seen it like maybe like once, but that was like, man, I don't know by now how long was
Rare
that.
circle.
And if it's given to us, I wouldn't mind that. That Partona, you know, it's a rare circle. We get to zoom in on how exactly the players will play inside of Partona. So let's give it a go.
Yeah, I think we've seen some Puerto Paraiso circles before as well. I would say it's quite a difficult circle given the fact that some of those circles have more water than land as well. But anyways, enough speculations, because right now, I'm more curious about how the mentals are like for these teams. I mean, given the fact last map was very, very close, number one. Number two, it's a big shift, right, from a different map. I mean, I think in terms of adaptations, the rotations, when you go into this map, it's a big change from Erangel. I'm sure they're used to it by now, but while circle-wise will be to the northern side here, most teams to the middle side, so I'm already expecting going to be a southern side fight, or rather big rotation in the southern side, unless you have teams that want to go exploring toward El Pozo, Crater Fields, and go for the longest rotations of their lives.
Well, at least for once the teams have a breather, right? Like, it's a decent circle. Yes, it's slightly up north, but it's 100% land, so it's okay for the team. So for us, maybe Partona needs to wait later. But will we see early fights with this sort of flight path, with the map itself, Mirama, and a decent circle? We might have to wait as well.
I think we might be seeing some action, but I don't think it's going to be as late as last week. I believe in week 1, the first blood on Miramar was 13 minutes in.
Yeah, so I guess that's that time when the circle was also like, you know, a lot of hilly areas. And with this kind of like more balancey sort of circle, probably I need to wait that sort of time.
Yeah, week 1 was very, very slow. I think everyone was just sort of trying to get to know each other, understand what to expect here, given the fact that the league is a lot shorter. But at the same time, I think that everyone's really just kind of fallen into their groove right now. I mean, especially the tier 2 teams. I think I'm so proud. It feels like a proud auntie moment looking at these tier 2 teams coming up onto the big stages. For me personally, when I saw these tier 2 teams, I thought to myself, okay, previous seasons, we saw a lot of teams from tier 2 struggle in tier 1. It took them maybe a week or two to really ease their way in. But even then, you could really see the big gap in terms of skill from the tier 1 teams still here. But this season is like hella competitive. I don't think I've seen anything like this for quite some time already. And it's not that one outlier team as well. It'll see like OSJA TH, is teams like VOIN Donkeys, teams like I think the one that didn't make it that really surprised me as well as Anams Milan, as well as MEC as well. So that was really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, and some of the hopefully we get to see them again in the future. Of course, with this year's format of PUBG Mobile Esports, some teams will be eliminated, and if they want to climb back up, they have to play through PMNC again. And some of the PMNCs in the Southeast Asia region, they've already been some of the announcements have already made, and you guys out there, if you happen to be in the Southeast Asia region, feel free to sign up as well, and you might be the next superstar to play in PMSL. And also, of course, we do hope to get to see like teams like MEC, Nams Milan, and all those teams coming back in, but it might be a harder route for them since some of them might need to play through PMNC again.
Yeah. And I think I love this open kind of format here in PMNC, you know? The fact that there's so many hidden gems. I think I will just scroll on TikTok once in a while and just watch some streams, and I will get so shocked at how many great players we have on the server right now. It's just a matter of whether or not we get to see them. And, you know, I know that ranked games is just so different than tournament-wise, but sometimes it is that high rank moment where you're just like, oh, I'm so good at solo. How would I transition into a team situation that could really surprise all of you guys in terms of how you play here in a tournament situation as well? Because at the end of the day, when you look at all of these teams, most of them just start off playing in small little tournaments at the malls, you know, with the small little prize pools, and then it turned into a full-blown career. You just never know.
Oh yeah. So it reminds me of this one story. The fact that Yummy, he was actually, when he first joined Boom Esports, he was actually scouted from a tier 3 team.
Oh wow.
And his team didn't really do too well. But his particular stat, it was good enough to attract the attention of the coach at that time, which was Ken. And Ken brought him to Boom Esports, and he made a superstar out of Yummy. He was the MVP in one of the last editions of PMSL. So how much this player has grown his career, that's a testament to what you just said.
You know, when you talk about Kent, right, I was like, okay, which coach is this? You mentioned Kent, and I immediately like, okay, I knew it. I had a feeling this was going to be happening. Because, you know, when I think of Kent, right, I think he's just one of those coaches that has this insane capability of realizing player potential, and he likes to grow these players as well, which I really love seeing. Anyways, VPE here with the great opening there onto GUI. Earlier first blood than anticipated. And what's really more impressive is the fact that VPE, despite going out really early just now, they've really changed their tune.
I'm just going to drop a plug here, right? So if you want to get to know Ken a little bit more, you can check out my podcast together with him.
Yeah.
The title is called Being the Dumbest Person, and you get to know his thought process. It's very, very insightful, very, very philosophical. So you can check that one out. I guess you guys know how to search it out. It's on the platforms that you guys are watching the live stream right now.
I completely forgot that you actually had a podcast with him, and I think you told me it was one of the most insightful podcasts you've done in a while.
Oh yeah, it's the most viewed podcast as well. So just saying, right? Don't miss that one out. I watch it from time to time again, just to like reflect on like how much that has changed and now as well. And surely he has grown as a person, as a coach in his career and all that. Looking forward to doing bigger things in the future.
Oh, nice.
But we will see this big thing, and looks like our first blood didn't take that long.
That was really, really fast as well. And I think those are all just long-range pickoffs as well. I think VPE just now, all they had to do was just hunker down inside of a compound, and then they were just kind of like just sweeping around the area, trying to see if there's anyone really hanging around the high grounds, the buildings, in the middle of rotations. We saw some pickoffs already. We saw one toward OSJA just now, and I believe one player got knocked. I believe that was Yui all alone there in that corner as well. So, you know, when you talk about Kent, coming back to your story as well, right? I think out of all the coaches I've spoken to, he's not only very, very friendly, but he's so quick to share his insights and his advice to so many different people.
Fun fact, he's a law student.
He's a law student?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Can you imagine that? Like Ken being a lawyer?
I can actually. It suits his personality.
You can't. See what I did there?
You're so funny. I saw. I knew it was coming a mile away. It's very classic Cloud jokes. But anyways, coming into this one, we have the team that managed to narrowly win that chicken dinner in a 1v1 just now. Here going toe-to-toe against D Xavier. Now, D Xavier is an interesting one, right? Because just now during the break, everyone wants to see this team slow down. Yeah, they somewhat did in certain maps, but one thing about them is that they're like almost like rubber balls. You bounce them to the ground, they bounce out harder back in return.
Yeah, that was exactly what they did yesterday, right? They had like 2 games of cooldown, and then when they come back hard with a chicken dinner to end the day, and they still remain that gap with the second place team that was Vampire Esports. So I wouldn't look down on D Xavier at all.
Definitely not. Anyways, ping pong circle all the way to the western side, and this time around, VPE finds himself in trouble, specifically Tony K here. He's trying his best to hide his tiny little pixels behind that pillar, but Red Bull has other things in mind. He's gonna throw out that nade. Tony K, where are you gonna go? You're gonna eat the nade? No, it's a bit too wide here as VPE, they rush up forward, giving so much support to his teammates as well. But Red Bull, I don't think he wants to move here. He'd rather just take this kill at the same time. And finally, in the end of the day, after so long, he gets Tony K, and he's not punished for being there, for overstaying his welcome.
I know, right? Like he took out the superstar Tony K and he gets away with murder. Well, literally. And now they can go into the circle. Great. But this is Red Bull we're talking about. He's been so good ever since his days playing in the PMCL and now shifting over to PMSL and still remain consistent and able to play among all these PMSL superstars. You gotta give it to this guy. There's something special about him. And the more he performs like this, well, my other team might pick him up.
Yeah, he might. Richard there out there in the open, punished for even daring to get a little bit too aggressive there. Not too sure whether it was a missed movement or what there. I don't think he was expected to see 3 players just staring at him straight from that compound as well. The amount of fights happening here is the entirety of the map, especially toward VPE, BTR, OSJA as well. Sem9 not moving quite yet. I think CD Line is looking at third party because that's usually their style.
Yeah, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they definitely do love that. They like coming in later. But they're also looking at the situation right now. We'll see what happens. But what's happening across the map, 2 teams making a very far rotation, one up north and one on the southern side. And now, the moment we switch back to our game view, OSJA Thailand, they actually lost the fight with KAGENDRA.
OSJA losing to KAGENDRA. That's surprising, honestly. But at the same time, not really. KAGENDRA is just one of those teams that can just quickly overwhelm. One thing that I love about seeing them take compounds, take space, is that they move in together as a unit and they disallow the situations that allow them to get isolated. And it puts them in such tradable positions as well. It's so great where if one player goes down, their teammate immediately answers back. So it's not necessarily the safest of fights there, even if you think you're in a 1v1.
Yeah, but it was unfortunate for OSJA Thailand as well, right? If you kind of think about it, like at some point of the game, they were like, oh, Red Bull gets that pickup, took out Tony K from afar. And then they just made one rotation and their game ends. That's just how punishing this game is, right? Like you cannot make a single mistake. At this level of gameplay, it's all about which team makes the least mistake that will come out on top.
Yeah. A lot of teams are waiting to outplay as well, at the very least. And I think that, I mean, throughout today, I think all these teams probably had like a headache to think about how to deal with all of these trashy circles. Not necessarily the most usual of circles as well. It's very hard push. It ping-pongs left, right, and center. You think that you're safe. You find a compound, you find a terrain, and suddenly you have to move away from it. And then you're forced to take up these fights. It's just been, I think, you know, rotation after rotation for many of these players. And forced to take many fights as well. But at this point, I'm loving the fact that a lot of these players, they're willing to rise up to the challenge and take up these fights head on. And I think while some teams are a little bit more quiet, they prefer to take a little bit more of those later fights. But at the same time, I think that this early airing goal is very different than yesterday's, as most teams are a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive when it comes to taking or being advantages here. Newsy goes down there, Onsens will trade back as well. So this is an interesting predicament here where Vampire Esports once again slowed down by a lot, and somehow I feel that they jinxed themselves there during the interview.
Yeah, they said they want to slow down the Xavier, but like what you said, looks like they might be slowing down themselves. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, the home team, managed to score 2 elimination points and now they are above 100 points. They are breathing down the Xavier's neck.
They really are. They really want to catch up if they can right now. But CD Alliance not necessarily in the best of situations either. They have to worry about eArena, and you know how eArena plays when it comes to aggression, when it comes to take up this space. Nades come through immediately. CD Alliance, they have only 3 members to work with, and I don't think they want to stay there, and I think it's a wise decision to rotate off instead of trying to find out what happens next. But Mika surprises Bose and just knocks him out of the game. And the rest of Sem9, they want to get active here as Firan will be caught out in the open there. It was Federalis from another terrain, another hill. They have been watching like a hawk now and stealing him away.
Oh, BT are taking advantage of the situation, but they have not collected the elimination point yet. Drexy comes in, he wants to collect it out of Young T. He doesn't want to let a single point go. And here's a replay of whatever happened to Vampire Esports. Looks like they were caught by CELCOMDIGI Alliance at the lower ground, and without the numbers on their side, CELCOMDIGI Alliance made quick work of them.
Mika lobbied as well, but at least there's an answer back there from Kenny finding Razy. So it is a 1-for-1 at the very least, but that point is stolen away from KAGENDRA. Where the heck is KAGENDRA? That is a very long shot actually if you think about it.
I know, right? Like all the way from downtown. They're totally off screen. We don't even see them on the big screen. Okay. But with that kind of long shot, great, you get knocks. But the point here is that you cannot secure the elimination points. So that's one of the reasons why like weapons like K98K, like the SKS, they are no longer a favorite weapon to be brought into the battleground because you can't find those eliminations.
Now is time where everyone's getting active. You can see the 7-9 truly scatter, and RRQ getting really That was 3 nades straight toward KNS. Took the brunt of the damage. Could not move. Could not run. No return from that. His teammate cannot even come close here. Lobby over the other side of terrain here. At the same time, so separated from one another right now. Not the best place to be in when it comes to being strangers right now.
And here comes the long range by RRQ. Lapa tries to take down a player of Strangers Esports. One is currently knocked, but they're still not able to secure the elimination point yet. Strangers Esports should be able to reset. We shift over to Strangers Esports. Lobby X. Okay, he's low. He managed to heal up. Now they need to save KNS.
No, not happening. Lobbied already. Grenade and limbs here gonna fall to Lapar. Honestly, at this point, he's just been so aggressively just throwing out so many of those nades as well. So just picking up numbers upon numbers of bodies here. As RRQ, they don't want to hang out here too long. I think they are currently still healthy at 4. But at the same time, when you see there's other teams around, the blue zone chunking in, you don't want to overstay here.
Definitely not. And the fact that there are more teams now within the circle, then for them to find an entry point is going to be harder. But at the same time, like what you said, you don't want to overstay in this area. There's so many decisions that the team will need to make. And that's where being an IGL is so difficult. Like you have to make all these decisions. At the same time, you have to shoot.
Fragging IGLs. Rising trend here. If you're an IGL, you can shoot. Stonks. Everyone's just coming for you. Join my team.
Yeah, you can join Tasha's team. She's calling
Not
out
my
for
team.
you.
No, not my team.
Literally your team. Oh, okay. I thought that was a promo.
No. But anyways, you're strangers. I love Flash, honestly, looking at them play right now. They're very aggressive. They're very decisive as well in terms of how they put in their firepower, knocking one out of the park already. And strangers forced now to either take this fight against them. And it's not easy because they have the advantage in terms of terrain, in terms of position as well. One member of strangers did manage to get into the zone, but I don't think Mela can be saved here.
And Tops will knock down Mela. Like what you said, he cannot be saved. He's being chunked out by the blue now. As Team Flash will need to focus on to getting into the circle, they will leave Mela to the blue. And in the circle, there's another team waiting for them. And that's going to be BTR. Satar took 1 point.
Reposition as well. I'm quite surprised at Satar's bravery here. He's all alone walking up, and I think he just got very curious and very aggressive at that very point. Great timing as well. He didn't linger too long. Now RQ finds themselves against another Indonesian veteran team. It's Alter Ego. Alter Ego, I feel like right now they're fairly okay. They're not in the worst positions. They are threatened, yeah, but I think their position should be fine. They can kind of opt to run away if they want to as well. There is a bit of space between them and RQ.
And for RRQ playing by the edge of the circle, 3 different teams in front of them, including Boom Esports on the other side. Now the Pico's bringing down. The Pico can hit his target. It's not going to be easy to hit that far range, but VOIN Donkey hitting it onto Team Flash.
But somehow it's Nate T that finds that big opening onto Potato right now. As Zeus throwing out those nades, putting in a lot of pressure to the members of VOIN Donkey. They're so low right now. Zeus goes aggressive, active, rushes up forward. And somehow from downtown, you have Yummy finding one person to pick off to himself as well. Vexy almost gets traded out there. Being very careful right now, but a lot of faith given onto Rezak to just really make sure that he's able to stay alive here. So every team suffering heavy losses. And I think that for VOIN Donkey, I believe they lost 2 players in that process.
And look at the circle. It favors CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Sam9, Kagendra. But on the northern side, D Xavier is going to come into the circle unchallenged as well. They just need to be careful of Rezak that's behind them. And they know that VOIN Donkey is there.
That was actually, if I think about it, seeing where Nate T is stationed as well with this Sport to X scope, that was a very long range steal he managed to do just now as well on that opening toward Potato, I believe. So at the very least right now for VOIN Donkey, not only do they not have the circle advantage, they don't have a lot of terrain to work with, they don't have a lot of space either. I mean, yeah, they do have these 2 vehicles to work with, but you know D Xavier, once they see those vehicles move, there's going to be a lot of pressure fire coming toward them. One of their cars is definitely going to explode.
Oh yeah. And that's not going to be good news, right? And plus inside of Miramar, you definitely need those vehicles. It's such a big map, lots of land. So I wonder how they will recover that. For now, we'll shift over to eArena, and they have a road in front of them. Ooh, it's going to be hard for eArena to cut across the road. Hopefully they have enough utilities. Boom Esports, lobbing utilities across RQ.
Hazel falls as well, needs to be picked up as well. Napeko in a very dangerous situation there. Peeks through the window, immediately gets chunked down to smithereens. There's Boom Zero gonna come out forward as well, playing closely with his teammates. Yummy as well coming into the area, a buggy in hand. But Lapar, that is a perfect lead into Zero, just to dwindle down the numbers here. As the blue zone shifts, I don't think there is a situation where Boom Esports is gonna be able to pick up the two fallen members at all. So Lapar gonna be happy to pick up one member, make it even two. He's hungry, give him more.
He's definitely Lapar there. Vexy, well, he will be food for Kagendra if he moves forward. His vehicle is now smoking up. No way he's going to be able to use that, but nades lopped across. Vexy evades two different nades. A bit of splash damage onto him, but another two nades sent across onto Vexy. Both of them bounce back. Vexy is counting his lucky stars, but his luck could run out soon.
Oh yeah, it's definitely running out here. Kagendra not looking to push out here. There we go, the molly just to flush him out. It's a bit too further back as well, so he's not going to be deterred at all. But Kagendra, I mean, it's fine. I know that they don't want to go aggressive here. They don't want to go outside. They don't want to get dwindled down. They are so understanding about where the positions of all the other teams are right now here. For RQ, I think they've been very, very active. They've been moving around the map, taking so many fights as well. Lapar has done well in securing an extra few eliminations, but at the same time, him surviving alone here at the very edge, blue zone coming through, and D Xavier just, you know, gatekeeping him. Ooh, man, I'm terrified because I think Levi's might be marking him. Oh yeah, they are.
Oh, okay. For a moment there, I thought they didn't know that Lapar was there. Now they do know. Lambo is going to come in as well, and they're going to pick up their second elimination point. 2 for D Xavier now.
I mean, it's a good start for them. They want to bounce back. They want to retain that title as the most bouncy rubber ball here in PMSL SEA. So for them, I think it's great that they're trying to start this off just slowly but surely. Methodically will be the right word here. Taking fights one by one, not get too aggressive right now. But anyways, Ponbit, a great job from him staying fairly silent there toward the very middle of the circle, at the side of the terrain as well. But his position, I believe, because it's over at the side of that terrain, someone will definitely be coming there over that side. But I didn't look, a nice spray onto Break as well. It's enough to put in the damage, not enough to give him the kill just yet. But TS, they're providing cover fire, not allowing CD lines to completely run them over. Send Jimmy a majority of damage from that nade, fully takes a chunk of his life out there. No nades at all hitting toward TS. But Break does fall.
Oh, that was a huge one to Jimmy, but lucky enough he's able to recover, and now he will charge forward. Adilu takes a lot of damage as well, immediately knocked down by Frankie from the side. Nice Frank by Frankie himself, and now Jimmy OP is right in front. They shift their focus. GK actually won the fight. Oh no, CELCOMDIGI Alliance falling apart to the hands of Team Secret. Team Secret on the rise.
Great for them. I mean, the last two games as well, they've been looking active, aggressive. We were just talking about how their approaches are to these games, how turtling was not working, aggression was not working. I think for them now, the change in pace is to play a little bit more toward the side of the circle, take these fights whenever they need, and at least if they go down, they get a bunch of eliminations in their pockets. And I think this is a great start for them as well. They already have 4. So I think at the very least, toward the mid-game, this is huge.
And this could be a huge nade here by Alter Ego onto eArena. NC2 cooking his own nade, but nobody's in the smoke. Alpha 7, he moved away. Octa's going to come in from the left side as well. But on the mini screen, it looked like another team just got eliminated. That's CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Spray to come forward there. Hunts for you. Punished for even showing his hand through that smokes. NC2 is here close by his Tiger, so I don't think it's going to be an issue for him to pick up the players as well. As Octa, all eyes toward Joker as well. We have Sakura just rushing in the backside there to see if anyone is rushing up forward. The other 2 members of Alter Ego knocked down already. So like it or not, they're kept at bay. NC2 happy to take Hunt for you away, add another point into their pocket there. Slowly but surely, sikit-sikit lang menjadi bukit, or little by little, it becomes a mountain if they say. But Rocky May has somehow found his way quietly toward Alva. I think NC2 had noticed him out here. Plays with this terrain to perfection here. The first to point the head out will be NC2, and his head explodes entirely. Rocky May steals him away. Disgusting play, and looks so good right now as Sakura, barely alive, takes Octa out of the game. So now it's all about that reset situation. As other side of the map here, we're looking at D Xavier getting active, but SO Zip somehow rears his head and eliminates eArena.
Oh, the fight continues on now. D Xavier up against BTR, the next closest contender in the overall charts. They take down the Filipino Terminator, Finalist. Snape is pretty low. And D Xavier, what quick work they made against BTR. D Xavier continues to bring in the points.
I feel the crowd just completely yelling right now, so happy knowing that there's one Malaysian team still very much in the fight, and Kenny getting one pick off already here. These Xaviers are very much crippled. They're down by 2 members, so clearly in terms of firepower, not quite there yet. So all that Sem9 has to do is just not over-aggress too much. They are so aware right now where their positioning is toward the mid side of that circle. A nice terrain to play with. That circle still very much in their control as well. I love the fact that they do have that bottom side of the terrain in their hands. So all they have to worry about is Tem pushing in from the back as well as Rocky.
Oh, a lot more teams at the southern side. And only 3 teams at the north. And with this road separating these 2 sides, that's going to be the challenge at stage 8 onwards for sure. And for D Xavier, all they need to do is just to focus on the Team Secret now. They can clear out Team Secret, and then they clear out ourselves for Alter Ego. They have the entire northern side to themselves.
Well, it's interesting as well. I mean, the vehicle to bring through here, Lamborghini, I think it's massive that they have that, because given the fact that it's such open terrain and areas as well, and it's a bit more of a bumpy ride as well coming up and down this terrain, it's good that they have a vehicle to quickly move around just to avoid themselves getting shot in the head. But now for Levi's, moving slowly but surely with the blue zone alongside Team Secret. I'm not sure if Team Secret is aware that he's close, but for now here, let's have a look at Sem9 as they are marking the heck out of Rocky. As soon as Rocky peeks out there, it's a nade answered. It's some shots as well, but Sem9 keeping fairly quiet right now. They do not want to lose the advantage they have.
Body can call in the strength of Rocky Balboa. He needs the Eye of the Tiger now. He needs to be able to survive this, but there's so many teams around him. Sem9, now they have to manage Tem Entertainment as well. They're going to come in from the other side. Zim will lead the forefront. He lands a nade onto Mika. A bit of splash damage onto him, but Mika still survives.
Not for long though, as Rocky will come out here. He's opportunistic. You gotta give him that there. He waited for TEM to push to them and fully took advantage of the situation. Suddenly, every single member of Sem9 falls. The only thing they have to work with is that tiny shack here. But Tem, they can't really push right now as well, because Levi's as well as the rest of the Xavier is putting in so much pressure toward them. Achul finding one toward Goff, so at least Goff falls already. So Sem9 at least gonna be happy, breathe a sigh of relief. The numbers advantage still very much active here. And Tem, oh man, that nade toward Bright as well just knocks him in the face, make it 2 in fact. But Tem, they pushing, but now Noah is alone, in trouble in a 1v3. That shack will not hold him very long here. Mika falls, but they are getting crunched. Zip is also here. How are they gonna be playing this right now? Sprays are massive. Sem9 make it up on top, but KAGENDRA, they follow through and they've completely collapsed, taking full advantage of the situation.
A third party king, KAGENDRA, won the southern fight, but now these Xavier, they want a piece of it as well from the long range. Lamborghini sprays down, but now they have Pondbit to deal with. Pondbit, easy work by these Xavier. They collect their 7th elimination point, but Rocky is still in the game.
Man, the Xavier now, despite the fact that they've been crippled, they're losing numbers, they still managed to make it all the way till that top 4 with 7 elims. It's very much respectable. It's very much enough to bring them or keep them ahead in the lead right now. As KAGENDRA, toward the second half of the day, they're a different beast right now, aggressive as ever. And I'm just surprised right now, 3 Indonesian teams making it to top spot is incredible from that nation. Long range pickoffs here from KAGENDRA. And they're showing us what they can do here on the big stage, debuting from Tier 2.
Well, you talk about the Tier 2 teams, the PMNC teams, the entire round, and now they're showing it back that they're able to stand tall against all the other OG teams in the PMSL. KAGENDRA scoring the chicken dinner in the grand finals. This is a testament again to the teams of Phase 2. Do not forget about them.
They've woken up here. Day 1 was introduction. Day 2 is the day where teams get serious. KAGENDRA showing us the powerful players you can see here from the Indonesian scene right now. Going toe-to-toe with the big ones as well. They are very opportunistic. They just waited for the other teams to take these fights and then completely collapse. KAGENDRA's collapse into team fights is one of my favorite I've seen here at the PMSL SEA.
Oh yeah, KAGENDRA, one of the highest performing PMNC teams coming into the PMSL so far. Great work by them. And the fact that they timed their third party coming in towards the end, that was the catalyst to them scoring this chicken dinner. And they moved across, like what you said, they were aggressive enough, they were very active, and they brought the chicken dinner to themselves.
Every single member of KAGENDRA, I feel like for KAGENDRA, when I look at them play, yes, it's aggressive, but it's very orderly chaos when you look at them. It's very blatant in how they play. Achul will be great at doing these long range and just surprising pickoffs. Casper from the sideline, Lileboy and Azami in the frontliners as well, going completely nuclear when they see the play. And the way they just play is always that nice little crunch from so many different angles, and they surround as well. So that's why it's so important for KAGENDRA to stick as a 4, because the way they play, their playbook really relies on being able to play off each other.
Oh yeah, they definitely have found the playbook to play off each other and also play against all these OG PMSL teams. Great work here by KAGENDRA scoring the chicken dinner. Let's relive the best moments by these highlights.
Consistency is key. We expected that from DX, and you're also seeing it right now for KAGENDRA. Interesting style play, very aggressive, very opportunistic. Love to see that. But at the very least, Sir Cloud, our prediction for Boom Esports top 4. Ba bam bam boom.
Oh, bang bang boom. I like that. I like that. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. And if you look at the numbers, right, they're in the top 4 with only 520 damage. Somehow they're still able to slide into the top 4, even though with this amount of damage. I want to see how many eliminations that they got. They probably didn't get much, or they stole away a lot of eliminations from other teams.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case at all, because it felt so chaotic, right? There was just so many fights happening left, right, and center. And you know, it's so funny when you bring this up, because earlier we were just talking about how in terms of damage, aggression, Boom Esports is too much. Now they're surviving. So let's talk about that later, because right now Achul is the player to look at from KAGENDRA. At this point, he's been a huge impact maker for the team in terms of frags, in terms of damage as well. And I think most importantly, with how he plays with his teammates, it's always him that comes out from left, right, and center. You don't expect him to be coming in from the side. He does that, and it's really scary dealing with a player like Achul, because in situations where it's 1v1s, even in CQCs, he thrives.
And also Achul was touted to be one of the best players during PMNC Indonesia.
Oh, wow.
And great to see that he's the MVP this round. Okay, the points wise, KAGENDRA 20 points, we knew that. Xavier 12 points, Alter Ego 11 points. So Boom Esports, they have a bit of a balance here. 4 points for rank, 4 points for elimination, so that's going to be 8 points. Not the sexiest of number, but Boom Esports, they're slowly climbing up.
They really are. I think they're starting to understand that need to survive a little bit longer, because if it's just 4 eliminations that they got and then they were out early, they would have just ended up with 4. So because they survived a bit longer, see, they can supplement those elimination points with the rank points as well. Now Team Secret as well, I think they're quite consistent, especially these last 2 games. Really surprising me, honestly, because for a while now they haven't been moving at all from the bottom side of the round. You know that meme where it's the guy holding the stick, then you have the Team Secret logo there, and just like, come on, do something. Yeah, they're doing something now. Definitely they are. But now at the very bottom of the barrel here, it's surprising because it's Vampire Esports that's been kind of like slowing down here at all. I mean, I did say it felt like a jinx because they did talk about it during the interview, but at the same time, it's DAY2 after all. They are the rubber ball that when you bounce them down to the ground, they bounce back up even harder.
And we are back to a 28-point gap. We're back to where we started, basically. And teams like Vampire Esports, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they'll be looking up there. It's like, what does it take to stop them from bouncing back? Because these guys, they just can't stop.
I mean, at this point, I do understand their motivation though. For quite some time now, the PMSL trophy has been in the hands of Indonesia and Thailand. We haven't seen Vietnam really rise to the top yet. Yeah, they're one of the best regions, but it's been denied from them many, many times. I think they're hungry. For me, I'm a big believer that there's no more hungrier team than a second place all the way to like 3rd and 4th. Because when you're so close, you feel even more of that want and need for that particular item. And right now, we're looking at the PMSL SEA trophy.
You know what bothers me with this second pager? Tem Entertainment at number 16, but they scored a chicken dinner. It's like, how are you down there with a chicken dinner? It's just insane.
Man, like, how did you do that? How did you manage one but still not move? Honestly, I understand though. I mean, for Entertainment, the time that they got that chicken dinner was more toward placement points anyway. It's all about survivability, and I think they cannot seem to balance it. They cannot find that nice little balance from that. I think sometimes they come close to making it to the top 4. They're already at the brink there, but somehow because of their hesitance or because they're not able to just fully just kind of like commit to fights, because it feels like sometimes they're very, very scattered around and they can't play off each other. They need to figure that out. Regardless, we still have one more map to go. It's Miramar. Perhaps this might be their saving grace. But before that, while you guys are waiting around here for the next map, do check out the Metro Royale Chapter 25.
Oh yeah, this is of course zooming into the Metro Royale mode, and there's an update for the Mystic Point and also the Arctic Base, the 2 maps that are in Metro Royale. In case you haven't tried it, just giving you the rundown of it. It's not your typical Battle Royale. You have to collect items in there and escape from the map within a certain time limit in order for you to win. So that is the uniqueness of Metro Royale, especially with this new update. You gotta try it out because it also features the Reversal Blade, and the Reversal Blade is also available in our new map Rondo.
Wait, it is?
Oh yeah.
Wait, that's so fun, no? There's so many new things happening here in Rondo. Anyways, it's an 8x8 kilometer map. Very, very new here to PUBG Mobile. I think it'll give such a different experience coming into the game as well. Given the fact that we've had the same rotations for quite some time, this is something new, something fresh. Sir Cloud also mentioned that it does have 2 flight paths as well. So it'll give like a whole different way of how you approach the map, given the fact that it's less water and more terrains. It's a very big map. I believe it has so many different styles of areas as well. So I'm curious. I believe that we're gonna get a bit of a preview of this map tomorrow.
Yes, I believe so as well. So in case you guys don't know what's happening, well, you can follow the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports to find out, because there's already postings on it, just saying. But we're going to post out our prediction as well. So how's yours doing?
Hey, we match again!
Hey.
We're double matched!
Oh.
Hey! Okay, the only difference maker between us right now is DAY2 and VPE. And honestly, understandably so. You're going for that first place spot in terms of consistency, in terms of aggression. I'm going for the team that's second place that wants to, defend their championship title.
Yeah, I am a loyal man. I stay loyal to whoever that I think that I should stay loyal to. Just too bad that sometimes the other party
jerseys, wink, wink.
Wink, wink. Yeah. I mean, we have always been like hyping up these teams, I think we deserve something from the teams, just saying.
Just saying. Anyways, crowd is looking great right now. I mean, it's a Saturday night, granted. But everyone really came down to celebrate this with all the teams right now. I think this is one of the most competitive we've seen so far. And I think it's great that we're seeing more than one Malaysian team really rise up to the top as well. So, as you know, home crowd buff, definitely there. But whether or not they want to take it is also something that they want to talk about.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a point of a discussion, right? Right now, both of the Malaysian teams, they're actually doing pretty decent if you kind of think about it. It's just that, like what was said during the interview earlier today, right? What stands between them and also the number one spot is only D-Xavier. So D-Xavier right now, they are just negating all the home ground factors and putting themselves up there. Can they remain the same? After this game, we'll carry on to Miramar.
Can you believe it, Sir Cloud? We're already at match 12. 6 more maps tomorrow, and then it's the end already.
Wow! Time flies when you're having fun!
I agree. I am having so much fun here. I mean, this is one of the most not only competitive but also most fun PMSLs we've watched in a long time. It's so competitive. It's no longer that one team rising to the top and just bouncing off that anymore. We're not seeing that because every team has a fair chance of getting that trophy this time around. Anyways, Flight Path here coming in from Partona all the way up toward the northern side of Truck Shop there. So not necessarily the best of Flight Paths regardless. But it's more of that rotations that I want to see. I think we did see already in the leagues of Crater Field circles. And I have to say, it was one of the hardest circles most of these teams had to navigate.
Yeah, Crater Fields is brutal because of that super duper high ground, arguably the highest peak in Miramar. And that was a tough one, and that happened yesterday. And earlier we saw a circle around the area of El Azahar, outside-ish, and unmarked territory. It was a kind circle. So I wouldn't mind coming back to a tough circle. If I were to have a wish list, of course, besides Partona, mentioned that earlier on, Impala would be pretty nice as well.
It would be really nice as well if you look at Impala. I agree with you. I mean, coming on here, I think everyone did fairly get whatever they wanted. Circle toward the end side of that flight path as well. So I think the teams such as Alter Ego, RRQ, OSJA, TM should very much benefit from this. I think we talked a little bit about TM and their survivability and how they're able to, get a chicken dinner but end up at last place. I think this could be the game changer for them. I'm really hoping so.
Yeah, I mean, there are only a handful of games more, right? Including this is like 7 games. So it's starting to be really tough if you're like kind of far away, especially on page number 2. In Lost Learners, we all know it can house up to 3 teams. So these 3 teams are obviously not too far away from each other. D-Xavier, Team Secret, and also CELCOMDIGI Allies. They normally drop in Lost Learners. But of course, because it's D-Xavier here, the other teams probably don't want to engage with them early.
No, they really don't. I mean, we talked about this so many times about how some teams they want to go aggressive. I think Boom Esports is a classic example of that, going aggressive, fighting early, and then getting knocked out early as well. So I think for them, their major adjustment right now has been more towards surviving toward that middle side of the circle and then worrying about those frags. If there's some frags happening toward in the middle of the game, in the middle of those rotations, great, but never really a full commit as well. And I think it's starting to dawn onto them that the way they're playing, like what they played back in the day, I think last season was an example of it, how they can go aggressive and get away with it. It's just no longer that strat no longer viable this season.
Yeah, I guess it's something that was mentioned by Schwartz earlier on as well. It's like there's this, I forgot what the term that he mentioned, but it was kind of interesting. He mentioned about an era of something, right? So it felt like a global era. I think he said something along the lines, and it made me think like, that's the term that he's using. Obviously, they would know a little bit more since they are the pro players anyway. So it made me think like, what does he mean by the global era? So that's something that I want to find out like after this.
Yeah, and I know it did pique my interest when you mentioned that whole global era thing, right? I mean, most of these teams had played globally, international events already, further out than this regional Southeast Asia events. So, like, in terms of practice, I think obviously when it comes to, like, say, Southeast Asian region to the LATAM region and etc., playstyles are very, very differing. So how do teams adjust? Do you know, Sir Cloud?
So from what I know is that, okay, and this depends on a particular team, right? They can also do cross-region learnings. And I know some of these teams, they actually do that. Like, especially those teams who have access to the bigger network when they go to PMGC, for example. They make friends with teams from other regions. Like what you say, like from the LATAM region or EMEA and so on and so forth. And it's okay for them to just trade tips between each other because they're not going to meet each other until like a global tournament, whether it's the PMWI or the PMGC. So it's okay for them to trade information. That's one. Number 2, I know that there are some coaches or even some players, they actually have external coaching across the world as well, like from other regions. Like they would put in money to get someone else to give them like tips and tricks and new ideas. So this will help them to develop the thought process outside of Southeast Asia.
Okay, finally, one member knocked down already. It's always RQ KAGENDRA for some reason anyway, but this is a very, very early fight as well. No fallout yet. The only player that's just really curious right now is Lapar, and I think it's great that they only allow him to just walk alone here. Casper in the corner, I don't think he knows, but I think he definitely heard the footsteps of his teammate as well. So being very cautious right now. A lot of pre-fires there. I'm pretty sure he spotted out the head of Achul in that corner there. So they're playing together here, making sure not to get caught out in the corner. The beautiful spray, but the double swing is the reason why they managed to win this early fight.
And KAGENDRA loses 2 players early on. I wonder if Leleboy and Azami wants to go for it. Well, they're hunting Hazel at least. Hazel goes up to the rooftop, so he will be away from these 2 players while he awaits the other members of RRQ to come back him up. He definitely needs the backup though. He does have an SLK, one of the weapons suitable to pull up a clutch.
Oh my god.
It looks like Azami had him on his crosshair and he will fall.
That wide swing actually saved his life here. But Genfoss looking to trade up there. His teammate is around at the very least. Losing Hazel this early is not the outcome that you want, at least for the last game. But RQ happy to take away all of these points away from KAGENDRA here, leaving them with only 2 players left. And for now, I think whatever the plans they had, I think we talked about it just in the last game, right? About how KAGENDRA really thrives when they play as a 4 and how they want to play on their playbook as well, and how every player on the team has their own role. Now my question is, in a 2-man situation, what's your call?
Oh, in a 2-man situation, try to run to the very corner and just wait for your other teammates to come, I guess. But if your other teammates tell you that, hey, we're too far, we probably don't make it, then you put out your S12K and you just try to win a clutch. That's the best case scenario.
Looking at the rotations right now as well, everyone's just really taking their time. Yeah, majority of teams had already just found themselves toward the central side, but never really close to each other yet. I think everyone just really wants to see where the 2nd and 3rd circle will go, which can really determine the course of the game, honestly. No early fights except for that one just now where they were just passing by each other, spoke too soon. As TM there, nice high ground, allows them so much space, so much information, and so much area to just spray out members of CD Alliance, as Goth will be the one to say, okay, I got you, let me just collect the point for you. So Leon's out of the game already.
The fact that CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they are in pursuit for the #1 spot, to lose Leon's is a big blow to CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Obviously, teams like Vampire Esports and DAY2 will be happy with that, but for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I start to worry for them.
Yeah, I am really worried as well. Losing Leon's is actually one of their heavy hitters as well in terms of firepower, but I'm pretty sure one thing that's for sure, I think for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I think they're very level-headed, they're very cool. I think if something happens, they're like, okay, what's our next plan here? What's our next plan? Because the way they play seems very methodical. It's less about being reckless. I never really see CELCOMDIGI Alliance, be put in a position where they have to play recklessly.
Yeah, they are normally very calculated, and we normally see them towards the end, especially when they do well and they start to score chicken dinners left, right, and center. They know when to come in, they know when to do third parties. But this is probably one of those mistakes that they just made, and they got caught up by Temp Entertainment. They lose 1 player. But again, it is all about, this level, it is all about you making lesser mistakes than your opponent, because everyone is just so good.
It really is. But you know what's not that good? That ping pong toward northern side here. Which means that the amount of teams rotating from the southern side is going to be a pain in the butt. You can see quick rotations as well. Everyone wants to make sure they don't get caught out in that crossfire as well. Xavier already pretty much, I think it's great where Xavier is. It's a nice little terrain there to the northern side of Truck Stop. I don't think they're going to move out at all. And at the same time, I believe I can see, especially players like Lamborghini, he can go very, very aggressive and just kind of spray anyone kind of get into the circle itself.
It will be interesting if they choose to do that, right? But there's just so many teams. And you had to mention about Xavier.
No,
it's not Lamborghini.
I jinxed them!
But it's still Parajin. Oh no!
I'm sorry, Parajin. I spoke too soon. Immediately they get stolen out here in the midst of that rotation. Yes, understandably so. There's so many teams rotating over. BTR putting a bit more pressure onto Octa. Wow! Nice shots there from Snape to quickly just eliminate Octa out of the game as well. So Alter Ego as well will be down one player. So no one's really coming out unscathed from these early rotations.
Yeah, I know, right? Because of the hardship to the circle, that will force all these teams to take this either fights or pickups. So now we're going to see like Xavier playing with 3 players. But then again, if what we learned from the past few days or throughout the entire tournament, playing with 3 players is not the end of the world. You're still able to come up with a chicken dinner.
Yeah. We've seen it happen so many times already, miraculously. And on a day, I think it just comes down to just capitalizing off enemies' mistakes here. Lamborghini with a huge spray onto Alva. Not enough taking down. Hans is there to provide some form of cover fire. So DX, they're saying, okay, don't want to risk it this early. Want to make sure that we can end the game so far ahead. Don't want to lose more players than we should, because we already lost one here as BTR. Jimmy here is alone, actually. Forced into a 1v1 against Satar, but the long range from Snipe will eventually find him in the end. Satar should be able to cash out here as well. I don't think that the other members... Okay, here we go. Other members of CD Lions are here as well. Satar alone, that Nate comes forward there. Both teams taking heavy damage as well. But I think for... this is a big investment by CD Lions, if I'm being honest here. Just trying to chase one player, which is Satar, taking a lot of damage as well. Olio eating a lot of damage at the same time. Time ticking out here. I don't know if they have time to pick up their teammates as well, as Jimmy is just slowly bleeding out. Not close enough to play off each other, but Olio somehow finds Federalis in the end. Olio barely surviving. That box should save his life for the time being here. So he's able to just quickly go for that reset. But somehow Alva, long-range pickoffs, saves the lives of CD Alliance. Wow!
Okay,
Y'all, we better see him later and just thanking him, actually.
Alright, why I say oh no? It's not CELCOMDIGI Alliance winning. It's the fact that BTR bottled this. And how they bottled it was because Razy, he fell from the high ground to knock himself. So that rendered BTR down by another extra player. If he did not do that, then it might be a totally different story. But the fact that he did that, BTR, that was a mistake that shouldn't happen.
Glad that they capitalized. Glad that Alva is there as well. You saw how loudly the crowd was cheering as well as soon as the whole team just got eliminated there. BTR, not the best situation to be in as well. Giving themselves at least 100 points at the end of the day. I don't think it's such a bad place to go out at anyways. But another team that I really like to see here, Senline, all the way from the northern side here. In fact, they're going all the way further out north here. I think they want to just kind of really scout around, see if they can get any packages here. But Boom Esports as well, just now they survived. Not really a lot of eliminations, but I'm loving the fact that they're starting to adapt.
Man, I'm still like lingering around that thought that BTR could have done way better. That was
one mistake, right?
Yeah, that was just one too much, if you ask me. The fact that BTR, they are in the hunt for that #1 spot. Somebody's gonna get a shelling from Coach Ken.
Oh no. Coach Kent, you know his earfuls is a hell of an earful, so that's for sure. Regardless, for Team Secret, this is a team that's really surprised me today, Team Secret. Because they were at the very bottom there. I thought that they were down in the dumps. It didn't seem that they were showing signs of life. Then suddenly, bam, second half of the day, they're awake, they're active, they're aggressive as heck. They have protocols on what to do, whether it comes with a single player situation, a 2-player situation, a 3-player situation, and even 4. So for them, I think most of the time today, we saw them as a 3 more than a 4. But they still managed to make it to a top 4 twice, I believe.
Oh yeah. So at least there's some level of consistency, right?
Yeah.
But the point is that for the other teams, I mean for the Xavier, right? They still need to be able to create a gap because there's still like 6 more games to go. After this game, that is, including this is like 7 games, so they're still not really comfortable up there. Although they have this 28-point gap as of now. I'm gonna see a replay of whatever happened earlier. Okay, this is probably the one that we're gonna see Razy. Okay, I want to see Razy here. Okay, look at this.
Ah, that was the one. He jumped down. He was so overzealous as well. And somehow Olio just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. I would say that was a moment where it was just like it could be anyone's situation. It could have been anyone's moment. But that jump costed them is #1. And #2, Alva's positioning and Alva's presence there just really made everything fall apart.
Okay, I'm going to cut Razy some slack, right? Because he took a few shots while he was airborne to jump down. If he did not take those shots, then maybe he could have survived the jump. So, yeah, it was unfortunate for Razy, I must say now.
Yeah, it was just one of those situations where he didn't really have a lot of space to work with. He couldn't really move back either because it's out there in the open as well. So he had to move forward. But moving forward means being so exposed to so much gunfire. So it's such a lose-lose situation for his positioning. I think they were just a little bit too overzealous there. Regardless, here, looking at Boom, I'm sure Boom is kind of like in a way where they're just trying to wait here at the side of the circle. I'm sure they have Flash in their sights as well. But this, for me personally, I'm not liking the fact that they only have one compound held with each other. Yeah, they can force these CQCs, but at the same time, we've seen so many situations and iterations where teams are able to just completely breach a compound aggressively together and overwhelm everyone inside.
And let's see if Team Secret can overwhelm their opponents in front of them. They're making a long rotation. Looks like they're not interested to take fights in front of them. They might feel that there's just too many players or too many teams. But the moment they move up north, there are more teams waiting for them. Zeus right in front of Soas, almost getting a knockdown onto Zeus. And the rest of Team Secret, they're charging in, but Boom Esports is there too.
Beautiful play here from Team Secret. Very patient, slowly but surely making their way up to the top there. Another point in the bag, leaving them at 51 right now. As Boom Esports here tries to get a bit more active, wants to take this fight. On bit, very low. Zero lobbied already. Stolen away from Fearon. In fact, Fearon steals 2 away. Team Secret not able to cash that out. Not the best place to be in as well. They've lost break already. Other 2 teammates rendered quite low as well. These long-range fights are not benefiting anyone, if I'm being honest here right now. A Flash will thrive, but at the same time, eArena have their sights onto TM.
And here comes SOZIP representing Temp Entertainment. No splash damage onto him. eArena circling around. They want to try to take over this hilltop while SOZIP holds onto his ground. Not making it easy for eArena. eArena, they don't seem to be interested anymore. They move themselves to the lower ground.
Somehow, somewhere, we saw Boom Esports managing to get a few more frags throughout that scuffle as well. And they haven't really moved away from this compound either. I think Yummy got one as well. I believe this is all just long-range pickoffs here. It's all about being patient. It's all about just trying to make sure the right timing where you can really involve yourself in these fights. Now, over at Tem just now, we already saw one of them taking a pickoff. At the same time, we have strangers coming through as well. So eArena not in the best situations to be in because they're being sandwiched by 2-3 different teams. Alter Ego is also close by here. And over on this side of the map, it's Kenny that's having their sights onto Frenzy.
No clear sight or line of sight at least, but Frenzy, clear line of sight for the team waiting for him at the top of this hill, while M9 starts to get closer and closer. Temp Entertainment is the king of the hill so far, but on Boom Esports' side, it's going to be Team Flash, and the zone is starting to close in. Where is he going to go now? Frenzy might give himself away to the blue.
Now cutting the noise, anticipating the sounds. Frenzy stays fairly safe here as Kenny making sure that he gets not able to push through that zone. So Frenzy is eating a lot of damage right now. I think he's just going to try and heal himself before he finally decides to get through. But at the same time, there's a lot of question marks. If he pushes through there, how many members of 7-9 are around? Which terrains are they holding on to? But now as the circle shifts here, I love where Alter Ego has positioned themselves. I love the terrain that Kage has placed themselves at as well. But at the same time, while VP is outside of the circle, they do have a compound to work with, and it's just right outside. It's just a stone throws away. They do still have a terrain to work with.
Oh yeah, good point. VP is still in the game. They've been pretty quiet the entire round. Looks like they're switching up their strategy, not going for elimination points. They want to go for survivability instead. And so far, so good for them. The fact that DAY2 and CELCOMDIGI Alliance playing with 3 players, so Vampire Esports, they have the man advantage now.
Now RQ, despite that early scuffle where they lost, I think they lost 1 player. They've kept somewhat quiet here, and I think it's understandably so. They don't have enough firepower. They don't have manpower either. So best to not take these fights that are unnecessary. The only team that's beside them right now, I believe, is CD Alliance. So I don't think they want to push off each other either. But the one player that's trying to get active, trying to fight start something is VOIN Donkey here.
Oh, yep, VOIN Donkey wants to take this fight against Xavier. Of course, we know it's Xavier, VOIN Donkey don't, so it's a matter of whether they want to take this position or not. Anyway, Razak, he opens up the flank just to make sure that nobody else is close by.
But
Great
eArena
opening.
is close with Temp Entertainment.
NC2, great opening as well. Always the guy in the front line, always the one to start things over here. The nade, he hops away from it. Jump shots abound here. NC2, he plays with his positions, but he falls down! Unfortunate for him, but his teammates are there to kind of band-aid the situation. So Noah will finally fall now. The other two members of Tem, they're gonna say, okay, let's just leave this terrain. Let's give up our position. The strangers are also close right now, but the sprays are a bit too much for them to handle. Tiger close by here. Want to try and win this fight. Have to pick up their teammates as well. There's too many things they gotta do in order to stay in this game as well. So overwhelmed from so many areas. Sandwich, crunch, everything in the kitchen sink thrown toward them. eArena is just counting down the time before they get knocked out of the game right now as Earth finally finds the final member, and eArena goes out at 13 with only one elimination.
And now they become the king of the hill. But they cannot be complacent yet. There's still Temp Entertainment, SO Zip on the lower ground, and the rest of Temp Entertainment around them. They might be forced to move after this stage. It will close up in about 15 more seconds. So they're looking for Temp Entertainment to clear them off.
A cooler, a breather. The reset is much needed here from strangers, and the same could be said about Tem. So those smokes will give them that moment of respite. As VOIN Donkey look to continue their reign of terror here, it's enough to just really chase the Xavier away from that compound. And Potato behind that rock just surprises the heck out of D Xavier here. Nate T is out, and so is Levi's. They only won an elimination at 12th place. Look at the crowd right now. This is what they wanted to see.
Oh, they want to see their favorite team coming up, and Sentai scoring 3 elimination points. CELCOMDIGI Alliance on screen right now, taking out Red Bull. The other members of OSJA Thailand is on the other side there. Well, quite spread out at this moment, but it's not only OSJA Thailand. There is also another team across them, and also behind them, so many teams and no circle.
The only two teams inside the circle is just KAGENDRA and Alpha as well. Anyway, CD Alliance here meeting their fellow green members. I'm talking about OSJA TH here. Not a lot of space to work with. The only things they have right now for cover is just these smokes. OSJA will just say, you know what, take this space, take this compound. We want to find space into the circle as well, as Sem9 is also suffering right now as RRQ overwhelmed them, as well as Flash at the same time.
Here comes CELCOMDIGI Alliance, taking out Richard, looking for more targets. We shift over to RRQ for now, as it was Sem9. Firen is currently knocked down. His other teammates are just too far away to save him, so RRQ can claim this point.
Can reset as well. I don't think they spotted out Firen quite yet. I think they are hunting for him. That 1 point could be very, very valuable. Sem9 can try and rush forward, can take this fight to save Firen, but these long-range situations from so many terrains could be dangerous. And even for Genfos, Trexie somehow didn't manage to fight him in the end. And it's Flash that comes up on top here, fighting two members of RRQ. So they're out of the game with only 3 elims. Keeps the other teams alive for the time being as well. But CD Alliance can't get complacent here because it's Vampire Esports that wants to come out and refill the space.
Oh, newsflash, D Xavier is out. So this opens up the opportunity for Vampire Esports to close the gap. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, only 2 active players left. As for Sem9, Mika is gunned down, but he's been revived by his teammate Trexie. So he should be back up really, really soon. The challenge is to get into the circle. While on the other side of the circle, Vampire Esports and CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Schweppes is the one to take that front line, rushing forward, become the scout. He's always on the side of the lines here to provide some crossfires and cover fires for his teammates to get a little bit more aggressive. And I think for CD Alliance and OSJA TH here, this has been a long Mexican standoff as well, and it's turned into a 3-way fight. And I think for CD Alliance, the best situation for them is to hope that OSJA will kind of like take this fight against VPE, but they can't because there's too much space between them. They need to take this fight, and their nades are just running through here. VPE now in trouble right now with 2 players knocked down. They're cooking more nades here. Aggressive as heck. It hits Honzens. It nearly takes him out. A little bit more to the left, buddies. He's throwing it out here. And the nades does actually land. It does not. VPE nearly manages to get 1 player picked up already here. The sprays from Adi look is a lot, but they are not expecting the members of VPE to be around right now. They get eliminated. 4 elims as well. And VOIN Donkey, they want to capitalize.
Oh, but Onzens needs to recover quickly. He just healed up himself. Behind him is going to be OSJA Thailand. Yui is coming in. OSJA Thailand, are they going to take advantage of this situation, or is it going to be VOIN Donkey securing the elimination point? They got 1 out on Nuzi. They see Yui passing by. They shift their focus away onto Yui, allowing Onzens to reset himself.
Big sprays onto Onsens as well. Razak not giving the IGL not giving Onsens any space to work with at all. So it's perfect as well in terms of sprays. But Vampire Esports, only one elimination. So both these teams are just not moving.
Oh, not at all, not at all. The top three will still remain as it is. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it is the rise of teams on page number 2 as the circle will favor Alter Ego.
Alter Ego has not moved at all for quite some time already. Prioritizing positions, keeping fairly quiet. The only times you actually see them in the kill feed is them trying to steal away kills from like fights happening outside of the circle. And they've been fairly successful in doing that as well. I think Alva is one of them as well, who's just been great at just waiting for the right third parties and snipes as well. We saw one pick off already on one end here. It's Tem in trouble, leaving only one player alive right now in this situation. But Vexy, my god, this is a different face of this player. We know how aggressive he can get. We know how much firepower he can get as well. But he's feeling hot right now, I believe. I mean, it's the end of day 2. I don't expect any less of a performance from him.
Oh, not at all. I mean, he has already 5 elimination points so far. He was the MVP when VOIN Donkey scored the chicken dinner before this. And with the momentum right now, 9 eliminations. So far, so good for VOIN Donkey. Now it's just a matter of wrapping things up.
Looking to move around the map as well here. A reposition is true. Both these teams are way outside the circle. I mean, granted, they do have access to that package, so that's massive. But at the same time, the whole area outside of where Alter Ego is just straight up open areas. I mean, there's a bit of a terrain they can work with, but still, it's not like the biggest of terrains where they can kind of move back, forth, and center either. Because if their heads or any of their bodies are exposed, even just a little bit, it's just instant sprays. So I think Alter Ego right now prepped and primed and ready. What the heck is that long range shot from Vexy?
With a minute 14, and with that, VOIN Donkey is now unstoppable with 10 elimination points thanks to the MVP Vexy. And this could be the opening to get into the circle. They already have one representative, Potato, the IGL, in the middle circle as a marker for them to follow up. But now they need to be careful of Chopper that might shoot them down from behind.
I don't think they know that he's there. He had parked that broken car behind him, so it looked as though it's an area where no one is inhabiting. Big spray from him onto Potato, knocks him down and immediately gives him one more point in his bag. I think that's massive here. But VOIN Donkey, they're going to position themselves in front of Potato, not allowing their player to be taken away here. Chopper stuck, not a lot of places to work with. He's putting in the pressure, but the thing is the answers back from the blue zone is just too much to deal with. Yes, his position has been compromised, but he denies points and it's a valiant effort, and now it's down to our top 3.
Top 3 teams, VOIN Donkey, Strangers Esports, and Alter Ego. All these 3 teams with 3 players each. Let's see who will get the chicken dinner. It could be anyone's game right now. Alter Ego in the compound now being infiltrated by VOIN Donkey, while Strangers Esports, again, they're going to play the patience game.
A lot of weight, a lot of I would say suspense, right? I mean, you have one player here, Strangers, with the high ground, the mid ground area, Alter Ego with a compound, and VOIN Donkey, no advantages at all to play with, but they can kind of hope that for Strangers to go aggressive here against Alter Ego, and I think we might be just given with that. Immediate push out onto the area as well. Earth taking a lot of damage as Lobby rushes into the area, but Rocky was very much ready. A shotgun to the face eats the entirety of that bullet. He gets knocked down, and then suddenly, Strangers stuck. They're pressing that reset button. Where to go? What to do? How to react here?
Oh, how to react to this nade? Okay, not necessarily a reaction. And I mean, on the Urzi takes a bit of splash damage. Lobby Axe is still bleeding out. Now only 50% of health left, and Urzi wants to go and save it, but Rocky says, no, you come back to me.
Nice shotgun to the face as well, and somehow Vexy managed to get a whole barbecue onto Alter Ego. Granted, Alva still gets one to his name as well, so it's huge. Vexy gets a second barbecue, in fact, as well. What the heck is happening? It's chaos. It's a 3-way fight right now. No one's waiting. That nade from Rocky, beautifully done as well. A different form of Alter Ego that I love to see right now. They're not over-aggressing. They're playing inside of their compound, and they're getting dividends from it.
Nasty nade there by Rocky to secure that elimination point. Now it's an all-Indonesian finale, whether it's going to be VOIN Donkey or Alter Ego. VOIN Donkey, they do have the numbers. Alter Ego, the 2 players left. It's going to be Rocky and Alpha 7 to hopefully be able to do it for Alter Ego, but VOIN Donkey will want to deny that. They want the chicken dinner for themselves.
Waiting here outside of the compound here, Alter Ego hoping for them to push out, and I'm sure that VOIN Donkey is very aware of the weapons that Alter Ego have in hand here, but it doesn't stop Potato from getting a little bit more active going forward. That nade is huge! Finds Elva! There's only one more player to worry about right now. Rocky puts in the damage to hurt, one player down already. He's isolated it, and he wants to go for more. If there's a player who can win these isolated fights, these 1v2s, it might be him. Finding this area, isolating the fights, and taking away that space with that molly, it's huge. And he somehow juked every single shot around here. Potato is close here, and his sprays are good. He hides in this corner. Rocky rushes forward here. His teammate, they're rallying. A double swing forward, but somehow, Rocky, what is this movement? He survives, and he holds. He has to reload right now, and if he manages to do that, buys a lot of time.
And it's insane the fact that he's still holding on with just a shotgun, and it's not one of those popular shotguns like a DBS or so. It's a regular pump shotgun, and he's still trying his best. Oh man, shredded down to 50% of health. He needs to heal up. Alpha 7 is still bleeding up, but he does not have the time to save him. Now the blue is closing in. Alpha 7 might deny himself a way to the blue, but Rocky, this is going to be his last hoorah.
Vexy is close. Not enough to play with his teammate here, so he can go for these isolated fights here. Vexy, gonna go to that box. He wants to get a little bit of stuff, items. Alba picked up already here. Rocky out in the open. The smokes keep him away. He's on fire right now. Potato! Strategic style play. And VOIN Donkey, they come up huge here in the final map. VOIN Donkey, welcome back!
The rise of Page 2 teams, ladies and gentlemen. VOIN Donkey comes in with another chicken dinner. 2 chicken dinners today for VOIN Donkey. Do not forget about the teams on page number 2. Maybe they might come up with a surprise.
Oh my goodness. And I think it's very, very frustrating for Alter Ego as well. Very hard fought. But honestly, seeing Alter Ego just come back from that, coming in that close as well. We saw the previous map, close as heck. Could have been anyone's map. And the same could be said for this. Day 2 has been hot, hot, hot. A lot of these circles can be anyone's games. And this situation, the rise of these page 2 teams, they're just surprising everyone at the top, is just a whole other story. Now VPE and D Xavier stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, it's not only them now. They have to look all the way on page number 2 because you never know what might happen tomorrow. Here's a little bit of recap on how the flying no blow went. Gotta give it to Rocky though. I mean, he lasted so long just by himself, and with a pump shotgun, he was able to hold on that long. If only he had like a DBS, for example, he might have put up a bigger challenge to VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, I agree. But then again, like, look at his movement. That was crazy. He was all around the area, jumping left, right, and center. VOIN Donkey was having a hard time. He was as slippery as an eel. And in this situation right now, even with the 3-man, I'm not sure what is going on in the past 2 days here, but 3-man teams making it to the chicken dinner situation, it's been happening way too much. You know what? At this point, 3-man teams are the official winners at this point.
Oh yeah, 3-man teams for the win, people. 3-man teams for the win. And that's like what, 13 eliminations for VOIN Donkey, so
that's a lot.
23 points collected, and for sure Vexy is going to be the MVP this round with 7 eliminations and the most damage dished out of 885. Of course, we're going to seal the deal that later on when the official announcement comes up, but before that, the highlights.
There you have it right now. VOIN Donkey, what a way to start day 2 right now. For a while now, we didn't really see them that much in the league. They showed some spark of brilliance now and then, but they were never really around. But today, boy, was I proven wrong, and I love being proven wrong.
Oh yeah. I mean, the page 2 teams rising up. I love that as well. OSJA Thailand, interestingly, they're in the top 4 teams with only 574 damage. It felt the same like another team in the previous round. Probably a decent amount of eliminations to come together with it, and that's why they're up there. But it's also nice to see, like what you said, not only VOIN Donkey, but also Alter Ego, Strangers Esports. These are all page 2 teams up here.
And it's nice to see this sort of change of pace as well, which shows that, every team has a fair shot here. Because sometimes it feels that the mental game can be a bit much. When you're at the bottom, there's that idea like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do here? I can't keep up. Am I out of the game here? And then, they're just playing for the sake of playing. But at this point, I love the fact that these teams have great mental fortitude to keep themselves back in the game. Now, for OSJA, I believe that the reason why the damage is not that high, because they're put in a position where they're not able to fully capitalize or win fights in this situation. So the only thing they can do is just survive. So, kudos to them. They have that in the strat book and they played by it. But Vexy today, like what a day it is for this guy. Like this guy is up in your face. He's flashy as heck. He's always the first one to be rushing out forward to take fights, and you're just like, hey, your teammates all the way in the back. He's like, I don't need my teammates. I can 1v3 this team if I want to because I'm aggressive. I was like 40% team contribution. That's crazy.
I don't think I want him to be up in my face. Thanks, but no thanks. But anyway, it's great that Vexy scored the second MVP for himself today. As long as he doesn't get up in my face, I'll be fine with that. I'll be cool with that. But we are also cool with the fact that the page 2 teams, 3 of them scored a double digit. VOIN Donkey 23, Alter Ego 15, and Strangers Esports 15. So doing well for them. Now, our top suspects, right? Okay, we see CELCOMDIGI Alliance, that's cool. We don't see DAY2, we don't see BTR on page 1, we don't see Vampire Esports here. They're all on page 2.
Oh my god, 2 points, 1 point, 1 point? In what alternate universe is happening today here? Which Doctor Strange pulled out the alternate universe where these teams are currently not too hot now at the top? But it doesn't really matter. Big cushy space done already by Vampire Esports and Xavier, so I think they can afford a bit of this slowdown. But my question is that shift in the ladder, because I really want to see which teams have really surprised us. Because CD Alliance was at the bottom, I don't like the bottom of the ladder, but toward the mid-side area, they just really pushed themselves all the way to 3rd place. BTR just now moved down, Sem9 still handling, so the top 6 basically unchanged right now. It's the bottom side. VOIN Donkey from page 2 all the way to 7th, pushing down RRQ.
And top spots, well, they still don't change as we kind of expected. The gap here is still 27 points between Xavier and Vampire Esports, so that's still a pretty decent gap, I must say. VOIN Donkey RRQ, interesting. VOIN Donkey actually now on page 1, so welcome to VOIN Donkey, page 1. While on page number 2, OSJA Thailand dropped down to number 10. Team Secret now takes the place of Temp Entertainment with the tiebreaker, putting them at number 16 again.
Boom Esports finally not at the very bottom when it comes to rank points. They're finally at 7. Just 1 ahead of eArena. And I think it's so interesting as well when you think about these 2 teams, because I think Boom Esports, while they are aggressive, they are a team that kind of gets put in the back foot sometimes. eArena as well plays very similarly in terms of aggression. But right now, let's have a look at our daily MVP. Adit Look, not surprised, very aggressive. I think he's such an all-rounder when it comes to fights, when it comes to keeping his team alive, when it comes to kind of taking the reins and saying, hey, push comes to shove, I need to make something happen, and this is exactly what I'm going to do here, because he fills in every single blank that you can give to him.
Yeah, the fact that he took a 1-round break yesterday, he came back stronger surely, and now coming in as the daily MVP. Great work for Ade Look, a much needed player for CELCOMDIGI Alliance to perform. But it's not only about Ade Look, the entire team did well. They put themselves in contention for the number 1 spot with the remaining 6 games left for tomorrow. That will be tomorrow's story. Let's head on to the host for an interview.
Thank you, Choo-Choo. Thank you. Amazing casters we have. That was the final game of day 2 here at PMSL SEA SPRING Finals 2025. That's right. I hope all of you are excited because I've got a very special player with me here today together with our translator, Mr. Jangs. Now from Team KAGENDRA, we have Achul. Achul, how are you today, Achul?
Ya, gimana kabarnya, Achul?
Baik.
Yeah, I'm good.
Baik. Okay, thank you so much for joining us here today, Achul. Now, we've had an amazing 2 days here at IOI City Mall, Putrajaya. Now, we have some questions for Achul here today. Achul, now, despite coming from PMNC, you were in Boom and Pygmy during their peak time in 2023 and 2024. Now, how has the journey been here in the grand finals, competing with your new team against your old team?
Ya oke Acul, meskipun terlepas kamu daripada PMNC season ini, di tahun 2023 dan 2024 kamu itu bersama Boom dan juga Pygmy. Bisa ceritain dikit gak gimana perjalanan kamu so far di grand final ini? Karena kamu harus bersaing bersama mantan-mantan tim kamu ataupun rekan-rekan tim lama bersama tim-tim baru.
Perjalanannya panjang sih, kayak kami PMCS juga kan 3 season. Kayak di sini bersaing sama teman-teman lama, kayak membuktiin kalau komunitas tuh bisa bersaing juga.
Yeah, of course, it's been a great journey so far. I mean, it's a long journey, compete in PMNC and then come back into the PMSL stage and then fight with all my ex-teammate or my friends. But then, yeah, it's wonderful. It's because of we can prove from community, we can compete into the pro stage.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, we've also, and now since we're in day 2, right? Now the Indonesian teams were quite quiet during day 1. And now in day 2 today, suddenly all of you have been playing really, really well. What was the biggest factor in the sudden rise of the teams, including your team here today?
Ya, kalau kita lihat performa tim Indonesia itu di hari pertama agak suram ya kan. Tetapi di hari kedua itu semua tim Indonesia bersama tim kamu juga itu perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Bisa cerita nggak? Kok bisa tim Indo itu perform di hari kedua barengan lagi?
Mungkin ya kayak D1 baru kayak baca-baca gitu, kayak ngeliat lobbynya gimana. Kalau dari tim aku sendiri ya kayak eval gitu, memperbaiki game by gamenya supaya maksimal.
Yeah, I think one of the reason is because all the Indonesian team is still adjusting with the lobby, still trying to adapt. So yeah, that's how they managed to perform better and rise up in the day 2. But if you ask about my team, I think the evaluation process, the homework, we done our homework back then. It's one of the reason why we can perform today.
Fantastic, love it. You know, they need to read out the teams, understand the map and the map drop during day 1 and perform better in day 2 and hopefully way better in day 3. Now, there's still some gaps between you and the top 3 teams. What kind of changes do you personally expect from your team trying to get into the top 3 tomorrow?
Oke, kalau kita lihat KAGENDRA itu poinnya masih bisa dibilang agak jauh lah bersama kalau dibandingin sama papan atas 3 besar kan. Menurut kamu sendiri apa yang harus dirubah oleh pasukan KAGENDRA untuk berada di 3 besar pada besok hari?
Ya maksimalin semua game, dapat poin sebanyak-banyaknya.
Yeah, I think of course there's we still need to maximize all the games. We need to perform every single game, get a lot of points in order to catch up with those top 3.
That's right, discipline and no mistakes until tomorrow. Fantastic answer. Okay, final question for Achul. Any words to your fans at home and supporters that flew all the way to Malaysia to support you?
Okay, terakhir sekali, apa sedikit pesan ataupun kata-kata yang mau disampaikan kepada teman-teman yang datang dari Indo ke sini ataupun teman-teman yang berada di rumah?
Untuk KAGENDRA, dukung kami terus, kami bakal ngasih yang terbaik.
Yeah, to all KAGENDRA fans, keep supporting us. We gonna do our best.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. There you have it. Our player from KAGENDRA, Mr. Achul. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And thank you so much, Jungs, for all your hard work as translator. And for all the fans and supporters here today at PMSL SEA SPRING Final 2025. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Don't worry, tomorrow we still have our final day. So if you are here in Malaysia, don't forget to drop by IOI City Mall Putrajaya and join us tomorrow for our finals. That's right, here tomorrow on Sunday. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Faisal. That was our final game of the day, and I'll see all of you tomorrow. Casters, take it away.
Man, what does it take to make him smile, right? He needs to smile a bit. KAGENDRA did fairly well, right?
Yeah, I think it's the pressure getting to him at the very least. I think there's a lot of points that he still needs to catch up. I think the interview fairly shows like what he has, in mind about tomorrow. No mistakes, play every game to perfection, and it's just maximizing every game. I mean, I would be very pressured hearing that too.
Oh yeah, I know, right? But of course, the pressure is on tomorrow. And he's being realistic about it because tomorrow is going to be the final day. 6 more games to go before we crown the champion of this season's PMSL Southeast Asia. A lot of questions to be answered, right? Could Xavier hold on to it? Could we see a surprise spring from somebody from page number 2? Or could be one of the top podium teams right now to catch up to Xavier finally?
I think for Xavier and VPE, it's been a fairly quiet end of the day for them, but also a very exciting day. I mean, you did see that the rise of the page tours, very, very fun to watch as well. And now for you guys who are at home here and want to watch the grand finals live, don't forget, it's happening live here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, over at IOI City Mall, Putrajaya, over at the Exhibition Center. It's completely free of charge. Go in and check it out. You can check out our phones as well from our sponsor, TECNO, the POVA 5G as well. You can go check it out as well. And the most important part is meeting your favorite players and giving them your energy.
Yeah, in fact, if you go there, there are lots of goodies to be picked up. So you don't want to miss out the opportunity to actually head there and see for yourself the champion to be crowned by tomorrow. But of course, that's for tomorrow's conversation on who might be the champion. For now, we're going to close off the show. Tomorrow we'll be back, same time, same channel. Don't forget to subscribe to the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports to follow on any updates. My name is CELCOMDIGI together with the Blue and True Dash Bunny. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Bye!